Before we begin, make sure to hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, and tell us in the comments where you're watching. Your support helps us keep bringing powerful stories like this one. The first thing that strikes you when imagining a night in a medieval inn is the bed, or rather what they dared to call a bed. Forget about soft mattresses, feather pillows, and clean sheets. You would be lucky if what awaited you wasn't a pile of old straw that had been flattened by dozens of tired bodies before yours, straw that smelled faintly of mold and sometimes more strongly of sweat. And nestled deep within that straw were not your dreams, but a whole population of tiny creatures that saw your body as an all-night banquet. Fleas, lice, and bedbugs thrived in those communal sleeping arrangements, and if you woke up covered in red, itchy welts, it was considered perfectly normal. People didn't complain much because there was nothing to compare it with. Comfort was a concept that belonged only to the nobility, while the common traveler had to accept that a night's rest meant a night of scratching. Imagine the feeling of finally paying for a bed after walking miles on muddy roads, carrying a sack on your back, maybe soaked from rain, and thinking you had finally earned a moment of peace. You drop your bundle, sit down, and suddenly feel the sharp poke of straw through the thin fabric of your tunic. You lie back, only to realize that the bed itself is alive. The scratching begins almost immediately, as if the bugs had been waiting eagerly for your arrival. At first you try to ignore it, whispering to yourself that exhaustion will carry you to sleep. But then comes that undeniable tickle on your ankle, a pinch on your wrist, a sting on your neck, and you realize that your body is no longer entirely your own. It has become part of the food chain. People today complain when they find one hair on their hotel pillow. In the Middle Ages, a stray hair would have been a blessing compared to the colonies of parasites waiting to march across your skin. Some travelers carried little knives or heated their beds with embers before lying down, hoping the smoke would drive the bugs away. Others sprinkled herbs like mint or lavender, but these were luxuries, and most could not afford such tricks. The average pilgrim or merchant simply accepted that tomorrow's journey would start with swollen bites, and a body that felt more tired than when it had tried to rest. Curiously, those insects were not only a nuisance, but a danger. Bedbugs and fleas often carried disease, and in a time when hygiene was rare, a simple bite could lead to infection. It is no coincidence that epidemics spread so quickly along medieval trade routes. The inn itself became a silent accomplice in the chain of contagion, a place where one sick body could leave behind invisible passengers that then traveled to the next town and the next. So while you thought you were paying for shelter, you were in fact funding the expansion of Europe's medieval pest control problem, except that there was no control at all. Now, try to picture the sound of such a night. Every creak of the wooden bed frame echoed through the room. You could hear others turning restlessly, groaning and slapping at invisible attackers. In the darkness, you were never sure if the scratch you heard came from the man beside you or from something crawling under the straw. The human body produces an orchestra of sounds when trying to fight off discomfort, and in those inns, it must have been a symphony of scratching, coughing, snoring, and muttered curses. If someone today recorded it, it might sound like an avant-garde performance piece, but for them, it was simply the nightly soundtrack of survival. There's something almost comical in how we romanticize the Middle Ages. People watch movies and imagine knights removing armor and sleeping in rustic beds, candlelight flickering softly, everything looking picturesque. The truth was closer to a nightmare of itchy straw, crawling bugs, and the constant fear that you might roll into someone else's lice-ridden cloak. Even the wealthier traveler who could afford a private room was not exempt. The parasites did not respect class. They saw kings, peasants, monks, and merchants as equal opportunities for dinner. Insects may have been the most democratic creatures of all. What makes this detail so powerful is how it shatters the illusion of medieval travel. You picture weary souls on pilgrimages, believing their suffering was noble, walking barefoot for weeks. But at night, instead of peace or divine comfort, they met the same itchy straw as the drunk mercenary or the sly merchant counting coins in his sleep. Everyone scratched, everyone swatted, and everyone cursed under their breath. It was one of the few things that united travelers from every social layer. And yet, despite the discomfort, inns were always full. Why? Because the alternative was worse. Sleeping outdoors meant wolves, thieves, or freezing cold. The bed full of bugs was still safer than the ditch full of dangers. Travelers chose itching over death. And there is something both tragic and funny about that choice. That your definition of comfort could be reduced to simply staying alive and waking up with only a few dozen bites instead of a knife in your ribs. That contrast is what makes the medieval inn so fascinating. It was not a place of rest, but of negotiation with misery. Every night was a gamble. You lay down knowing that the best you could hope for was to wake up sore, bitten, and tired, but at least to wake up. And that uneasy bargain, that fragile sense of safety wrapped in discomfort, set the stage for everything else you would face inside those walls, from strangers sharing your bed to drunks fighting in the corridors. The bed full of bedbugs was only the beginning, the first lesson of what it really meant to sleep in a medieval inn. If the bed itself already felt like a punishment, the next surprise came when you realized you weren't going to have it to yourself. Privacy was a luxury unknown to most medieval travelers, and the idea of a private room belonged only to the wealthiest nobles. For the rest, the inn was a communal hall where strangers, often complete strangers armed with swords, daggers, or clubs, shared the same space. Imagine walking into a room after a long day of travel and being told to squeeze onto a straw mattress beside two other men you had never met before, one smelling of horse sweat, the other snoring before his head even touched the sack of rags that passed for a pillow. It was not a matter of choice, but survival. The roads were too dangerous to risk a night outside, so you accepted the unwritten contract. Share your bed, share your space, and try not to lose your purse while you slept. There's a peculiar intimacy in sleeping beside someone you do not know. At first, you keep your arms tight against your body, avoiding contact. But as the night drags on, exhaustion forces you to surrender. A shoulder brushes against yours, a knee pokes your side, and slowly the boundaries dissolve. Some travelers joked that you learned more about your bedmate's habits in one night than you would about a friend in a year. The sound of their breathing, the way they twitched in their sleep, even the smell of their breath became part of your night. And if that bedmate happened to be carrying a sword under the blanket, you had to convince yourself he wasn't dreaming of using it. The risk of sharing space with armed strangers was no small thing. These were not polite companions sipping tea before bed. They were mercenaries, merchants guarding their wares, pilgrims carrying knives for protection, or drifters with questionable pasts. Everyone had something worth stealing, and everyone knew the temptation of easy loot. That meant you never really slept deeply. One eye always stayed half open, one hand resting on your pouch or hidden blade. You learned to recognize the faint sound of coins shifting, or the quiet shuffle of someone moving where they shouldn't. Trust was not part of the package. The only trust you had was in your own ability to wake up if someone tried to rob you. This created a strange social tension. In the daylight, you might share a meal or a story with your fellow travelers, perhaps even laugh at the same joke. But once night fell, those same men became potential threats. The same merchant who told you about his wife and children could, in the darkness, be the one testing how tightly you held your coin purse. And yet, there was also the opposite effect. Bonds sometimes formed in that uneasy closeness. Two strangers who had slept back to back for warmth might ride together the next day, suddenly allies, in a world that rarely offered companionship. In a way, the medieval inn was both a theater of danger and the birthplace of unexpected friendships. What adds a touch of comedy is how people today guard their personal space. In a crowded train, someone's elbow brushing ours is enough to irritate us. Now imagine that multiplied tenfold. Strangers pressed against you, their weapons clattering, their boots muddy, their hair unwashed. To complain would be absurd because everyone else was in the same situation. You were not special. You were one more body in the pile, one more figure lost in the communal mass of humanity. There's something humbling about realizing that in those nights, individuality disappeared. You weren't John the Traveler or Thomas the Pilgrim. You were simply one of the many who had to fit into the straw. Of course, sharing space also meant sharing problems. If your neighbor had fleas, you got fleas. If he coughed all night, you inhaled whatever illness lingered in his lungs. If he had drunk too much ale, well, sometimes the consequences were more than just snoring. And yet inns kept running because necessity was stronger than disgust. People weighed the options and decided that sleeping in the company of strangers was still better than freezing alone in the woods. That doesn't mean it was easy. Every night was a test of nerves, a question of whether fear would overcome exhaustion. And more often than not, exhaustion won, dragging you into uneasy slumber despite the dangers. The records of medieval travelers show plenty of complaints about this custom. Some pilgrims wrote that they dreaded the inn more than the road itself. Others told stories of being robbed blind while they slept, their shoes stolen, their purses cut. There were even tales of men waking to find their bedmates gone and their belongings missing, leaving them stranded without coin or cloak. The innkeeper rarely intervened. His job was to provide a place to lie down, not to play judge over disputes. If you lost something in the night, it was considered your fault for not guarding it closely enough. And yet, despite all this, people adapted. They developed tricks for surviving the night. Some tied their money bags around their necks and tucked them under their tunics. Others slept sitting up against the wall with their arms crossed, daring anyone to approach. There were those who formed groups on the road, agreeing to watch over one another once they reached an inn, because 3 eyes watching the room were better than one. These little strategies remind us that even in the harshest conditions, humans find ways to make the unbearable bearable. But the truth remains, the medieval inn was not a place of rest, but of negotiation. You entered knowing you had to trade your comfort for survival, your privacy for protection, and sometimes your safety for warmth. And that strange, almost claustrophobic atmosphere, bodies pressed close, weapons glinting in the candlelight, the constant suspicion humming beneath the surface, was only the beginning. For while the bedmates tested your nerves, the inn's food and drink would test something else entirely, and often with bitter results. If you had survived the straw bed in the company of armed strangers, you still had another trial waiting for you: the food. In a medieval inn, the word meal carried a meaning that would horrify anyone with modern standards. Forget menus, forget variety, forget the illusion of choice. What you got was what was simmering in the pot that day, and that pot had often been simmering for far too long. Travelers frequently paid more for a bowl of watery broth and a crust of bread than for the bed full of straw, and yet they could hardly complain, because the alternative was riding hungry the next morning. Hunger always made the bitter taste easier to swallow, though sometimes not by much. The typical dish was a thin pottage, essentially a stew of whatever the innkeeper could get his hands on. Sometimes that meant a few onions, a bit of barley, perhaps the bone of a chicken that had long since given up its flavor, all boiled until it became a murky liquid. If you were lucky, you might find a shred of meat floating inside, though you would spend more time chewing gristle than anything truly nourishing. Bread was always present, though bread is a generous term. Often it was so hard that you needed to soak it in the broth just to make it edible. One chronicler joked that the bread could be used as a weapon in case of attack, and it wasn't entirely an exaggeration. The bitterness of the experience wasn't only in the taste, it was in the price. Inns were notorious for charging far more than the food was worth, exploiting travelers who had no other option. Imagine working for weeks to save a few coins, only to watch them vanish in exchange for a meal that left you hungrier than before. It was a cruel irony. The poorer you were, the worse the food you received, and the more likely you were to be cheated. Wealthy travelers might at least demand fresh meat or wine, but even then they risked being served something watered down or past its prime. A jug of ale could be stretched with river water, and a piece of pork could have been salted and resalted for months, until it barely resembled meat at all. What made the experience particularly miserable was the timing. Meals were often served late in the evening, after the inn had filled with travelers. By then, the air was thick with the smoke of tallow candles, the scent of damp cloaks drying near the fire, and the unmistakable odor of unwashed bodies pressed together at wooden tables. You sat with your bowl in front of you, elbow to elbow with strangers, while the noise of laughter, arguments, and slurred songs filled the hall. Eating was not a peaceful ritual, but a battle. Fight for a place to sit, fight for a share of bread, and fight to keep your food from being snatched by the drunk beside you. It is almost funny to imagine how we complain today when a restaurant meal is too salty, too cold, or not exactly what we ordered. In a medieval inn, there was no such thing as ordered. The cook prepared one cauldron, and that was it. If you didn't like it, tough luck. You ate what was served, or you went hungry. And often, even when you ate, your stomach might later revolt. Food poisoning was not a rare occurrence. Meat left too long by the fire, fish not properly cleaned, water mixed with ale from questionable sources. These things could make a night at the inn memorable for all the wrong reasons. The next morning, the road felt twice as long with a churning belly. There were, however, rare moments of comfort. On feast days, or if an innkeeper was particularly proud, the pot might contain something more substantial, rabbit, bacon, or a stew rich with beans and herbs. But these moments were the exception, not the rule. Pilgrims wrote about them with the same joy we reserve today for finding an unexpected luxury, as if they had been granted a glimpse of paradise in the middle of their miserable journey. That sense of contrast, one decent meal after weeks of sludge, was powerful enough to be remembered and retold for years. Curiously, the food wasn't just sustenance, it was also a form of control. Innkeepers understood that travelers depended on them, and they used that dependence to squeeze every possible coin. A desperate traveler might agree to double the price if it meant filling an empty stomach, and once the meal was served, there was no room for negotiation. You ate, you paid, and you accepted the feeling of being cheated. Complaining too loudly could even earn you a beating or expulsion into the night, which no one wanted. Silence, like hunger, became another part of the meal. But perhaps the greatest insult was how the food reflected the larger atmosphere of the inn. It wasn't just the bugs in your bed or the armed strangers at your side. It was the realization that nothing here was truly designed to comfort you. The bed scratched, the company threatened, and the food mocked your hunger. Everything about the experience tested your endurance, asking not how well you could rest, but how much you could tolerate. And yet, people returned night after night, because survival was stronger than taste, stronger than fear, stronger than the longing for something better. That is what makes the food in a medieval inn so symbolic. It wasn't about nourishment, it was about necessity. It told you, with every bitter mouthful, that the journey was not meant to be pleasant, that the road was not meant to be kind. And while you sat there with your bowl of watery stew, staring into the candlelight, you could hear the drunks beginning to sing in the corridors, the first echoes of the chaos that would soon shake the walls of the inn long after dinner was over. If you thought the ordeal ended after choking down the watery broth and trying not to break a tooth on the bread, the real trial of the night had barely begun, because once the meals were done and the last scraps of stew had been scraped from the bottom of the pot, the atmosphere in the inn transformed. The benches and tables that had just hosted tired travelers became a stage for arguments, boasts, drunken songs, and sometimes full-blown brawls. The line between a tavern and an inn was so thin it might as well not have existed, and by nightfall, most inns sounded more like battlefields than resting places. Ale flowed more freely than water, and for good reason. Medieval water was often unsafe to drink. Beer and wine, even when watered down, were considered safer, but that didn't mean they were consumed in moderation. After a day of travel or work, men drank until the room spun. That meant slurred voices rising above the crackle of the hearth, fists pounding on tables to emphasize a point, and the inevitable clash when one man's pride collided with another's temper. Some nights, it was a soldier offended by a merchant's insult. Other nights, two pilgrims fought over who deserved the last spot by the fire. The result was the same: shouting, pushing, and often blades flashing in the flickering candlelight. Imagine lying in your straw bed after hours of marching along muddy roads, only to be jolted awake by the sound of benches toppling and mugs shattering. You pull the blanket over your head, hoping to disappear, but the noise grows louder, closer. Drunks stumble through the corridors, laughing one moment, cursing the next, banging on doors for no reason other than to prove they were still awake. Sleep became less a matter of closing your eyes and more a test of whether you could tune out the chaos. Some travelers swore they never closed their eyes at all, too afraid a fight would spill into their room. The fights weren't just background noise. They could be deadly. Inns attracted all sorts: mercenaries looking for work, thieves hoping to blend in, peasants with little to lose, throw them into a room with ale and frustration, and it was only a matter of time before tempers exploded. Chronicles tell of inns that turned into crime scenes overnight, where one traveler never woke because he had been stabbed in the confusion. And yet, these stories didn't discourage people from staying. They simply added to the aura of danger that everyone expected when the word inn was spoken. What makes it even more unsettling is how normalized it all was. The innkeeper rarely interfered unless the furniture was being broken or someone threatened not to pay. As long as the ale was sold and the money collected, the noise was tolerated. To us, the idea of management ignoring a fight seems absurd, but in those times, it was routine. Inns weren't sanctuaries of peace, they were marketplaces of human vice, and noise was just part of the price. There's an almost comical detail hidden in this chaos. Some travelers, exhausted and desperate, developed the ability to sleep through anything. Imagine a man so used to noise that he could drift off while two others fought with daggers outside his door. Pilgrims joked that after a few weeks on the road, you could sleep on a battlefield if you had to. It was less a skill than a resignation. Your body simply shut down when it had no other choice. And yet, even for these hardened sleepers, the moments of sudden silence were the worst. Because silence in an inn often meant something serious had happened, and everyone instinctively held their breath to see what would follow. There's also a layer of irony here. While fights raged and mugs flew, there were always those who saw opportunity. Thieves loved the confusion of a brawl. While everyone's eyes were fixed on the two men wrestling by the fire, a careful hand slipped under cloaks and lifted purses. Many a traveler woke the next morning not from the noise, but from the realization that his coins were gone, stolen while he thought others were simply drunk. The chaos was more than entertainment. It was cover for crime. This environment also carried a social lesson. For the wealthy, it was a reminder that money could not buy safety. Even nobles on the road could find themselves trapped in the same drunken storm as peasants, their servants powerless to stop it. For the poor, it was an equalizer. In the inn, everyone was at risk. Everyone shared the same danger. Status meant little when fists were flying and blades were drawn, and for the observer, there was a kind of grim humor in seeing the mighty humbled by the same chaos that plagued the common traveler. But perhaps the most haunting part of all was the smell that accompanied these nights. The combination of stale ale, smoke, sweat, and blood created an atmosphere thick enough to choke on. The air was heavy, clinging to your clothes, making even breathing a reminder of the turmoil outside your door. And still, as dawn approached, the fights would die down, the drunk would collapse where he stood, and the inn would fall into a fragile, exhausted quiet. The irony was that silence often arrived too late for rest. Morning light crept through the cracks in the shutters, and the traveler who had prayed for sleep realized it was time to rise again, more tired than when he arrived. This restless cycle of noise and fear left its mark on everyone who passed through those wooden doors. And just when you thought nothing could make the night worse, when you prayed for a single moment of peace, the air itself betrayed you, thick with the smoke of the fire and the sour stench of unwashed bodies. It was as if the building itself had conspired to remind you that comfort was never part of the bargain. The chaos of shouting, clattering mugs, and fists pounding on tables was only half the misery of a medieval inn. The other half crept silently into your senses, the air itself. Imagine trying to draw a deep breath in a space where dozens of unwashed bodies had been crammed together, their sweat soaked into woolen cloaks and rough linen, their boots caked in mud, their hair greasy from weeks on the road. Now add to that the heavy, almost suffocating smoke of a central hearth that had no chimney to guide it away, curling into every corner until your eyes watered and your throat burned. That was the perfume of a night in an inn, half human, half fire. with a dash of stale ale for good measure. It was not a place for delicate noses. The combination of sweat, damp fabric, and burning tallow candles produced a stench so thick it clung to your clothes long after you left. Pilgrims and chroniclers wrote about how their belongings smelled of smoke for days, as if the inn had marked them permanently. The straw bed absorbed it, your cloak absorbed it, even your skin carried it. You could wash in a stream the next day, but one whiff of your tunic and the memory of that night came rushing back. In a strange way, the inn traveled with you, reminding you that the road was never truly clean. There is a bitter humor in realizing how little people complained about such conditions. Today, one bad hotel review might warn of a faint smell of mildew or cigarette smoke, enough to discourage future guests. In the Middle Ages, no one expected the air to be fresh. Freshness belonged to the outdoors, to fields and forests. Indoors meant heaviness, dampness, and the constant presence of other people's odors. The very architecture worked against you. Low ceilings trapped the smoke, thick walls held the moisture, and narrow windows let in so little air that ventilation was just another word travelers didn't know. The smell of smoke was particularly inescapable. Because wood and peat were burned constantly to keep the hearth alive, the inn was always filled with haze. Eyes stung, lungs ached, and anyone with asthma would have been doomed. But to the medieval mind, the fire was life. It meant warmth, light, and the illusion of safety against the dark. No one dared extinguish it. Instead, they endured the coughing, the choking, and the dizziness that came with breathing it in. You couldn't sleep without it, and you could barely sleep with it. Then came the smell of bodies. In a world where bathing was rare, sometimes seasonal, the human scent was stronger than any candle could disguise. Sweat mixed with wool, leather, and dirt became a powerful force. One could joke that inns weren't just meeting points for travelers, but also breeding grounds for new categories of odors, layered over time like geological strata. If you shared a bed with strangers, their smell became part of you for the night. Some travelers stuffed herbs or cloths under their noses, hoping to mask the stench, but those were desperate acts and usually futile. What made the atmosphere worse was how it never stood still. The smell shifted constantly as more people entered, as mugs of ale spilled onto the floor, as meat roasted too close to the flames, or as a drunk retched in the corner. Every new event added a new note to the symphony of stench. The inn was alive not just with sound, but with smells competing for dominance, none of them pleasant. And yet, this was considered normal. People didn't describe it as unbearable, they described it as expected. That, perhaps, is the most astonishing detail of all. And there was danger in the air, too. Not just discomfort. A fire burning in a smoke-filled hall meant the constant risk of suffocation, or worse, a sudden blaze. With walls and roofs often built of timber, one spark in the wrong place could consume the entire building. There are records of inns burning down in the middle of the night, with travelers scrambling to escape, some not succeeding. Imagine the terror of waking not just to smoke choking your lungs, but to flames licking the straw beneath your bed. It was the kind of death that hovered silently in every medieval inn, unspoken but always feared. Yet even here, there were moments of unintended comedy. Drunks stumbling through corridors sometimes mistook the smoky haze for divine visions. There are stories of men swearing they saw saints appear in the flickering firelight, when in truth, they were just half blind from smoke and ale. It's a reminder of how blurred the line was between misery and superstition, between discomfort and revelation. Even the choking air could become part of a story retold on the road the next day, laughed at as if it had been an adventure instead of a torment. And still, what is most striking is how travelers endured. They accepted the smell of smoke, the weight of sweat, the sting in their eyes, because there was no alternative. Survival made the air tolerable. If you lived through the night, you could walk out in the morning, squinting into the sunlight, breathing deeply as if for the first time, grateful just to escape. But the relief was always short-lived. Because as the morning came, so did the realization that you had spent a fortune to endure a night of itching, noise, and stench, and ahead of you stretched another day on roads, just as harsh as the night you had left behind. That was the cruel rhythm of travel in the Middle Ages. Discomfort feeding into exhaustion, exhaustion feeding into desperation, and desperation leading you back into another inn the following night. And if the air itself seemed unbearable, it was only one part of a larger puzzle, for the true measure of survival was not in how well you slept, but in whether you managed to leave those walls alive at all. By the time you had endured the bedbugs, the armed strangers, the bitter food, the drunken brawls, and the choking air, you would think the worst of the night was behind you. But survival in a medieval inn was never guaranteed. Waking up alive was the final unspoken luxury, because many entered those wooden doors and never walked out again. The walls of the inn offered shelter from wolves and rain, but they did not protect you from men, disease, or fate. Each night was a gamble, and the house always seemed to win. One of the greatest dangers came from theft that escalated into violence. We imagine theft today as a discrete crime. A purse quietly lifted, a cloak taken from a hook. But in an inn crowded with desperate men, stealing often meant confrontation. Someone wakes, someone protests, and suddenly knives flash in the dark. The quarrel might begin over a missing coin, but it could end with a corpse on the floor. And since justice traveled slowly on the roads, there was little hope of retribution. The innkeeper, who should have been the arbiter, often shrugged and went back to counting coins. He knew better than to cross a room full of armed travelers. Your life, in that moment, depended only on how quickly you could reach the door. Disease was another silent killer. When bodies were crammed together in unventilated rooms, coughs spread like wildfire. A pilgrim with fever shared his bed with 3 strangers, and by morning all 4 carried the same sickness. The Black Death itself traveled along such routes, its invisible messengers leaping from bed to bed as easily as the fleas that infested them. To sleep in an inn was to accept that you might wake with more than just bug bites. You might wake with death clinging to your lungs. And yet people still paid, still stayed, because the road outside was colder, lonelier, and perhaps even more dangerous. Theft and plague were joined by the ever-present threat of fire. In an inn where straw filled the mattresses, wood formed the walls, and candles flickered carelessly, flames were the great equalizer. All it took was one drunken hand tipping a candle, one ember falling from the hearth, and the entire building could be engulfed. There are chronicles of inns that burned so quickly that guests had no time to gather their belongings, leaping through windows in nightshirts, sometimes with skin scorched. To wake alive in the morning meant you had passed another silent test, that the flames had spared you. And yet, for all these dangers, travelers still described the inn as preferable to the road. The paradox is striking. The very place that threatened your safety was also your sanctuary. Step outside and you risked bandits waiting in the dark or freezing to death in an open field. Step inside and you risked disease, fire, or the dagger of the man snoring beside you. Life in the Middle Ages was not a choice between comfort and discomfort. It was a choice between different flavors of danger. The inn was simply one of the less bitter ones. There is a strange comedy in this idea. People paid for a night in an inn not for peace, not for rest, but for the mere probability of survival. They were not buying comfort, they were buying odds. A roof overhead reduced the chances of being murdered outside. A bed indoors reduced the chances of wolves sniffing you out in the night. The fact that you might be robbed inside, that you might be stabbed in your sleep, that you might choke on the smoke of the fire, those were considered acceptable risks. One could almost laugh at the absurdity. A bed full of bugs and a room full of cutthroats still counted as an improvement. And so, waking up alive was more than relief. It was triumph. The first rays of light creeping through the shutters brought not just a new day, but a silent celebration. You stretched your aching limbs, scratched at the bites on your arms, coughed the smoke from your lungs, and thanked whatever force you believed in that you had survived. Some travelers even prayed aloud in the morning, not out of devotion, but out of gratitude for having made it through the ordeal. For them, the inn was a place where survival was never guaranteed, and each morning was a small resurrection. What makes this final detail so haunting is how ordinary it was. No one expected better. No one demanded more. To emerge alive, to gather your meager belongings, to step into the cold air with your heart still beating, that was the comfort of the medieval inn. You didn't leave refreshed, you left relieved. And sometimes you left with stories. The fight you almost got dragged into, the coin you managed to save, the stranger who didn't wake beside you. These stories spread across roads and markets, whispered warnings to others about the strange world of inns, where safety was never the goal, only survival. But of course, the story of the medieval inn doesn't end there. Because surviving the night was only the beginning, the morning brought its own trials. You stepped out into a world where the dangers of the road were waiting, where hunger returned, where exhaustion weighed down your every step, and somewhere ahead, when the sun set again, another inn stood waiting, with its beds of straw, its smoky air, and its chorus of drunk voices. You knew you would enter, you knew you would pay, and you knew you would gamble once more with the night. And in that realization lies the true essence of medieval travel. It was never about comfort, never about peace, but about enduring long enough to tell the tale. Morning light creeping through the shutters of a medieval inn was not the golden promise of a new day. It was more like the harsh glare of reality. Survival through the night was a victory, yes, but the morning reminded you of the bill waiting to be paid. And, in most cases, the true sting of the inn did not come from bed bugs or drunken brawls, but from the innkeeper's hand as it closed around your precious coins. Prices in medieval inns were notoriously unfair, a trap set for the weary and desperate. Once you had eaten, slept, and lived through the ordeal, you had little choice but to hand over whatever the host demanded, and the host knew it. Travelers wrote of food so meager it barely filled a spoon, yet costing the same as a week's labor. A single jug of ale, watered down to half its strength, might be charged at double the price. The innkeeper was a master of exploiting hunger and exhaustion. After all, what traveler, sore and aching, would dare to argue? Complaints were often answered not with negotiation, but with threats, and the sight of the innkeeper's hired men, usually burly figures who doubled as bouncers, was enough to silence even the angriest pilgrim. Paying the bill was less about settling a debt and more about purchasing the privilege of leaving in one piece. The economics of medieval inns reveal a lot about the world in which they thrived. Inns were often located on trade routes, pilgrimage paths, or near city gates, perfectly placed to catch those who had no other option. The innkeeper held a monopoly over your desperation. If you refused to pay, where would you go? Back to the dangerous road, hungry and exposed. By trapping travelers in this bind, innkeepers guaranteed steady income. They knew that fatigue was stronger than outrage, that hunger silenced complaints, and that survival was worth every coin a traveler could scrape together. There is an almost comic tragedy in the way travelers describe this daylight robbery. One pilgrim in the 14th century complained that the bread he was served was so hard it chipped his tooth, and yet he had to pay as if it had been freshly baked. Another merchant wrote that the innkeeper charged him for the straw mattress separately, as though the itch and the fleas had been an added luxury. Some even claimed that innkeepers charged extra for clean water, though the clean water was often drawn from the same muddy source used by horses outside. These stories reveal not just the greed of the hosts, but the absurdity of the system. The innkeeper's role in medieval imagination reflects this darker side. In literature and folklore, the innkeeper was rarely the kindly provider of rest and warmth. He was more often the sly cheat, the greedy villain, the one who fattened his purse at the expense of the weary. Tales of poisoned ale, of meat spoiled on purpose, of travelers lured into traps with false hospitality, these stories spread because they contained a grain of truth. An inn was not merely a place of shelter, it was a test of your wits. To walk away alive with both your money and your belongings was almost as rare as a good night's sleep. And yet, strangely enough, some innkeepers thrived not by kindness, but by carefully balancing cruelty. They knew just how much to cheat without driving customers away entirely. Too much greed, and rumors spread down the road, ruining business. Too little, and profit disappeared. So they perfected a middle ground. Serve a stew that tasted of nothing but salt, but make sure it didn't kill anyone. Charge high prices, but not so high that travelers fled into the night. It was a performance of calculated dishonesty, played out every evening across countless roadsides. This daily extortion shaped how people traveled. Some pilgrims carried their own food, preferring to chew on stale bread from home rather than risk the inn stew. Others traveled in groups not only for safety on the road, but to share costs when paying the inflated bills. Merchants developed clever tricks, like hiding coins in their boots or bargaining ahead of time for meals, though these methods rarely worked for long. The innkeeper had centuries of practice, and most travelers left poorer than they had arrived. But beyond the unfair prices and sly tricks, there was something even more unsettling. The innkeeper's power didn't end at the meal or the bed. He decided where you slept, who you shared the room with, and how much food you received. In a sense, for one night, he was your master, and like any master, he could be benevolent or cruel. Some innkeepers favored wealthier guests, offering them better rooms and larger portions, while the poor were crammed together in the dirtiest corners. Others punished complaints by giving the worst straw or placing the loudest drunks in your room. Hospitality, in other words, was not a right, but a weapon, wielded with precision. There is an irony that lingers here. We romanticize the image of medieval inns in stories, imagining a roaring fire, a warm bowl of stew, and a friendly innkeeper welcoming travelers from the storm. In truth, most travelers walked away with lighter purses, aching bodies, and the bitter taste of being cheated. And yet, even in this bitterness, the inn had one unshakable advantage. It was still preferable to dying on the road. That simple fact kept its doors full and its tables crowded, no matter how much resentment bubbled beneath the surface. And when you think you've understood the cruelty of medieval inns, when you believe the unfair prices and dishonest innkeepers were the peak of discomfort, you have not yet considered what awaited you if you dared to speak against them, if you pushed too far, or if you stumbled into the wrong company while protesting your bill. For in the shadows of the inn, punishment and peril waited for those who forgot the fragile bargain of survival. If there was one lesson every traveler eventually learned in a medieval inn, it was this: complaining could be dangerous. For all the unfair prices, the rotten food, and the sleepless nights, survival often depended on how quietly you endured. Those who raised their voices, who demanded fairness or insulted the host, discovered quickly that an inn was not a place where the customer was always right. The innkeeper held the power, and more importantly, he had allies, drunken regulars, hired muscle, even his own family, ready to put a loud guest back in his place. The walls of the inn did not echo with justice, but with the thud of fists, the snap of threats, and sometimes the silence of someone who had been taught not to argue again. Punishment for insolence could be direct and humiliating. Some were thrown into the mud outside, left shivering in the cold night, their belongings kept as payment. Others found themselves locked in storage rooms or tied to a bench until dawn. There are tales of innkeepers watering down ale not just to stretch profit, but as a test of temper. A guest who dared complain might receive the next bowl of stew seasoned with spite, extra salt, spoiled meat, or less than half a portion. It wasn't about the food. It was about reminding the traveler who truly controlled the night. To resist was to invite retribution, and most people learned quickly to chew their stale bread in silence. This created a strange atmosphere of suppressed resentment. Imagine a room full of travelers, each silently cursing the taste of the stew or the hardness of the bread, but none daring to speak. It was a theater of forced politeness where every smile at the innkeeper carried a shadow of fear. And yet, in hushed whispers among fellow travelers, complaints flowed freely. Pilgrims shared stories of being cheated, merchants told of thefts ignored by the host, soldiers grumbled about portions smaller than a child's supper. The inn was both a place of suffering and a breeding ground for bitter tales that would follow the road for miles. There is a dark comedy in this silence. In a world where knights clashed in battle and peasants rioted against lords, the common traveler still dared not challenge the innkeeper. The irony was clear. The man who could face wolves on the road, bandits in the forest, or storms in the mountains trembled at the thought of angering the host who served him watery ale. Power was not always in the sword or the law. It was in control of the bed and the pot. And in the medieval inn, that control was absolute. Some travelers tried clever tactics to navigate this delicate balance. They would flatter the innkeeper, pretending to enjoy the stew or praising the ale, even while gagging on the taste. Others offered small gifts like a bit of cloth, a story, or a song, hoping to win favor and secure a better bed. A few even entertained the room with music or tales, creating enough goodwill among other guests that the innkeeper dared not mistreat them openly. These were survival strategies as real as carrying a knife or hiding your purse. You didn't just guard your belongings in an inn, you guarded your tongue. But even silence wasn't always enough. There were inns infamous for darker dealings, where travelers who complained too loudly simply vanished. Folklore is full of tales of innkeepers who robbed and murdered their guests, burying bodies beneath the floorboards or feeding them to pigs in the yard. Were all these stories true? Probably not. But the fact that they were believed shows how fragile trust was inside those smoky walls. Every traveler knew that behind the smile of the host might lurk a predator, waiting for the wrong word to turn hospitality into hostility. This fear of punishment gave inns a sinister double life. By day, they were bustling stops, offering food and drink to weary souls. By night, they became traps of suspicion, where every guest measured his words and weighed the risk of speaking. The inn was no longer just a roof and a meal. It was a game of survival played not only against bedbugs and brawlers, but against the invisible hand of authority that decided who stayed, who paid, and who suffered. And yet, despite this grim reality, inns thrived. Because on the medieval road, choice was an illusion. You could risk frostbite in the open air or swallow your pride in the smoky hall. Most chose the latter because pride couldn't keep you warm and complaints couldn't feed you. The innkeeper's power rested not on kindness, but on necessity. And necessity is the strongest leash of all. But here lies the cruelest twist. The punishment for speaking out was not always immediate or physical. Sometimes it lingered. A traveler who had argued might find himself refused a bed the next time he passed that way, or worse, his reputation would spread. Inns communicated with each other through gossip and rumor, and a troublesome guest could find doors shut in every town. Silence, therefore, was not just about surviving the night, it was about preserving the chance of survival tomorrow. And this realization, that one wrong word could curse not only your present but your future, made the medieval inn less of a refuge and more of a gamble. You lay in your straw bed with your stomach half empty, your throat raw from smoke, and your purse lighter than before, but you kept your mouth shut, because you knew that the true price of the inn was not just paid in coin, it was paid in caution, in silence, in the swallowing of anger. And that silence, heavy and bitter, lingered long after you stepped back onto the road. Yet even silence could not protect you from what came next, because the dangers of an inn were not confined to the night. They followed you into the daylight in ways no one could ever truly escape. Morning in a medieval inn was never gentle. It arrived not with birdsong or peace, but with a jarring chorus of exhaustion. The building stirred like a reluctant beast, its guests waking, not refreshed but groaning, scratching, coughing, and stumbling to their feet, as though they had survived a battlefield rather than a night of rest. If the evening had been a storm of noise and smoke, dawn was the wreckage left behind. Mugs overturned, straw scattered across the floor, cloaks damp from spilled ale, and bodies still sprawled on benches where they had collapsed in drunken stupor. Travelers rose with the taste of ash in their throats, bites itching on their skin, and the sinking realization that the road ahead felt heavier than when they had entered the night before. The first misery of the morning was cold. Fires that had burned too low left the hall filled with a damp chill, and smoke clung to the rafters long after the embers had died. Cloaks that had been hung near the hearth were either stiff with soot or still wet from the rain of yesterday's journey. Travelers pulled them on reluctantly, each layer smelling worse than the last, but no one had the luxury of fresh clothes. The medieval road did not wait for comfort, and the innkeeper's hall was not a dressing room but a pit stop. The sooner you rose, the sooner you could escape the stale air that made every breath taste of old sweat and burnt tallow. Breakfast, if one could call it that, was rarely a blessing. Most inns offered little more than the leftovers of the night before. Cold pottage, stale bread, or ale so watered down it barely counted as drink. There was no sense of hospitality in the modern sense. No eggs sizzling in pans or warm porridge prepared fresh for travelers. Instead, you scraped what remained from the pot, if there was anything at all, and paid dearly for the privilege. Hunger gnawed as persistently in the morning as it had the night before, and yet you were expected to shoulder your pack and set out on the road with whatever thin fuel you had managed to secure. And yet, the morning meal, or its absence, revealed something essential about medieval travel. It wasn't just about filling your stomach, it was about bargaining with your own endurance. Pilgrims heading towards shrines often took their hunger as a form of penance, muttering prayers as they chewed hard bread. Merchants cursed under their breath, calculating how much profit they had lost to the innkeeper's tricks. Soldiers laughed it off, joking that a weak stew was still better than the rations they ate on campaign. Every bite, bitter though it was, became a reflection of who you were and how you coped with misery. The morning also exposed the scars of the previous night's chaos. Those who had brawled now sported bruises or split lips. Those who had drunk too deeply groaned into their hands, clutching their stomachs. Pilgrims shuffled out silently, clutching rosaries, ashamed of the noise they had endured, as if prayer might wash the stink from their clothes. The innkeeper, meanwhile, stood in the doorway like a sentinel, ensuring no one left without paying what was owed. His eyes scanned each traveler, measuring coin purses and weighing excuses, and if anyone dared slip away without settling their debt, there were always hired men ready to chase them down. The morning sun did not erase the inn's dangers, it only revealed them more clearly. But perhaps the most striking detail of all was the sense of vulnerability that clung to travelers as they stepped back onto the road. Their purses were lighter, their bodies aching, their sleep broken, and their trust worn thin. They carried with them the residue of the inn, the smell of smoke, the itch of fleas, the memory of quarrels, and the bitter taste of overpriced stew. It was as though the inn itself had branded them, leaving marks both visible and invisible. The road ahead seemed longer because the night behind had offered no real rest. There's almost a cruel humor in this cycle. Imagine paying dearly for a night of hospitality and rising more tired than when you arrived. The very place that promised shelter delivered the opposite, and yet you had no choice but to repeat the ritual night after night. Inns were not havens, but checkpoints on a marathon of endurance. They offered just enough to keep you moving forward, but never enough to restore you fully. They kept travelers alive, yes, but always at the edge of collapse. The morning scene was also a theater of contrasts. The wealthy few who could afford a separate room emerged disheveled but intact, their servants packing their belongings, their horses waiting in the yard. The poor, meanwhile, stumbled out in groups, clutching what little they had, their cloaks threadbare, their stomachs empty. Yet for a brief moment everyone shared the same courtyard, breathing the same morning air, united by the same exhaustion. Status mattered less in that instant than the fact that each had survived the night and now faced the road ahead. And the road itself loomed as both a relief and a new threat. To step out of the inn was to escape the stench and the noise, but also to re-enter a world of robbers, storms, and endless miles. The morning was never a clean slate. It was simply another round of hardship in a life defined by endurance. What you carried with you from the inn, whether it was anger, laughter, fear, or a hangover, colored how you faced the journey ahead. And always, lurking at the back of your mind, was the knowledge that when the sun set again, you would be forced to gamble once more with another inn. That is what made mornings in medieval inns so paradoxical. They promised relief, but delivered weariness. They ended danger, but carried its scars forward. They marked survival, but reminded you of how fragile it had been. And just as you pulled your cloak tight and set your eyes on the horizon, the faint sound of another traveler's cough behind you hinted at the truth. What happened inside the inn never really stayed there. It followed you, lingered in your lungs, clung to your skin, and shaped every mile of the road ahead. And with every step, the realization grew heavier. This was not the end of hardship, but only the beginning of the next ordeal. Leaving a medieval inn in the morning was not the end of its dangers. It was simply the moment you carried them onto the road. Because the inn did not just drain your purse and poison your stomach, it also left you weakened, vulnerable, and more exposed than when you had first arrived. To step outside its crooked wooden door was to rejoin a world that was equally merciless, but now with the added burden of exhaustion and suspicion. And the cruelest truth was this: what happened inside the inn rarely stayed within its walls. The rumors, the illnesses, the grudges, and the dangers followed you like shadows long after the smoke of the hearth had faded from your clothes. One of the most insidious legacies of a night in an inn was sickness. Shared beds, foul air, and coughing travelers created the perfect breeding ground for disease. A pilgrim's sneeze in the night might become a fever in your body 2 days later, miles down the road. Inns were not just stops for travelers. They were transmission hubs, invisible webs through which illnesses spread across entire kingdoms. Historians note how plagues and epidemics often followed the busiest routes, carried not just by merchants and soldiers, but by the parasites they shared in those overcrowded rooms. You might think you left the inn behind at sunrise, but sometimes you carried it in your lungs, in your bloodstream, in the form of a sickness that would shape your journey far more than a sleepless night. Another shadow that followed was debt. If your purse had been emptied by the inflated prices, or if you had borrowed coin to pay your bill, you now walked the road already poorer, already more desperate. Debt had a way of multiplying, because the next inn would charge just as much, and the one after that no less. Travelers sometimes sold their cloaks, their boots, even their horses, just to keep moving forward. A pilgrim might arrive at his holy shrine barefoot, not because he had chosen penance, but because the inns along the way had stripped him of everything he owned. The road was long, and each night you were forced to pay the same cruel toll, carrying not just the memory of hardship, but the weight of poverty into every new town. Then there was the matter of enemies. Inns brought strangers together, and strangers often clashed. A drunken insult at the table, an argument over a missing coin, or a quarrel about who took the warmest spot near the fire could turn into a grudge that lasted far beyond the inn. Many travelers discovered too late that the man who had cursed them in the smoky hall was now following them on the road. Bandits often used inns to scout their victims, watching who carried heavy purses, who boasted of wealth, who looked too weak to defend themselves. Leaving the inn in the morning didn't mean you had escaped danger. It often meant you had been marked for it. There was also the reputation that clung to you. Inns were not isolated places. They were gossip factories. Servants, innkeepers, and even fellow travelers spread stories as fast as wildfire. A merchant who complained too loudly might find his name whispered in the next town as a troublemaker. A pilgrim who tried to sneak away without paying could be branded a thief, whether true or not. And a noble who flaunted his wealth in one inn might find word of his riches racing ahead of him to the next. In this way, the inn shaped not just your night, but your identity, weaving you into the endless rumor mill of the road. And yet, there was a peculiar resilience in all of this. Travelers knew the risks, but they went on anyway. The pilgrim still pressed toward his shrine. The merchant still drove his goods to market. The soldier still marched to his war. Each carried the scars of the inns they had endured, but also the stories. A man might arrive home poorer, weaker, and hungrier than when he had left, but he arrived with tales of smoky halls, cheating innkeepers, and fights that almost cost him his life. These stories became warnings to others, shaping expectations, building the folklore of the road. The medieval inn became infamous, not just for what happened inside, but for the way it haunted travelers long afterward. There's a certain dark humor in imagining how people today complain about jet lag, or a hotel breakfast not being included in the price. Medieval travelers would have laughed bitterly at such complaints. Their version of bad service was an inn where you left alive but robbed, where you woke up scratching at flea bites, where the stew nearly poisoned you, and where your name was cursed along the road for weeks afterward. Comfort was not the standard. Survival was. To make it through a night, and then through the day that followed, was already more than most could hope for. But the most enduring legacy of medieval inns is how they remind us that travel itself was not romantic, not heroic, but brutal. We imagine brave knights and devout pilgrims crossing the land with purpose and pride. Yet their nights were spent choking on smoke and fending off thieves. We imagine bustling trade routes, but forget that every step was marked by weariness and loss. The inn was not just a roof over your head. It was a mirror of the road itself, hard, unfair, dangerous, and unavoidable. And so, when you stepped out of the inn at dawn, clutching your lighter purse and your aching body, you knew two things. The first was that you had survived, for now. The second was that the road ahead would only lead you back to another inn, another night of the same miseries, another test of endurance. The cycle was endless, the hardships inevitable, and the stories unforgettable. For in the end, the medieval inn was not just a place you stayed, it was a place that stayed with you long after you walked away, shaping every mile of your journey until the road itself became indistinguishable from the suffering it demanded. And if you thought the worst was behind you, the horizon always held another smoky doorway, another test, and another reminder that survival, not comfort, was the only reward the medieval world was willing to offer. There is a moment in every journey when fatigue becomes heavier than fear, and that moment often struck when the sun began to sink, painting the horizon with fire. Travelers on medieval roads would look ahead and see the crooked silhouette of another inn, and no matter how much they dreaded what awaited inside, they felt a strange relief. Because, as brutal as the previous night had been, the promise of a roof, even one filled with smoke and lice, was still better than sleeping under the open sky. The irony was sharp. The very place that robbed you of rest and coin was also the place you longed for most when dusk crept in. The routine became almost ritualistic. First came the bargaining at the door, where the innkeeper, measuring your clothes and accent, decided how much he could extract from you. Pilgrims with worn sandals and patched cloaks were charged one rate, merchants in finer wool another, and nobles. Well, they were practically extorted. Then came the sorting of guests into rooms or halls. Sometimes you were lucky enough to find a corner, a patch of straw to call your own. More often you were thrust shoulder to shoulder with men and women you had never met, their swords rattling, their bodies reeking, their eyes half closed with exhaustion. And as night fell, you already knew what awaited: the itch of fleas, the rumble of drunken voices, the sting of smoke in your lungs. Yet despite the repetition, no two inns were exactly alike. Each carried its own personality, shaped by the people inside. One night you might find yourself among pilgrims singing hymns by the fire, their voices trembling but earnest, filling the room with a strange sense of unity. The next you might stumble into a den of mercenaries boasting of their kills, their laughter edged with menace, their knives never far from reach. Another night, perhaps, the inn would be dominated by merchants, arguing over prices and trade routes, their whispers full of secrets and schemes. The unpredictability was part of the tension. You never knew if the night ahead would bring camaraderie or catastrophe, and that uncertainty was almost as exhausting as the journey itself. Curiously, inns also functioned as windows into the larger world. Sitting by the fire, you might overhear news from distant cities, rumors of wars, whispers of plague, tales of kings and popes. For many, the inn was the medieval version of a newspaper, its smoky hall filled with gossip that traveled faster than any official messenger. A peasant might leave, knowing more about the politics of the realm than he had ever imagined, though he could never be sure which stories were true and which were drunken inventions. In this way, the inn was both a sanctuary of information and a swamp of lies, where every tale carried the weight of possibility. And yet, beneath this flow of news and noise, there was always an undercurrent of danger. Trusting too much in the wrong conversation could cost you your life. Bandits disguised themselves as travelers, listening for talk of riches before following their prey into the night. Informants carried tales to local lords or church officials, turning careless words into evidence of treason or heresy. Even the innkeeper sometimes played this role, selling secrets along with his ale. Every story you shared, every boast you made was a risk. The walls had ears, and those ears often had knives. This uneasy blend of danger and fellowship gave the inn an atmosphere that was strangely addictive. People cursed them, swore they would never return. And yet every road led back to another one. There was something magnetic about the firelight flickering on rough wooden beams, the hum of voices rising into the smoke, the sense that you were part of a larger, restless world. Even when the bed scratched and the food soured your stomach, the inn gave you a place in the ceaseless tide of human movement. For a brief night, you were no longer just a lonely traveler. You were part of the drama, part of the chaos, part of the living story of the road. It is almost laughable to think how such misery could feel communal. Yet many chroniclers describe a peculiar fondness for these nights, as if the very act of surviving them became a badge of honor. Pilgrims compared the number of bites they endured, merchants joked about the toughness of bread, soldiers told tales of the worst fights they had witnessed in smoky halls. The suffering became a form of currency, a way of proving that you belonged on the road. To have endured an inn was to have earned a place in the brotherhood of travelers. But for all its strange camaraderie, the inn remained a crucible, testing every traveler who entered. It was never about comfort, never about hospitality in the modern sense. It was about endurance, how much smoke your lungs could hold, how many insults you could ignore, how many coins you could lose before despair swallowed you whole. And just when you thought you had grown used to its trials, when you believed you had mastered the rhythm of its discomfort, the inn reminded you that danger never slept. For even in the quietest moments, when the fire burned low and voices faded, the night always held the possibility of betrayal, theft, or violence. And that was the paradox every traveler carried with them. You hated the inn, but you needed it. You feared the inn, but you returned to it. You cursed the inn, but you remembered it. It was not simply a building. It was an experience etched into your bones, shaping your journey as much as the road itself. And the cruelest truth was that the inn was not the end of hardship, but its continuation, wrapped in walls that pretended to protect. So, when dawn came again, and you stepped once more into the uncertain road, the memory of the smoky hall lingered in your lungs, reminding you that no matter how far you walked, nightfall would always drive you back to another door, another inn, another gamble with survival. And that realization was the heaviest burden of all, because it whispered a truth no traveler wanted to hear. Escape was impossible, and the cycle would never end. To truly understand the medieval inn, you must step back and see it not as a single building on a lonely road, but as part of a vast and intricate web that stretched across Europe. These inns were not isolated islands of discomfort. They were nodes in a network of survival, each one linked by rumor, necessity, and the endless footsteps of travelers. A pilgrim walking from England to Santiago, a merchant carting goods along the Rhine, or a soldier marching through France. They all carried stories of the inns behind them and fears of the inns ahead. In this way, the medieval inn became less a place and more a rhythm, pulsing through the entire continent like the heartbeat of travel itself. The network had its own hierarchy. Some inns were small roadside hovels, little more than a room of straw with a pot of stew simmering in the corner, while others, especially in larger towns or near city gates, were sprawling complexes with stables, storerooms, and halls that could host dozens at once. The larger establishments often pretended to offer more respectable service, but in truth, size only multiplied the noise, the smoke, and the chance of trouble. If a roadside inn gave you 3 bedmates, a city inn might cram you with 20. The illusion of scale didn't mean comfort, it meant chaos multiplied. And yet, inns became essential waypoints. They were mapped in the minds of travelers long before they were written down on parchment. Pilgrims knew which inns had a reputation for robbery, which ones charged double, which ones were rumored to be haunted by the restless souls of murdered guests. Merchants whispered to one another about safe places to store their goods, and about innkeepers who looked the other way while theft ran rampant. Even knights, hardened by battle, spoke cautiously of certain inns, as if entering them was a campaign all its own. The roads were unpredictable, but the inns carried reputations, and those reputations traveled faster than any cart or horse. Curiously, inns were not just shaped by the travelers who entered them. They shaped the travelers in return. They created a kind of universal language of suffering. A merchant from Italy could bond with a peasant from England over the toughness of stale bread. A soldier from Bohemia could laugh with a pilgrim from Spain about the thickness of smoke that burned their lungs. The details changed, but the hardships were always the same. In this sense, inns were one of the first great equalizers of medieval life. Nobles might travel with more coin, but even they could not escape the fleas, the noise, or the smell. Wealth could buy a softer cloak or a private room, but it could not buy silence or fresh air. Everyone, in the end, was humbled by the same walls. This shared misery explains why inns became such fertile ground for stories. Tales of terrible nights passed from traveler to traveler, becoming almost legendary. An inn with a particularly brutal fight might be remembered decades later, its fame spreading along roads like wildfire. Some stories grew darker with retelling, morphing into folklore. The cursed inn where guests vanished without a trace, the inn haunted by spirits of pilgrims who never reached their shrines, the inn where the host cooked more than animals in the stew pot. Were these tales true? Perhaps some were, but the power of the inn lay not in truth, but in its ability to inspire both fear and fascination. It is almost comic to realize that while these places were despised, they were also magnetic. A man who had survived 3 nights of bites and brawls might still sit by the fire years later, retelling his experiences with a mix of horror and pride. To have endured the inn was to have earned a story worth sharing. In this way, the very misery of the inn became part of its value. Travelers hated them, cursed them, feared them, but they also defined themselves by the fact that they had survived them. The medieval inn was not just a waypoint on the road, it was a trial by fire, a badge of endurance carved into the memory of every weary soul. But beneath this strange camaraderie lay something more haunting. The inn was not just a mirror of the road, it was a mirror of medieval life itself. The bedbugs, the overcrowding, the corruption, the danger, all reflected the larger reality of a world where survival was fragile and fairness was rare. Just as the peasant endured the Lord's taxes and the soldier endured the Lord's wars, so the traveler endured the innkeeper's tricks. The inn condensed all the miseries of the Middle Ages into one smoky hall, a microcosm of hardship where everyone paid too much, slept too little, and feared too deeply. And yet, despite this grim reflection, inns thrived. They did so, not because they offered comfort, but because they were unavoidable. The roads demanded them, and necessity filled their halls. People could grumble, they could tell stories, they could dream of a better world, but when the sun dipped behind the horizon, they always returned to the crooked door of the inn. That inevitability gave the innkeeper his power and made the inn itself eternal. You could hate it with all your soul, but you could not escape it. This is the paradox that makes medieval inns so fascinating to us today. They were prisons of discomfort disguised as sanctuaries, crucibles of fear disguised as havens, places people swore they would avoid but always sought again. And in that contradiction lies their legacy. For even centuries later, when we picture the Middle Ages, we do not imagine travelers resting under stars in quiet fields. We imagine smoky halls, rickety beds, drunken quarrels, and innkeepers with sly eyes watching every coin. That image has endured because the reality endured, shaping not only how people traveled, but how they remembered the very experience of living in a world that was as relentless by night as it was by day. And so, the story of the medieval inn ends not with comfort, nor with escape, but with inevitability. The traveler leaves, only to arrive at another. The cycle of exhaustion repeats, and the memory of smoke and noise becomes part of the endless rhythm of the road. It was a rhythm no one could break, a rhythm that defined the journey itself. And perhaps that is the truest legacy of all. The medieval inn was never just about sleeping. It was about enduring, about surviving, about walking away with a story you could tell, even if it was a story soaked in misery. And if you thought the hardships of the inn ended when you left its doorway, The road was always waiting to remind you that the worst was never behind, only ahead. To understand the medieval inn at its deepest level, one has to see beyond the fleas, the stale bread, and the smoky rafters. Because the inn was not only a place of survival, it was also a stage where human behavior was stripped bare. Within its walls, every instinct, every weakness, and every ambition of the medieval traveler was exposed. The inn was where masks slipped. The weary noble, the desperate pilgrim, the cunning merchant, the swaggering mercenary, all were pressed together in one cramped hall, and in that forced intimacy, truth seeped out in ways it never did in the open road. That is what makes the medieval inn such a fascinating window into the human condition. It compressed society into a single night, revealing not just hardship, but humanity in its rawest form. Consider the pilgrim. His journey was meant to be holy, an act of devotion and sacrifice. Yet in the inn, surrounded by smoke and temptation, his piety was tested. Some prayed through the night, clutching rosaries and chanting hymns to drown out the drunken songs around them. Others, weakened by hunger or weariness, slipped into sin, gambling away their coins, drinking until their words slurred, or even falling into the company of prostitutes who worked discreetly in the darker corners of the hall. The inn, in this sense, became a crucible of faith, where every traveler discovered whether his devotion was stronger than his appetite for comfort, and many times appetite won. The merchant faced different trials. For him, the inn was both opportunity and danger. Deals were struck over mugs of watered ale, secrets exchanged in whispers by the fire. But every bargain carried a shadow, for rivals listened, thieves observed, and innkeepers themselves often sold information to the highest bidder. One slip of the tongue could cost a fortune on the road ahead. Yet merchants kept talking, kept negotiating, because the inn was one of the few places where trade and gossip converged. In the discomfort of the hall, wealth could be made or lost, and that risk gave every conversation the tension of a wager. For mercenaries and soldiers, the inn was both familiar and dangerous terrain. The noise, the boasting, the brawling, all felt like an extension of the campfires they knew so well. But unlike the battlefield, the enemy was not clearly marked. Every drunk with a knife was a potential opponent. Every table could become a barricade. Every spilled drink a spark for violence. To survive in an inn required the same instincts as war. Watch the doors, guard your back, and strike first if you must. Many mercenaries treated inns as training grounds, sharpening their tempers as much as their swords. The irony, of course, was that more blood was sometimes spilled in smoky halls than on the campaigns that brought these men together. And then there was the innkeeper, the quiet master of this theater. He was not merely a provider of food and straw, he was the conductor of chaos. He decided who sat where, who received better portions, who paid more, and who was tolerated when fists began to fly. He balanced greed with caution, cruelty with calculation, always careful never to push so far that his inn emptied, yet never soft enough to lose coin. His power lay not in strength, but in control. Control of the room, control of the fire, control of the fragile illusion that the inn was safer than the road outside. The guests cursed him, but they needed him, and that dependence gave him more authority than most lords had over their peasants. There's a strange comedy in how the inn blurred the lines of society. Outside its doors, the world was rigid, nobles above peasants, clergy above laymen, men above women. But within the smoky hall, these lines blurred. A nobleman might find himself pressed shoulder to shoulder with a peasant, both swatting fleas and choking on smoke. A monk might share a bed with a mercenary, their snores mingling in the same foul air. A prostitute could wield more influence than a knight, drawing coin and attention with ease. For one night, hierarchy was shaken, and everyone became equal in discomfort. Of course, the noble still had his servants, and the peasant still had his patched cloak, but the inn reminded them both that fleas and hunger recognized no class. Inns also served as unofficial courts of public opinion. A traveler boasting too loudly might be mocked until he shrank in shame. A coward caught sneaking away without paying could be dragged back by other guests and humiliated before the room. Songs, jokes, and insults flew across tables, weaving reputations that followed travelers for miles. In this way, the inn acted as a strange kind of stage where reputation was performed, judged, and remembered. You could leave an inn richer in stories or poorer in pride, and sometimes both at once. And perhaps that is the most revealing truth. The medieval inn was not just about endurance. It was about exposure. To step into its hall was to be stripped of pretense. Your hunger showed in how you fought for bread, your fear in how you clutched your purse, your pride in how you argued over insult. The inn magnified everything, your vices, your virtues, your limits. It tested not only your body, but your character. And while some stumbled out weaker, others emerged harder, sharper, forged by nights of smoke, noise, and suspicion. This is why the memory of inns lingered long after the road was behind. They were not merely stops on a journey, but experiences that defined it. To survive the inn was to prove yourself capable of surviving the world itself. And yet, every time you thought you had mastered its trials, a new night in a new hall would remind you that survival was never guaranteed. that humanity, when pressed together in such conditions, could reveal its ugliest and its most surprising sides. And just when you thought the inn had shown you everything, the filth, the greed, the danger, it revealed something else entirely, the quiet reminder that no matter how grim the night, you would still return. Because the road would always lead you back to another door, another smoky fire, another test of endurance. The medieval inn was not simply endured, it was repeated again and again, until the very rhythm of travel became indistinguishable from the rhythm of suffering itself. And in that endless cycle, the inn ceased to be a stop along the way. It became the way itself, a mirror of the road and of the fragile, unrelenting world that shaped every medieval traveler. To truly grasp the hold medieval inns had on travelers, you have to look at how they shaped the very psychology of the road. Because after enough nights spent in smoky halls and flea-ridden beds, a person did not simply carry scars on their skin or debts in their purse. They carried a change in the way they thought, trusted, and remembered. The inn did not just feed or shelter you, it rewired you. Each dawn you walked away lighter in coin, but heavier in suspicion, more hardened, more cautious, and somehow more aware that the world was not built to be kind. And this subtle reshaping of the mind might have been the inn's greatest legacy of all. For one thing, it created a constant state of vigilance. A man who had once been naive, freely sharing stories by the fire, soon learned to keep his words measured. He watched where others sat, listened for the tone of their voices, judged whether they carried hidden knives. The inn trained people to scan faces for signs of deceit, to guard their belongings as if their lives depended on it. In many ways, the inn was a school for suspicion, where every night was a lesson in how little you could trust another human being. It turned travelers into strategists, calculating where to sleep, what to eat, and how much silence was worth. But just as it bred caution, it also sharpened resilience. Every insult endured without retaliation, every night of scratching at flea bites without complaint, every morning when you rose despite the weight of exhaustion. These moments hardened the will. Some chroniclers wrote that the pilgrimage was not only holy because of the road itself, but because of the suffering in the inns, which purified the spirit through discomfort. To endure the smoky chaos without breaking was seen as a mark of strength. And when pilgrims finally reached their shrines, they often spoke not just of the holy relics, but of the nights they had survived in foul beds and noisy halls, as if the endurance of those places was part of their spiritual journey. There is an ironic comedy in how the worst experiences became almost a source of pride. Just as soldiers boasted of scars, travelers boasted of their inns. A merchant might laugh about the night he woke to find a chicken pecking at his face. A soldier might exaggerate the size of the brawl he had survived in a town tavern. Even pilgrims, half ashamed, might whisper of temptations they had resisted or failed to resist. The very misery of the inn transformed into story, and story transformed into currency. To have suffered was to have earned a tale, and to tell that tale was to carve your name into the endless rumor of the road. Still, beneath this bravado, the inn also carved deeper wounds. It reminded every traveler of how fragile life truly was. To fall sick in an inn was to realize that strangers would not care if you lived or died, that the coughing pilgrim beside you might carry death in his breath, that the fire in the hearth might one day consume the walls around you. Survival was never a guarantee, and this awareness gave every step outside the inn a sharper edge. Some carried this dread forever, unable to rest in silence without hearing echoes of snoring drunks or the scrape of knives. Others buried it beneath laughter, pretending the fear was nothing more than another story to tell. But whether admitted or not, the memory remained, shaping how they walked the road ahead. Another layer of psychology came from the constant erosion of dignity. You could be a nobleman, accustomed to feasts and silken sheets, yet in the inn you might find yourself swatting fleas beside a barefoot peasant. You could be a pious monk, yet lie awake, listening to prostitutes bargaining a few feet away. You could be a merchant, counting coins, only to have them stolen before dawn. The inn stripped everyone of illusions. It forced the proud to confront their powerlessness, the holy to face temptation, the rich to taste the bitterness of being cheated. And while this could be humiliating, it also revealed truths. In the end, all were equal in discomfort, bound together by smoke, noise, and fear. It is this strange equality that makes the medieval inn so unforgettable. For one night, a microcosm of society was forced into intimacy. Kings might never sleep there, but knights, monks, peasants, and traders did, and in that press of bodies, the divisions blurred. The inn became a theater of humanity, exposing greed, kindness, cruelty, laughter, despair, all in the same room. And once you had experienced that theater, you could never walk the road the same way again. You saw through people faster, judged them harsher, or sometimes pitied them more. The inn didn't just exhaust your body, it changed how you read the world. And yet, for all its brutality, the inn had an undeniable pull. Perhaps it was because it mirrored life itself, hard, unfair, dangerous, but inescapable. Or perhaps it was because in the very act of enduring, travelers felt a strange kind of meaning. To wake alive, to leave with a story, To know you had passed yet another trial, that gave a bitter satisfaction. It was proof, however twisted, that you belonged to the road, and that belonging, once felt, was impossible to forget. So, when you think of medieval travel, don't picture only the muddy paths or the crumbling bridges. Picture the inn, where bodies pressed together in smoky darkness, where dignity slipped away and suspicion grew sharp, where survival was never certain, but stories were always born. The inn was not simply a stop along the way. It was the forge where travelers were reshaped, where their faith, their pride, and their patience were tested night after night. And though many cursed it, all returned to it, because the road always led back to another crooked doorway, another smoky hall, another night that would change them a little more. And that inevitability left every traveler with the same unsettling thought. If the inn could shape a single night so powerfully, what kind of person would you become after a lifetime of them? By the time a traveler had endured dozens of inns along a long medieval journey, something curious began to happen. The misery, the noise, the filth, and even the danger became so expected that people stopped thinking of them as exceptions. They became the rhythm of travel itself, the constant background hum that shaped how the road was remembered. The bedbugs, the watery stew, the drunken brawls, they were no longer shocking. They were simply the tax of movement, the toll not measured in coin alone, but in patience, health, and sanity. And in that strange acceptance lies the truest portrait of the medieval inn, not a place of comfort, not even truly a place of rest, but an unavoidable ritual that travelers cursed and endured in equal measure. This ritual gave rise to behaviors that bordered on superstition. Pilgrims, for example, often carried small pouches of herbs, lavender, rosemary, sage, not just for fragrance, but as a charm against fleas and sickness. Some placed a sprig of holy palm under their pillow, convinced it would keep nightmares and vermin at bay. Merchants sometimes marked their drinking mugs with chalk crosses, a small plea to divine forces that the ale would not poison them. These gestures may seem quaint to us, but they reveal how little faith travelers placed in the human care of innkeepers. When you doubted the honesty of the man serving your stew, you turned to rituals, prayers, and little talismans to fill the void of trust. The inn also shaped how travelers told time. The rhythm of the road was marked not by clocks, but by meals, fires, and the sounds of an inn coming alive. At dusk, the first flicker of candles meant the bargaining for food was about to begin. At midnight, the hall echoed with drunken shouts and the occasional crash of a mug or bench, and at dawn the inn shifted again, groaning awake with coughing, shuffling, and the cries of stable boys tending to horses. To live on the road was to live by this cycle, so deeply that many chroniclers of the age describe time not in hours but in scenes of inns. I left after the fights had ended, or I arrived before the smoke filled the hall. Inns in their misery became the clocks of the medieval traveler. There is something almost theatrical about how each inn turned into a stage. The actors were always different, yet the script rarely changed. There was the drunk who sang too loudly, the merchant who argued with the innkeeper, the soldiers who sharpened knives in the corner, the pilgrims who prayed with heads bowed, the thief who slipped silently through the crowd. The props were always the same: wooden tables sticky with ale, straw beds scratching the skin, a fire throwing shadows that made every gesture look more dramatic. To enter an inn was to step into a play whose ending you already knew, discomfort, noise, and suspicion, but whose details were unique enough to become your own story. And while the discomfort united everyone, it also revealed the fractures of society. The wealthy found ways to soften their nights, bribing innkeepers for private corners or demanding better cuts of meat. The poor were herded together like cattle, sharing straw and scraps. Yet for all the differences, the inn reminded everyone that human misery was universal. A noble might wake to find a flea crawling on his jeweled hand, just as a peasant did. A merchant's coin purse might vanish as easily as a pilgrim's staff. In this way, the inn stripped away illusions of permanence, reminding everyone that rank and wealth were fragile when the candlelight flickered and shadows grew long. The irony is that despite all the cruelty, some travelers grew attached to the inn's rhythm. The very hardships became familiar, and familiarity bred a strange comfort. To hear the snoring of strangers, to smell the smoke and ale, to feel the straw prickling your skin. These were miseries, yes, but they were expected miseries, and expectations softened their edge. People often fear the unknown more than the unpleasant, and in that sense, inns became dependable. You knew the stew would be bad, you knew the bed would itch, you knew someone would shout or sing off-key, and because you knew, you could brace yourself. Predictable suffering was somehow easier to bear than the uncertain dangers of the road outside. Yet, this predictability also dulled travelers to risks they should have feared. So used to the chaos of brawls, some failed to notice when a fight tipped from jest into deadly violence. So accustomed to the smoke, they ignored the real danger of fire. So resigned to theft, they overlooked the bandit disguised as a harmless guest. The inn's ritual of discomfort created a blindness, a willingness to accept danger as normal, until suddenly normal became fatal. And that is what made the medieval inn both familiar and treacherous. It lulled you into expecting misery while quietly hiding threats far worse than fleas or stale bread. Still, despite the danger, people returned again and again because they had no choice. The inn was the unavoidable companion of the road. You cursed it, you mocked it, you feared it, but you entered its doors because survival demanded it. And every time you did, you surrendered a little more. A few more coins, a little more health, another layer of dignity. Over time, these small surrenders accumulated, wearing down the spirit. To travel long distances meant not only covering miles, but surviving nights that tested your patience as much as the journey tested your body. And yet, within this grinding cycle, stories were born. Tales that pilgrims carried home, tales that merchants shared in markets, tales that soldiers told beside campfires. The inn's cruelty became memory, and memory became legend. The very things that made travelers miserable, the noise, the fights, the stink, also made the inn unforgettable. In surviving it, you earned not only another day on the road, but another story to tell. And in the end, perhaps that was the only true gift the medieval inn offered. Not comfort, not safety, not rest, but stories. Stories forged in smoke, fleas, and exhaustion. Stories that would echo long after the journey was done. And if the traveler thought those stories were enough to balance the misery, the road was always waiting to teach a harsher lesson. Because no matter how many tales you collected, nightfall always brought you back to the same crooked door, the same smoky hall, the same gamble with survival. And the cruel question lingered in every weary mind. How many more nights could you endure before the inn finally claimed more than just your coin? By the 15th stage of this long journey through medieval inns, the pattern has become painfully familiar, yet somehow never less striking. What fascinates is not simply the fleas, the sour ale, or the smoke-filled rafters, but the way these elements combined into a ritual that shaped medieval life. An inn was not just a place to eat and sleep. It was a crucible where endurance was tested, where society's rules bent, and where stories, often bitter, sometimes comical, were forged in the very heart of discomfort. To deepen the picture is to understand how the inn was not merely endured for one night, but how it slowly carved itself into the body and mind of anyone who passed through its crooked doors. One of the most overlooked aspects was the toll it took on the body over time. Sleeping on straw, crawling with vermin, did not just mean one itchy night. It meant sores that could fester, infections that spread, and fatigue that never seemed to lift. Imagine walking for 20 miles the next day, your feet blistered, your back aching from uneven boards, and your arms swollen from flea bites. There are records of pilgrims who wrote that they felt more punished in the inns than on the road itself, as though God had placed trials not on the path, but in the smoky halls where they sought relief. To many, the inn became a kind of purgatory. You entered with hope, endured suffering, and emerged weaker, but somehow still grateful to be alive. The mind, too, bore scars. When you spend night after night surrounded by strangers, some drunk, some armed, some whispering in corners, you never truly rest. Your ears remain tuned for the scrape of steel or the shuffle of a thief's hand. Even in slumber, half your body stays tense, ready to wake if the wrong sound cuts through the chorus of snores. Over time, this fractured sleep shaped the traveler's mentality. Suspicion became second nature. Trust grew rare, and endurance hardened into habit. The inn did not only rob your purse, it robbed your sense of ease, leaving you sharper but also more worn. Yet there was a paradox in this exhaustion. For some, the inn became a strange theater of survival, where each night tested how much misery one could absorb without breaking. A merchant might joke about the toughness of the bread. A soldier might laugh off the bruises from a brawl. A pilgrim might call the smoke a divine trial. Humor became a shield, a way to transform suffering into story. It is telling that many travelers remembered not the miles they walked, but the nights they survived. The inn gave them material to speak of, long after their journey ended, proof of their endurance wrapped in laughter or grim resignation. Curiously, not all inns were equal, and this uncertainty added another layer of tension. Some had reputations for safety, others for robbery, still others for worse. Pilgrims on the road to Santiago often marked certain inns as safe havens, places run by religious orders where rules of hospitality carried some weight. But even there, comfort was never guaranteed. Cleaner straw, perhaps, or food less likely to poison, but still the same crowded rooms and the same restless noise. The mere fact that these were called havens shows how low the bar was set. A place where you were less likely to die of theft or infection counted as merciful. This unpredictability created a culture of rumor and advice. Travelers became living guidebooks, whispering warnings of inns where men had disappeared, or praising those rare places where food was edible, and the host not entirely crooked. Word of mouth traveled faster than horses, shaping reputations that lingered for years. To enter an inn was to enter a hall of stories, some about saints, some about wars, but most about other inns. The memory of suffering traveled in circles, binding strangers together in a shared rhythm of complaint. It is almost comical how this rhythm seeped into the language of the time. Chroniclers and poets alike used inns as metaphors for life itself. smoky, crowded, unfair, but unavoidable. The inn was where fate pressed you close to others, where you surrendered control, where survival meant enduring discomfort. Even today, echoes of that metaphor survive in sayings about rough lodgings or paying too much for too little. The medieval inn imprinted itself not only on bodies and minds, but on culture, a reminder that the road was never free of cost. And then there's the most haunting truth of all. People returned. No matter how bitter the night, no matter how foul the air, the road always led back to another inn. There was no escape from the cycle, because survival demanded it. Each morning you stepped out weaker, more suspicious, but still moving forward toward yet another smoky hall, yet another gamble with fleas, thieves, and fire. The repetition itself became the cruelest lesson, grinding down even the strongest traveler until they accepted misery as ordinary. And perhaps that was the inn's greatest power, not to shock you once, but to erode you slowly, night after night, until hardship felt as natural as breathing. What remains striking, even centuries later, is how much these inns reveal about the human spirit. Faced with filth, danger, and extortion, people still endured. They prayed, they joked, they cursed, but they endured. And in that endurance lay a strange kind of triumph. The medieval inn, in all its cruelty, became a mirror not just of society, but of survival itself. You entered knowing you would suffer, and you left carrying both the marks of the night and the story it gave you. And that story, bitter though it was enough to keep you walking into the next inn and the next until your journey's end. Because in the end, the inn was never just about sleeping. It was about testing the limits of body and spirit, about turning misery into memory, about surviving long enough to tell the tale. And the cruelest part was this. Even as you dreaded it, you longed for it, because the road outside was harsher still. So when the sun set and the shadows stretched, you knew what awaited. Not comfort, not rest, but another chapter in the endless story of endurance written on the straw-strewn floors of medieval inns. And the question pressed into every weary traveler's heart remained the same. How many more nights could you endure before the inn took more than you were willing to give? By the time you reach the 16th layer of this tale, the medieval inn is no longer just a building of timber beams and smoky rafters. It becomes a living metaphor for the entire world in which it thrived. These inns were not simply places where weary feet paused. They were crossroads of humanity, where every class, every vice, and every virtue collided under one sagging roof. And the deeper you look, the more you see that they were mirrors of the medieval condition itself. Harsh, unfair, filled with peril, yet impossible to avoid. To explore them further is to see how they shaped not only journeys, but the very imagination of an age. One of the most fascinating aspects was how inns acted as stages for human storytelling. They were not just places to pass the night, they were where tales were exchanged like currency. Pilgrims recounted miracles they had witnessed or claimed to have witnessed. Merchants exaggerated the dangers of their routes to justify higher prices. Soldiers embellished battles with blood and glory. Each story, whether true or false, found eager ears around the smoky hearth. These stories did more than entertain. They created a shared culture among travelers, knitting together people who might never meet again, but who carried the same rumor or joke onto the next road. The inn was less a shelter than a theater of voices. This constant exchange of words gave inns a dangerous power. They were breeding grounds of rumor. A careless word spoken after too much ale might travel 100 miles by week's end, twisted and repeated until it became something entirely new. Many heresies, rebellions, and even peasant uprisings are thought to have been fueled by conversations in inns, where common folk dared to whisper criticisms of kings or priests. In a time when censorship was fierce, the smoky hall of an inn became one of the few places where ordinary people could speak freely, though freedom always came at a price. A loose tongue could attract the wrong ear, and by morning, a traveler might find himself denounced, pursued, or mysteriously missing. But inns also carried a sacred contradiction. Alongside the gamblers and drunkards, there were always pilgrims with eyes lifted heavenward. Religious orders sometimes ran inns along pilgrimage routes, offering food and beds in the name of charity. Yet even these holy inns were not free of problems. The straw was still itchy, the food still bland, the noise still relentless. Faith did not protect you from fleas, and prayers did little to quiet the snoring. But for many, that very suffering was folded into the meaning of pilgrimage. To endure the discomfort of the inn was to imitate Christ's endurance, to carry one's own small cross along the road. In this way, even misery gained a halo. What is almost comic is how differently groups experienced the same hall. For the mercenary, it was a den of potential fights. For the merchant, a marketplace of whispers. For the pilgrim, a station of penance. For the thief, a banquet of opportunity. The same smoky rafters contained all these perspectives at once, each person seeing not an inn, but a reflection of their own need and fear. That layering of experience is what made the inn so complex. It was never just one thing. It was survival, sin, opportunity, danger, gossip, faith, and extortion all packed into four creaking walls. The sensory details were unforgettable. The dim light from tallow candles made every face look more sinister, every shadow longer. The rough timber walls absorbed the stink of centuries, so that even in silence the air felt thick with ghosts of past travelers. The constant cough of someone sick, the bark of dogs outside, the creak of boots on the floorboards, these sounds etched themselves into memory as much a part of travel as the road itself. And once you had slept in an inn, no matter how briefly, you carried it with you forever, in your clothes, in your lungs, in your stories. Even animals were drawn into the drama. Horses crowded the stables. Bleeding goats sometimes wandered into the halls. Dogs fought over scraps under the tables. Fleas didn't just leap from straw to skin. They came from fur to cloak, from cloak to bed, spreading misery without borders. Travelers sometimes joked that the inn was the true parliament of Europe, because in it, men and beasts alike were forced into noisy debate. And perhaps that joke was not far from the truth, because the inn did serve as one of the rare spaces where all layers of life collided. The legacy of these places can still be traced in culture today. The archetype of the inn scene, a smoky hall, strangers gathered, secrets exchanged, appears in countless novels, plays, and films. From Chaucer's Canterbury Tales to modern fantasy, the inn has remained a symbolic backdrop for stories of chance meetings, hidden danger, and human folly. It resonates because it distills everything raw and unpredictable about life on the road: the lack of control, the mixture of fear and camaraderie, the thin line between survival and disaster. We imagine the medieval inn with both horror and fascination because it embodied the uncertainty of life itself, and therein lies the heart of its endurance. The inn was never truly hated, nor was it ever truly loved. It was endured, and in being endured, it became unforgettable. Every traveler despised its fleas, its noise, its prices, but every traveler also returned because necessity made its crooked doorways inescapable. And each time they returned, they stepped back into the theater of humanity, where greed and generosity, violence and laughter, faith and fear collided under the same smoky rafters. So, when the traveler rose at dawn, coughing the smoke from his lungs, scratching at his arms, lighter in coin but heavier in suspicion, he carried not only the memory of another night survived, but the anticipation of the next one. For the medieval road always led forward, and forward always meant another inn waiting in the shadows. And that knowledge pressed on the mind of every weary soul, that no matter how much you cursed the inn, no matter how much you dreaded its smell and noise, you could never escape it. The road and the inn were bound together, and to travel one was to submit to the other, and this realization, heavier than hunger or fatigue, was what made every dawn on the road both a relief and a promise of the next ordeal. By the 17th stretch of this journey through medieval inns, the story ceases to be only about discomfort and begins to show its deeper layers, how these places became centers of human connection, danger, and transformation all at once. The inn was not just a shelter, it was a crossroads where fates collided. And in this collision lay both misery and meaning, because no traveler ever left unchanged. To deepen this portrait is to see how the medieval inn functioned less like a resting place and more like a stage, on which survival, suspicion, and fleeting companionship played out in every shadow. One of the strongest impressions left by inns was how they forced strangers into sudden intimacy. On the road, you passed others with nods or cautious greetings, but in the inn, you were pressed together, eating from the same pot, breathing the same smoky air, sometimes even sharing the same straw mattress. It was a kind of forced fraternity, equal parts humiliating and oddly humanizing. A merchant who would never dine beside a peasant in his home had no choice but to slurp the same thin stew at the same rough table. A soldier who sneered at pilgrims in the daylight might end up snoring at their side by night. In this enforced proximity, barriers of class and pride blurred, if only for a few hours. But intimacy bred both unexpected fellowship and sudden conflict, reminding every traveler that humanity was as unpredictable as the road itself. This closeness also gave birth to stories of unlikely alliances. There are accounts of pilgrims who began their journey mistrustful of mercenaries, but left with friendships forged through shared misery. In one tale, a group of merchants banded together with wandering monks to protect their wagons after meeting in an inn where thieves prowled. The irony was sharp. The very environment designed to exploit and exhaust travelers sometimes united them. The smoke, the fleas, the noise, they became shared enemies, drawing strangers together into fragile bonds that occasionally lasted beyond the inn's walls. But just as often, those bonds shattered by morning, undone by suspicion or greed. Yet for all the fleeting fellowship, danger always lurked at the edges. Inns were notorious hunting grounds for opportunists. Pickpockets worked the crowded halls with practiced ease, sliding hands into cloaks while attention was drawn to drunken arguments. Prostitutes, sometimes working under the innkeeper's protection, offered companionship, but often left guests lighter in coin and heavier with regret, or worse, with disease. Bandits disguised as travelers used inns as marketplaces for information, listening for careless words about trade goods or wealth, then stalking victims on the road the next day. To relax too much in the warmth of the fire was to invite peril, Every smile carried the possibility of a knife waiting just outside. The duality of inns, half sanctuary, half trap, seeped into medieval culture itself. Writers and chroniclers often used them as metaphors for the world at large. Crowded, unfair, filled with temptation and betrayal, yet utterly unavoidable. The inn was life in miniature, condensed into one smoky hall. You ate what you were given, you endured what you had to, and if you woke up alive, you counted it as fortune. It's telling that many moral tales of the Middle Ages began in inns, using them as backdrops where greed, lust, and deception could be put on display. The setting was familiar to everyone, which made the lessons sting all the sharper. But it wasn't all darkness. Inns also carried moments of unexpected lightness. A wandering minstrel might appear, strumming a lute and filling the hall with song, his verses briefly lifting the gloom. A storyteller might spin a tale so vivid that even the weary forgot their bites and bruises for a few minutes. Children traveling with their families sometimes laughed at the absurdity of it all, chasing chickens across the hall or giggling at the drunks who stumbled over benches. These flashes of levity were fragile, easily drowned by noise or anger, but they gave the inn a strange rhythm, like a storm with brief breaks of sunlight. And perhaps it was this unpredictability that made the inn so unforgettable. You never knew whether the night would end in laughter, blood, or silence. The morning after always carried echoes of the night before. You could read it in the bruises on a man's face, the emptiness of a purse, the smell of vomit in the straw, but you could also read it in the whispered exchanges, the new partnerships forged, or the hurried departures of those who had reason not to linger. Each guest carried the memory of the inn onto the road, sometimes as warning, sometimes as a tale to entertain, sometimes as a scar they would never admit aloud. The inn lived on not just in its smoky walls, but in the minds of those who had endured it, spreading its reputation further with every mile traveled. And this is where the deeper truth emerges. Medieval inns were not just about survival, they were about transformation. They tested how much patience, how much trust, how much resilience you could muster. They stripped travelers of illusions and forced them to face discomfort, temptation, and danger head-on. And while many cursed them, they also shaped the way people remembered their journeys. No one told stories only of roads and fields. They told of nights and inns, of arguments and brawls, of laughter and theft. The inn became the beating heart of travel itself, as essential to the journey as the miles between them. So by the 17th turn of this tale, the inn reveals its full paradox. Hated but necessary, filthy but unforgettable, a place that weakened the body but hardened the spirit. To enter its doors was to gamble not just with comfort but with character, and every traveler who left carried away a little less innocence and a little more wariness. And yet, despite every vow never to return, every traveler did, because the road always led back to another smoky hall, another restless night, another lesson in survival. And it was this inevitability, more than the fleas or the noise, that weighed heaviest of all, the realization that no matter how far you walked, the next inn was already waiting. By the 18th turn of this long descent into the world of medieval inns, we begin to see them not merely as physical spaces of discomfort, but as places that etch themselves into memory and culture. An inn was more than smoke, fleas, and overpriced ale. It was a crucible that produced stories travelers would carry home and retell for years, stories that became warnings, lessons, even entertainment. In that way, the inn's influence did not end at dawn when its doors swung open and weary travelers shuffled back onto the road. It lingered, shaping how people thought of the journey itself, and how society remembered the hardships of travel. One of the most powerful legacies of the inn was the tale of survival. To endure a night in its crowded halls became almost a badge of honor. A pilgrim who returned from Santiago or Canterbury did not only speak of relics and shrines, he spoke of the nights he spent in smoke-choked rooms, of the strangers who threatened to rob him, of the watery stew he forced down despite his nausea. These experiences became as much a part of the pilgrimage as the holy destination. For merchants, the memory of cheating innkeepers and cutthroat companions became cautionary tales to warn apprentices. Soldiers, too, bragged not just about campaigns, but about nights when they fought 3 men in an inn and lived to tell the story. The inn, in essence, was woven into the fabric of every journey's narrative. This explains why so many medieval tales and ballads begin in inns. Chaucer's Canterbury Tales, perhaps the most famous example, opens with travelers gathering at an inn before embarking on their pilgrimage. It wasn't coincidence, it was recognition. The inn was the perfect setting to gather strangers, to force them into interaction, and to expose both their virtues and their vices. The same device appears in folk tales across Europe: the mysterious guest, the drunken boast, the whispered secret overheard by a thief. Audiences recognized these settings because they had lived them, and they knew how quickly an evening in an inn could turn from comedy to tragedy. But there was another layer to these stories: the fear of the sinister inn. Not all tales ended with laughter or lessons. Some inns carried reputations so dark that they became legendary. Travelers whispered of hosts who poisoned their guests to steal their goods, or who dug shallow graves in cellars for those foolish enough to protest their bills. Whether or not these stories were true hardly mattered. They spread because they fit the fears of the time. In an age where law was fragile and roads were dangerous, the inn seemed a likely lair for betrayal. Even today, echoes of this folklore survive in horror stories of haunted inns and cursed taverns, shadows of a fear that once lingered in every medieval traveler's mind. Yet not every story was sinister. Some described moments of humanity shining through the filth. A weary pilgrim remembered being offered a share of bread by a stranger. A merchant recalled a night when laughter over a ridiculous song carried through the smoke and briefly erased the misery. These memories, small as they were, remind us that the inn was not only a crucible of suffering, but also a crucible of connection. Even in the harshest conditions, people found ways to create fleeting warmth. That is perhaps why so many travelers spoke with a kind of reluctant fondness about their worst nights. They hated the misery, but they cherished the survival, and sometimes even the companionship. There is also something to be said about the way inns blurred the line between reality and imagination. After several days on the road, half-starved and half delirious from exhaustion, travelers often misremembered or exaggerated their experiences. The smoke seemed thicker in memory, the fights bloodier, the food fouler. What was once simple discomfort became, in retelling, a brush with death. And so, the inn grew larger in the imagination than in reality, turning into a symbol of travel's hardships. It became shorthand for everything unfair and unpredictable about the medieval world. To say, "I spent the night in an inn," was enough to conjure sympathy or laughter without needing to explain further. This transformation of lived misery into lasting story reveals the inn's paradoxical gift. While it robbed you of sleep, dignity, and coin, it gave you something else in return. A narrative. And narratives were currency in a world starved for entertainment. Around other fires, in other towns, your tale of the inn became part of the collective lore, repeated, reshaped, and carried further than your own feet could travel. In this way, the inn was not only endured, it was immortalized, one smoky, flea-ridden night at a time. But the most compelling part of this legacy is how the inn, hated though it was, became inseparable from the very idea of travel. No one could describe a journey without mentioning the inns along the way, because they were as essential as the roads themselves. They stood at every turn, crooked wooden doors beckoning with false promises of safety. To despise them was natural. To avoid them was impossible, and in that inevitability lay their enduring power. They became part of the identity of travel, as much as hardship, as much as danger, as much as the hope of reaching your destination. So by the 18th part of this tale, the inn reveals itself not only as a place of survival, but as a factory of memory. It stripped you, tested you, cheated you, but it also gave you the very stories by which you would remember your journey. And perhaps that was its cruelest trick, turning your misery into something you would later recount with grim pride, laughter, or even nostalgia. Because once you stepped back onto the road, aching, coughing, and poorer than before, you already knew what the horizon promised. Another inn, another smoky hall, another night of misery to be endured and then retold. And that cycle of suffering transformed into story was the true heartbeat of medieval travel, a rhythm that never ceased until the journey's end. By the 19th layer of this exploration, the medieval inn has long since shed any illusion of being a mere stopover. It becomes clear that these places were not accidental features of the road, but deliberate, vital structures that both enabled and distorted the act of travel. They were institutions as much as they were buildings, and their impact stretched far beyond the wooden beams and smoky rafters that contained them. To understand their full weight, you must see how they influenced economies, politics, and even the imagination of a society that never fully trusted them but could not do without them. First, consider the inn's role in economy. Every inn was a toll booth disguised as hospitality. The innkeeper did not merely sell food or straw, he sold access to survival. Prices fluctuated with the desperation of travelers. If the weather had been cruel, or if the next town was many miles away, you paid double for thin soup and a corner of straw. Inns near bridges or borders became notorious for extortion, their keepers acting less like hosts and more like gatekeepers. A merchant's profits could shrink dramatically over the course of a journey, not because of thieves on the road, but because of the steady drain of inns. The resentment this caused can be traced in medieval records where travelers accused innkeepers of greed, usury, and even collaboration with bandits. And yet no one could boycott them, because to boycott an inn was to sleep in the rain and risk waking to find your horse stolen. Politically, inns were even more significant. They acted as informal nodes of information, places where gossip, news, and rumor were exchanged far faster than through official channels. Kings and lords feared them precisely because they were unpredictable. A careless word spoken by a soldier over ale could become intelligence for the enemy. A complaint muttered by a peasant could become the seed of revolt. Authorities sometimes planted spies in inns or issued regulations on how many guests could gather, but control was nearly impossible. The chaos of the smoky hall made it the perfect place for secrets to slip through. Some rebellions, such as the Peasants' Revolt in England, were said to have gathered momentum in taverns and inns, where talk grew louder with drink and grievance hardened into resolve. Yet the inn was not only feared for political reasons, it was feared spiritually. Preachers railed against them, calling them dens of sin where lust, gambling, and drunkenness thrived. The church encouraged monasteries and hospices to create their own hostels where pilgrims could rest under religious supervision. But even holy shelters were plagued with the same fleas, the same thin gruel, the same overcrowding. The difference lay in the atmosphere. Prayers instead of songs, psalms instead of curses. Still, most travelers preferred secular inns, not because they were cleaner, but because they offered more freedom and sometimes more vice. That tension between sin and necessity made the inn a symbol of moral struggle, a place where even pious pilgrims might falter. And falter they did. Tales abound of pilgrims who intended to spend the night in prayer only to be drawn into dice games or seduced by the laughter of serving women. Merchants who swore to keep their purses tight left lighter, having lost at cards or fallen for a scam. Even monks traveling incognito were sometimes caught up in the noise, their robes stained with ale by morning. These stories circulated as warnings but also as entertainment, reminders that the inn tested not only the body but also the soul. To survive the night with your virtue intact was sometimes harder than surviving with your purse untouched. But not all was vice. Inns also offered rare glimpses of connection that transcended boundaries. A pilgrim from Flanders might sit beside a knight from Castile and realize, between bites of bread, that their lives shared the same miseries. A peasant from the English countryside might listen to tales of distant wars and feel, for the first time, part of a world larger than his village. The inn's chaos created collisions that would never have happened otherwise, collisions that broadened horizons, even as they narrowed purses. It was here that languages mingled, that customs clashed, that Europe, fragmented and feudal, felt briefly like a single restless body. These fleeting encounters shaped memory as much as the suffering did. For many, the inn became the scene they recalled most vividly from their travels. The muddy road, the cold forest, the endless fields, they blurred together. But the smoky hall with its laughter, its shouting, its violence, and its stench, that remained sharp. Travelers could forget the shrine they visited, but not the night they spent pressed against a stranger who coughed all through the dark hours. That sharpness gave the inn its lasting cultural weight, embedding it into ballads, chronicles, and plays. Even centuries later, writers used the inn as shorthand for human folly, for endurance, for the unpredictable theater of survival. And that is perhaps the greatest irony of all. The very thing travelers despised became the thing that defined their journeys. No one praised the stew, yet they spoke endlessly of its thinness. No one enjoyed the fights, yet they retold them with pride. No one longed for fleas, yet the bites became proof of their pilgrimage. The inn transformed misery into memory and memory into legend. It was not comfort that people carried home, but stories. And in those stories, the inn never died. By the 19th part of this tale, the inn stands revealed as something larger than a stopover. It was economy, politics, sin, survival, and story all bound together in one crooked building. To enter its doors was to step into a microcosm of medieval life itself, where class blurred, faith wavered, greed thrived, and endurance was tested. And though every traveler swore they hated it, every traveler knew they would see it again, just a few more miles down the road. That inevitability hung in the mind like a shadow, a constant reminder that the road did not just demand miles from your feet, it demanded nights in smoky halls where your purse, your body, and even your soul were put on trial. And as you stepped back onto the road, coughing, itching, and poorer than before, you could already feel the weight of the next inn waiting, as unavoidable as the horizon itself. By the 20th step into this relentless tale, the medieval inn can no longer be seen simply as a building along the road. It had become a living organism, feeding on travelers' coin, energy, dignity, and sometimes even their hope. To truly grasp its weight, you must see how it functioned not only as a place of survival or suffering, but as a teacher, shaping the way travelers understood the world. Every smoky hall was a classroom, every sleepless night a lesson, and every morning departure an examination of what one had learned. These lessons were rarely gentle, but they were unforgettable, etched into both body and memory. One of the first lessons was about limits. How far could a human body be pushed before it collapsed? Sleeping upright against a wall while strangers jostled you in the night, walking mile after eating nothing but bread that crumbled like dust, enduring smoke that made your eyes burn until they watered. Each inn stretched the threshold of what one could endure. Pilgrims often described the road as a test of faith, but in truth, it was the inns that tested faith most brutally. If you could survive the corruption, the hunger, and the humiliation, perhaps you could survive anything. In that sense, the inn was less a shelter than a proving ground. an ordeal you had to pass through if you wanted to keep moving forward. The next lesson was about trust, or rather its absence. Inns made cynics out of the most naive souls. The cheerful companion who bought you ale might be planning to rob you as you slept. The innkeeper who smiled as he offered you a seat might double your bill by morning. Even the serving maid who laughed at your jokes might be distracting you while her accomplice rifled through your bag. Each encounter was a riddle. Who was genuine and who was a mask? Over time, travelers developed a sixth sense, a way of reading gestures, tones, and eyes with the precision of survival. But this sharpened perception came at a cost, the slow erosion of innocence. By the time you had survived a dozen inns, you no longer met strangers with openness. You met them with calculation, suspicion, and the weary awareness that betrayal could come from anywhere. Yet, the inn also taught lessons about resilience and adaptation. There were tricks every traveler learned: placing shoes under one's head to keep them from being stolen, carrying a knife hidden in the straw, eating only from the top of a communal pot to avoid the worst scraps at the bottom. Some smeared garlic on their skin to repel fleas. Others drank just enough ale to dull the discomfort without surrendering to drunken vulnerability. These strategies turned travelers into experts at survival, people who learned to turn even misery into a kind of craft. In this sense, the inn did not only rob you, it forced you to invent new ways to defend yourself, shaping habits that lasted long after the journey ended. But the greatest lesson of all was about humanity itself. In the compressed, chaotic environment of an inn, human behavior was stripped bare. Pride dissolved when a nobleman itched at flea bites beside a peasant. Piety cracked when a pilgrim lost his temper over a stolen loaf. Greed revealed itself when merchants haggled over straw as fiercely as over silk. And yet, kindness sometimes appeared where you least expected it. A stranger sharing a blanket, a fellow traveler warning you of thieves, a song sung softly in the corner to soothe weary hearts. The inn revealed not just the worst, but also the best of people, though the worst often shouted louder. It was a nightly experiment in what humanity could be under pressure, and every traveler left carrying impressions that shaped how they saw the world. The irony, of course, was that these lessons came wrapped in suffering. You did not learn patience from peace. You learned it from enduring snoring drunks while exhaustion clawed at your eyes. You did not learn vigilance from safety. You learned it from watching shadows shift in candlelight, unsure if they belonged to thieves. You did not learn humility from kindness. You learned it from being overcharged, insulted, and forced to sleep beside coughing strangers. Every virtue the inn gave you was extracted through pain. And yet, these very virtues, patience, vigilance, humility, were the ones you needed most to survive the medieval road. Travelers sometimes admitted, grudgingly, that without inns, the road would have been impossible. Dangerous as they were, they gave the minimum necessary to keep moving. A roof against the rain, a fire against the cold, food that might not kill you. But in giving so little, they forced you to grow stronger, harder, more cunning. And this is perhaps the most uncomfortable truth. The very misery travelers cursed was what shaped them into survivors. Without the hardship of the inns, they might never have reached their destinations at all. The cultural memory of these experiences lingered long after journeys ended. People at home, who never left their villages, often imagined travel as noble or adventurous. But those who had endured inns told a different story. Their tales were filled with fleas, theft, brawls, and food so bad it became a joke. These stories served as warnings, but also as entertainment, passed from hearth to hearth, till the inn became a symbol of the road itself. Even those who had never seen one could picture it. Smoky rafters, shouting voices, shadows thick with danger. The inn became part of Europe's collective imagination, etched not just into travel, but into folklore, literature, and memory. And so, by the 20th chapter of this long unfolding, the medieval inn reveals its most haunting lesson of all, that endurance is not found in comfort, but in discomfort, not in ease, but in struggle. The traveler who cursed the inn at night found, years later, that it was the inn he remembered most vividly, the inn that taught him who he was, the inn that gave him the story he carried home. The inn was a teacher no one wanted, but everyone had. And as the road stretched endlessly ahead, every weary traveler knew the truth that weighed heavier than hunger or fatigue. No matter how much you hated the lesson, the next inn was waiting to teach it again. By the 21st descent into this labyrinth of medieval inns, their presence feels almost mythic, less like ordinary way stations and more like trials placed deliberately on the path, as if the journey itself were conspiring to test those who dared to travel. Each inn was a crucible, burning away illusions of comfort, stripping pride, and replacing hope with lessons written in smoke and sweat. To deepen our gaze here is to see not only how inns shaped individuals, but how they shaped entire societies, influencing law, culture, and even the imagination of generations who dreaded their crooked doors, yet could not escape them. One of the most overlooked aspects of inns was their influence on law and order, or more often, the lack of it. Medieval courts were filled with disputes that began in smoky halls. Thefts in the night, assaults over spilled ale, murders sparked by insults muttered in the corner. Local authorities sometimes imposed regulations on innkeepers. requiring them to vouch for their guests or to keep written accounts of who had passed through. But enforcement was weak, and innkeepers themselves were often complicit in crimes, turning blind eyes to thefts or even arranging them. The irony was cruel. The very places meant to provide shelter often became the most dangerous places on the road. And yet, these legal entanglements only added to the inn's power, making it not just a stage of survival, but a theater of justice and injustice alike. Another dimension was the role of inns in travel infrastructure. Roads themselves were treacherous, muddy, unpaved, and infested with bandits, but inns acted as the fragile threads that kept trade and pilgrimage possible. Without them, long-distance journeys would have collapsed under the weight of hunger and exhaustion. The very existence of networks like the pilgrimage routes to Santiago de Compostela depended on the rhythm of inns, however foul. It is telling that maps from the period often marked not only cities and rivers, but also famous inns, their reputation making them landmarks as important as bridges. They were both dreaded and necessary, like bridges across rivers of suffering that had to be crossed if one wanted to reach anything beyond. Culturally, inns became magnets for storytelling. They were places where oral traditions thrived, where minstrels recited songs for coins, where travelers recounted miracles, curses, or near escapes. Some of these tales blurred into folklore, giving rise to legends of haunted inns, cursed beds, or ghostly travelers who never left. The medieval mind, already steeped in superstition, saw inns not just as physical dangers, but as spiritual thresholds. Some believed evil spirits lingered in crowded halls, feeding on the sins that flourished there. Others believed that prayers muttered at dawn as you left could protect you from the shadows that clung to your clothes. In this way, the inn was both a worldly trial and a spiritual crossroads, and to pass through it was to brush against forces beyond the visible. And yet, despite their dangers, inns also created moments of strange, accidental beauty. Imagine a freezing winter night, when the fire's warmth drew pilgrims, merchants, and mercenaries alike into a tight circle, their breath steaming in the smoky air as someone told a story that made them laugh together. Or imagine a wandering musician whose song briefly silenced the noise, carrying every ear away from discomfort into a shared dream. These moments did not erase the fleas or the thefts, but they glowed in memory, rare embers of light in a landscape otherwise marked by endurance. Travelers cursed inns endlessly, but when they remembered them years later, these fragments of humanity often shone through the gloom. The inn also revealed how societies handled outsiders. A traveler entering a village was a stranger, and strangers were often feared. But the inn offered a liminal space where outsiders could exist temporarily, tolerated because they paid for the privilege. This made inns laboratories of tolerance and suspicion at once. Merchants from distant lands, speaking foreign tongues, could be welcomed for their exotic goods or mocked for their accents. Pilgrims could be admired for their devotion or despised for their raggedness. The inn was society in miniature, a place where prejudices and curiosities collided nightly, and where travelers learned firsthand how fragile the concept of hospitality truly was. Practical curiosities abound, too. Inns sometimes brewed their own ale, though often watered down to stretch profit, leading to complaints so universal they appear in records from England to Italy. Beds, when they existed at all, were often communal, several people to a mattress, stuffed with straw that might have been replaced once a season. Food varied wildly. In prosperous regions, you might be served meat pies or stews. In poorer ones, thin gruel that left you hungrier than before. Guests often supplemented their meals with food they carried themselves. Salted fish or hard bread, which they sometimes hid from innkeepers who charged fees for using their hearths. These details, small as they seem, paint a vivid picture of the daily negotiations of survival. What makes the inn unforgettable is not just these practical hardships, but the way they carved themselves into memory as the essence of travel. Roads blurred together, fields looked alike, but inns were unique in their chaos. Each one became a milestone, a story, a scar. And in this sense, the inn was not just a part of the journey, it was the journey. To travel in the Middle Ages was not to move from shrine to shrine or market to market. It was to move from inn to inn, each one a chapter of the same grim book. By the 21st telling, the medieval inn stands revealed as both prison and passage, crucible and stage, misery and memory. It bound together law, economy, culture, and faith in one crooked structure where survival was never guaranteed, but stories were always born. And every traveler, no matter how much they cursed it, left knowing the truth that gave the inn its enduring power. That the road did not just demand miles of your feet, but nights of your soul, surrendered to smoky halls where fleas, thieves, and whispers waited. And with each mile ahead, the dread grew heavier, because the horizon always promised not peace, but another inn, another trial, another test of how much more a human being could endure. By the 22nd descent into this world of medieval inns, it becomes clear that their significance cannot be measured only in the fleas that crawled through straw or the watered-down ale that soured the stomach. Their true weight lay in how they shaped the psychology of travel, and in doing so, shaped the very character of the medieval age. To endure the road meant to endure the inn, and to endure the inn meant to learn lessons about power, fear, and survival that echoed long after the journey was done. These places were not mere interruptions on the road. They were the road distilled, condensed into four walls where the entire human experience could be witnessed in a single night. One of the most fascinating dimensions of inns was the constant performance of power within their walls. The innkeeper was king in his hall, and travelers who might command respect elsewhere found themselves subject to his will. A nobleman, accustomed to deference, might still be forced to haggle over a bed of straw. A merchant with coffers full of silver might find himself cheated in plain sight, powerless to protest without risking violence. Even armed soldiers had to tread carefully, for an innkeeper could easily turn other guests against them. This shifting of power, however temporary, was unsettling. It reminded every traveler that the road was not ruled by titles or gold alone, but by whoever controlled the food, the fire, and the keys to the stables. In this sense, the inn was both a humbling and a dangerous place. Many records from the time describe nobles and clerics being robbed or humiliated in inns, their authority stripped away the moment they crossed the threshold. For commoners, this was a rare glimpse of equality, however cruel. Everyone itched from the same fleas, everyone coughed from the same smoke, everyone had to pay the same inflated price for bread that tasted of mold. The inn made no permanent changes to the social order. Come morning, the noble would ride away and the peasant would trudge on foot. But for one smoky night, discomfort leveled them in ways no law could. This leveling effect gave inns an odd kind of social function. They became places where people saw one another not as distant classes, but as neighbors in suffering. A knight might discover that a peasant's snores could keep him just as awake as a mercenary's threats. A monk might learn that his prayers were drowned out as easily as a drunkard's songs. These encounters were rarely pleasant, but they were formative, forcing travelers to acknowledge a shared fragility. The inn, in its brutality, reminded everyone that humanity was not divided neatly by status, but united by weakness. And weakness, in turn, bred both resentment and empathy in equal measure. Another dimension of inns was their constant relationship with fear. To step into one was to gamble. Would the night bring food, rest and safety, or theft, illness and danger? Every choice was fraught. Do you share a bed and risk your purse being stolen? Or do you sleep on the floor and risk being trampled in a brawl? Do you eat the stew and gamble with your stomach, or starve until morning? This atmosphere of perpetual risk taught travelers to live in a constant state of alertness, and though exhausting, it prepared them for the larger dangers of the road. If you learned to guard your belongings in an inn, you could guard them against bandits in the forest. If you learned to keep your temper in a crowded hall, you could survive an argument in a market. In this way, the inn was both a menace and a training ground. And yet, fear was never the only flavor in its smoky air. There was also anticipation, even a kind of twisted excitement. What would this inn bring? A fight worth retelling? A story worth laughing at later? A secret overheard that might change tomorrow's path? The very unpredictability of inns made them magnetic. People hated them, cursed them, dreaded them, but they also leaned into their chaos because chaos, at least, was memorable. A smooth road through empty fields left nothing behind, but a night in a smoky hall left scars and scars and stories were what travelers carried home. The inn also served as a stage for identity. Who you were could be reshaped in its shadows. A pilgrim could exaggerate his holiness, praying loudly for all to hear. A merchant could inflate his wealth in hopes of impressing others, or downplay it to avoid attention. A mercenary could boast of victories that never happened, his words echoing as loudly as his sword. In the inn, truth and performance blended, until no one could tell where one ended and the other began. This made inns breeding grounds for deception, but also for reinvention. For a single night, you could play another role in the theater of survival. But of course, by dawn, reality always returned. Practical curiosities further illustrate this duality. Some inns required guests to sleep with their boots on, because space was so crowded that removing them risked theft. Others charged extra for firewood, forcing shivering travelers to decide whether warmth was worth another coin. Guests often kept knives close, not only as weapons, but as utensils, since many inns provided no cutlery. Food was sometimes served in a single pot, with each guest dipping in, a practice that spread illness as efficiently as gossip. These details, while grim, add color to the picture. Survival in an inn was not about rest, but about negotiating one discomfort after another until dawn finally arrived. And when dawn did come, travelers carried the inn with them. They carried its smells in their clothes, its bites on their skin, its noise in their ears. More importantly, they carried its lessons in their minds. Be cautious, be patient, be wary, but also be resilient. These lessons lingered long after the smoke cleared, shaping not only the individual traveler, but the collective memory of what it meant to move through the medieval world. To speak of travel in that age was to speak of inns, because they were the places where journeys were not just endured, but defined. So by the 22nd telling, the medieval inn has become more than a stop along the way. It has become the emblem of travel itself. It was the unavoidable threshold between one stretch of road and the next, the crucible where humanity revealed both its cruelty and its unexpected flashes of kindness. And every time a traveler cursed an inn, swore never to enter one again, or told themselves they could endure no more, the horizon betrayed them with another crooked doorway, another smoky hall, another trial waiting to be faced. And that inevitability, more than the fleas or the fights, was what haunted every weary soul. The knowledge that no matter how far you walked, the inn was always waiting, and the lesson was always the same. Survival came not from comfort, but from enduring the lack of it. By the 23rd turn into this long unraveling of medieval inns, their role has grown so large that they no longer feel like buildings along the road, but like living thresholds that define the rhythm of entire journeys. They were never just places to eat and sleep. They were pressure chambers where travelers were squeezed until their bodies ached, their patience cracked, and their illusions collapsed. To explore them here is to understand how they imprinted themselves not only on individual lives, but on the very imagination of an age, shaping how people remembered travel, how they spoke of hardship, and even how they measured the worth of survival. One striking dimension was how inns became the currency of memory. Pilgrims did not recount their journeys by the miles they walked, but by the nights they survived in smoky halls. A merchant might tell his apprentices, "Beware the inn at the river crossing," as if the inn itself were a landmark equal to the bridge. Even kings and chroniclers who rarely endured them firsthand spoke of inns as symbolic of the hardships their subjects faced. The inn became shorthand for the entire ordeal of travel. Crowded, noisy, overpriced, dangerous, and inescapable. And once that symbol took root, it lived on in tales, ballads, and even sermons, ensuring that no one could think of the road without picturing the inn that came with it. In many ways, the inn worked like a forge for storytelling itself. Its cramped hall, thick with shadows, became the perfect backdrop for rumor and invention. Minstrels exaggerated fights that had occurred the night before. Pilgrims embellished miracles they claimed to have witnessed on the road. Mercenaries turned every scuffle into a saga. The inn didn't just host stories, it demanded them. To survive its discomfort without turning it into a tale was to waste the pain. This explains why so many medieval narratives begin or end in inns, from Chaucer's pilgrims gathering in Southwark to folk tales of travelers tricked, robbed, or blessed in such halls. The inn became a literary device because it was already a lived one, a stage that everyone recognized. Yet the inn's most insidious legacy was how it shaped expectations of suffering. By the 15th or 16th night on the road, travelers no longer hoped for comfort. They braced for misery. They entered inns already scratching at imaginary fleas, already expecting to be overcharged, already planning where to hide their purse while they slept. The dread itself became part of the rhythm of the road, so familiar that it felt almost normal. And here lies the cruelest trick of all. Once you accept suffering as inevitable, you stop fighting against it. In this way, the inn did not just drain travelers of strength, it taught them resignation, a silent endurance that mirrored the larger resignation many medieval people felt about their place in the social order. And yet, within this atmosphere of suffering, flashes of humanity continued to shine through. The inn was where strangers shared bread, where an old woman whispered a prayer for a coughing child, where a minstrel's song lifted hearts for a fleeting moment above the smoke. It was also where alliances were born, merchants deciding to travel together for safety, pilgrims forming groups to pray as they walked, mercenaries hiring themselves out to guard caravans. Out of discomfort came connection, and out of danger came solidarity. The inn did not plan for these bonds, but it created the conditions that made them possible. And though most of these alliances dissolved by dawn, some endured, shaping entire journeys. Practical realities further reveal how deep the inn's influence went. It wasn't only about food and beds. Inns often doubled as post stations, where messages could be left for others along the road. They were also informal banks. As merchants entrusted valuables to innkeepers, sometimes wisely, sometimes fatally, they served as meeting places for guilds, mercenary bands, or pilgrims headed to the same shrine. In this way, the inn became more than just a survival mechanism. It became a node in the network of medieval Europe, binding towns together through the constant churn of people and information. Without them, travel as a social practice might have fractured entirely. Still, the shadow of danger always outweighed the light of connection. Too many travelers lost their lives in fights that erupted over spilled ale. Too many women were harassed or worse in corners where no one intervened. Too many purses vanished into the darkness, leaving their owners stranded and destitute. These darker stories circulated with the same speed as the lighter ones, feeding the inn's dual reputation as both necessary and treacherous. And once fear attached itself to a place, it was difficult to shake off. The inn, therefore, lived on in memory not only as a space of stories, but as a space of scars. This duality, stories and scars, connection and danger, is what gave the inn its lasting cultural grip. People despised them, but could not forget them, cursed them, but retold them, feared them, but always returned. The road itself might change with the seasons, but the inn was constant, always smoky, always noisy, always dangerous, always waiting. And because of that inevitability, It came to symbolize travel itself. To speak of travel in the Middle Ages was to speak of the inn, because without it, no journey could be completed. By the 23rd part of this exploration, the medieval inn emerges less as a waypoint and more as a mirror of life itself. It was hard, unfair, crowded, filled with fleeting joy and lasting pain, but ultimately unavoidable. And every traveler who stepped into one understood the unspoken truth that lay at its heart. No matter how far you walked, no matter how devout or wealthy or careful you were, the inn would always find you again. Another smoky doorway always waited on the horizon, another night where survival would once more be tested. And that inevitability, heavier than hunger or distance, is what haunted every step of the medieval road. By the 24th descent into this long corridor of medieval inns, they no longer appear as incidental places scattered along the road, but as the very architecture of endurance itself. Each one was less a shelter and more a crucible, compressing the raw experience of the medieval world into a single night. They were the condensation of travel into its most volatile form. Hunger, fear, exhaustion, temptation, and fleeting camaraderie, all bound together by the inevitability of dawn. To deepen the view here is to see how the inn stood not only as a necessity for travelers, but as a symbol of how medieval society understood hardship. Something to be endured, rarely to be overcome, and always to be retold. One of the clearest signs of this symbolism was the way inns shaped the language of memory. People did not describe their journeys by landscapes. Few remembered the monotony of fields or the shape of bridges. They remembered the smoky rafters, the brawls that nearly broke out, the stew that turned their stomach, the stolen purse, or the stranger who offered unexpected kindness. The inn became the mile marker of memory. Pilgrims might say it was the night after the inn with the coughing priest, or the morning after the inn where the musicians played. It was always the inn that defined the timeline, because it was the inn that pressed hardest on body and spirit. The inn also shaped expectations of morality. In a world where sermons thundered about sin and virtue, inns functioned as testing grounds for the soul. The temptation to gamble, to drink, to argue, to indulge, or to betray someone's trust was everywhere. For pilgrims, especially, these halls became a paradoxical battlefield, a place meant to serve the journey to holiness that instead lured them toward vice. Chroniclers often moralized about this, warning that the devil himself had more footholds in taverns and inns than on the open road. And perhaps it was true, for where else could one find so many bodies pressed together, tired, desperate, and vulnerable to impulse? The inn was not only a house of rest, it was a house of mirrors, reflecting back every weakness a traveler tried to hide. But the inn was not only about weakness, it was also about the exercise of wit. Many travelers became adept at reading rooms, spotting the signs of a brewing fight, recognizing which innkeepers were sharper than others, and learning how to defend their purses with strategies that bordered on artistry. There were tricks, tying one's belt around a leg to feel if a hand tugged at the purse, sleeping with boots on so as not to lose them, or keeping a dagger hidden under straw. These details reveal how the inn taught vigilance through necessity, how it sharpened survival into an instinct that became second nature. For many, the ability to leave an inn with their possessions intact felt like a small victory, one as satisfying as surviving a storm or evading bandits. Economically, inns became unavoidable leeches on every journey. Their prices were never fair, and yet they were always paid. Merchants often calculated losses, not from thefts, but from the slow bleed of inns, coins disappearing night after night into smoky halls that gave so little in return. Pilgrims sometimes returned home poorer, not because of offerings at shrines, but because of the relentless toll extracted by innkeepers. Records exist of travelers choosing to sleep outdoors to save money, only to lose their horses or be robbed by morning, proving the inn's hold over survival was unbreakable. Whether you surrendered your coins to the innkeeper or your safety to the night, you paid, and either way, the road exacted its price. And yet, it was not always cruelty. The inn also produced unexpected solidarities. People who would never have spoken to each other elsewhere sometimes found themselves united by shared misfortune. A noble might laugh bitterly with a peasant about the taste of burnt stew. A pilgrim might pray for the safety of a mercenary after watching him bleed from a brawl. These fragile connections rarely lasted longer than dawn, but they lingered in memory, shaping how travelers spoke of one another. The inn made clear that, stripped of luxury or title, all humans could be reduced to the same condition: tired bodies longing for sleep, bellies longing for food, souls longing for safety. The sensory details of the inn reinforced this shared humanity. The smell of smoke clinging to cloaks, the chorus of coughing at midnight, the scrape of wooden benches, the itch of straw against the skin. These sensations became universal. Anyone who had traveled more than a few days shared them, no matter their origin. And in this universality lies part of the inn's power. It provided a common vocabulary of suffering. A merchant from Paris and a pilgrim from Naples could bond instantly over the memory of itchy straw or foul ale without sharing a language. The inn was not just a building, it was an experience recognizable across borders. It is almost comic, then, to realize how this misery was folded into nostalgia. Years later, travelers who once cursed inns retold their nights with grim pride or even fond exaggeration. The fleas became fiercer, the brawls bloodier, the food fouler in memory than it had been, in fact. To survive the inn was to earn a story, and a story was worth its weight in discomfort. In this way, the inn became not just a physical test, but a cultural engine, producing tales that outlived the travelers themselves. It was no accident that so many medieval poems, plays, and ballads used inns as settings. They were the most familiar stages of human drama available. By the 24th stage, then, the inn stands revealed as more than shelter, more than danger, more than memory. It was the furnace where body, spirit, and society alike were tested, stripped, and reshaped. It produced scars and stories, caution and camaraderie, laughter and loss. And as every traveler stepped back onto the road at dawn, coughing out the smoke and scratching at the bites, they knew what lay ahead. Another crooked door, another smoky hall, another lesson in endurance waiting to be learned. And the heaviest thought of all was not about the road behind or the road ahead, but about the certainty that no matter how far they traveled, the inn would always find them again. By the 25th layer of this journey into medieval inns, the picture has sharpened into something almost symbolic. The inn as both a prison and a passage, a place everyone despised yet everyone needed. At this stage, it becomes impossible to separate the physical misery from the psychological weight. The inn was not just where bodies were tested, but where minds were reshaped, teaching suspicion, forcing resignation, and whispering a truth that every traveler eventually learned. Survival was not about comfort, it was about endurance. To deepen this chapter is to look at the inn not just as a building, but as an institution that left marks on memory, faith, and even identity. One of the most striking elements of the inn's legacy was the way it lingered in memory long after the journey ended. People did not recall the straight miles of dusty road, the rivers they crossed, or the silent forests. They remembered the smoky hall, the taste of thin stew, the bruises from a drunken brawl. These details etched themselves into the imagination like scars. A pilgrim could return home after years abroad and speak more vividly of one terrible night in a lice-ridden bed than of the relics he had traveled hundreds of miles to see. The inn had a way of overshadowing the destination, becoming the centerpiece of memory rather than the backdrop. And in this sense, it redefined what travel meant. Not a path from one holy site to another, but a chain of survival strung from inn to inn. Religious writers seized on this symbolism. Preachers used inns as metaphors for life itself, temporary, uncomfortable, filled with temptation, and always moving toward the inevitable dawn. Some sermons described the soul as a traveler who spent one night in the inn of the world before moving on to eternity. The imagery resonated because it was so painfully familiar. Everyone who had ever slept under those rafters knew what it meant to endure, to pay too much, to wake unrested, and to step back onto the road weary but alive. The inn became not only a physical reality, but a spiritual allegory, one that shaped how people thought about existence itself. The inn also played a role in shaping identities, particularly through the act of storytelling. To have survived a notorious inn became a badge of honor. Merchants recounted how they protected their purses from thieves. Pilgrims spoke of nights when their faith was tested by hunger or temptation. Soldiers bragged about the brawls they had started or survived. These stories grew larger with every retelling, turning discomfort into legend. The worse the night, the better the story. And in this way, the inn transformed suffering into cultural capital. Your bruises, your scars, your sleepless nights, they became proof not just of your journey, but of your resilience. Practical realities fed these stories, and they remain fascinating. Inns often doubled as makeshift courts, where disputes between travelers were settled in the chaos of the hall, usually with fists or knives. They were also informal banks, where merchants stashed goods in locked chests, trusting, or foolishly trusting, that the innkeeper would guard them. Sometimes they served as post stations, with letters and messages passed along from one guest to another. These functions made the inn more than just a place of food and straw. It became a hub of communication and commerce, however unreliable. It was here that news of wars, plagues, and royal decrees spread more quickly than through official messengers. The inn, with all its flaws, was one of the beating hearts of medieval information. Yet, for all this importance, danger was never far away. Stories of murder in inns circulated widely, and whether exaggerated or not, they carried weight. Some innkeepers were rumored to kill lone travelers for their goods, burying bodies in shallow graves behind the stables. Others were accused of watering ale not only with water, but with strange herbs that dulled senses, making guests easier to rob. Whether true or fabricated, these tales added to the aura of menace that clung to inns. To enter one was to gamble not just with your purse, but sometimes with your life. And this constant shadow of risk hardened travelers, making every dawn feel less like a continuation of the journey and more like a reprieve from a sentence survived. The psychology of the inn was perhaps its most lasting scar. By forcing people into tight quarters with strangers, it trained them in suspicion, but also in adaptation. You learned to read faces, to listen for tones of threat, to calculate risks with every glance. And while this sharpened survival instincts, it also eroded innocence. A pilgrim who began his journey with trust and openness often returned home more guarded, more cynical, more aware of how frail human kindness could be when tested by hunger and greed. The inn reshaped not only the body, but the soul, teaching lessons that travelers carried for the rest of their lives. And yet, alongside suspicion and hardship, the inn also produced moments of strange intimacy. Strangers who might never have spoken outside could, in the haze of smoke and exhaustion, share bread or stories. Sometimes these bonds dissolved by morning, but sometimes they endured, turning into traveling partnerships or friendships carried across miles. The inn created a paradox. It was the place most feared, yet it was also the place where fleeting connections were most likely to form. It revealed both the worst and the best of humanity, compressed into one night, one room, one shared fire. By the 25th part of this unfolding, the medieval inn has revealed itself as more than a setting. It is a character in its own right, shaping every story it touches. It tested faith, eroded innocence, hardened resilience, and demanded memory. Every traveler who stepped inside its crooked doorway emerged changed, poorer, itchier, wearier, but also wiser, sharper, and more full of stories. And though they cursed it with every breath, they also knew a truth that gave the inn its enduring power, that no matter how far they walked, another smoky hall was always waiting. Another trial of survival lay just ahead. And the heaviest weight was not in the purse or the body, but in the knowledge that the journey would never free them from this cycle, that the inn was not just part of the road, but the road itself. By the 26th descent into this dark chronicle of medieval inns, the picture has grown so thick with smoke, noise, and discomfort that one begins to wonder why anyone tolerated them at all. And yet, that is precisely the paradox that gives the inn its enduring grip on history. People despised these places, cursed them, dreaded them, but they could not travel without them. The inn was the shadow that clung to every mile of road, the crooked doorway that marked the passage from one day of hardship to the next. To deepen the view here is to explore how inns became not only unavoidable but formative, how they shaped trust, commerce, imagination, and even the way people measured their own survival. The first thing that strikes us is the inn's constant role as a test of trust. On the road, you were always surrounded by strangers, and the inn forced those strangers into close contact. Here you had to decide, whom could you share a table with? Whom could you risk sleeping beside? Whom could you ask to watch your horse while you stumbled into the hall? Every choice carried risk, and every wrong judgment could cost dearly. A misplaced word might provoke a fight, a moment of inattention might empty your purse, a false sense of security might lead you into an ambush arranged by the innkeeper himself. Yet travelers did not stop trusting. They simply trusted selectively, cautiously, always balancing fear with necessity. Over time, the inn became the crucible where this selective trust was forged, trust that was sharpened like a blade, never soft, but always ready to cut if misused. At the same time, inns played an invisible role in the machinery of commerce. Merchants did not only pass through them, they depended on them to connect routes, arrange deals, and spread information. Some inns became known as trading posts, where caravans met, contracts were drawn, and goods exchanged hands before even reaching a marketplace. In this sense, inns were not just leeches on the economy, they were also arteries through which trade pulsed, however erratically. The irony, of course, was that the same hall that hosted a handshake agreement might, hours later, host a knife fight between drunk soldiers. Commerce and chaos lived under the same roof, and travelers had to navigate both with equal vigilance. The cultural imagination of the Middle Ages also absorbed the inn's contradictions. Writers, poets, and preachers used the inn as a symbol not just of travel, but of life itself. To live, they said, was to spend a night in an inn, short, uncomfortable, filled with temptation, always moving toward the dawn of something greater, or the end of everything. This metaphor stuck because it was so vivid, so immediately recognizable. Everyone who had endured an inn knew how fleeting and miserable it was, and yet how essential. Life, like the inn, could not be skipped. It had to be endured with all its noise and filth until morning came. Practical curiosities enriched this picture. Inns often charged not just for food and lodging, but for the very air you breathed. Some demanded extra coins for firewood, salt, or even the use of a bench. Travelers complained bitterly about watered ale, bread so stale it could break teeth, and beds that collapsed under the weight of more than 2 sleepers. There are records of travelers sneaking their own food into the hall to avoid paying outrageous prices, hiding dried fish or hard bread beneath their cloaks. Others slept fully clothed, boots and all, to make quick escapes if danger came in the night. These habits show how the inn shaped not only experience but behavior. drilling its lessons into every movement. And yet, despite the exploitation, inns also generated moments of strange unity. A group of weary pilgrims might band together to share a loaf of bread. A minstrel's song might hush the noise for a brief spell, pulling strangers into the same rhythm of melody. A merchant might share news of a far-off city that gave others hope for their own journeys. These fragile moments of connection glimmered like embers in the smoke, easily extinguished but never forgotten. They gave travelers just enough reason to hope, enough reason to keep entering those crooked doors again, night after night. The inn also reshaped identity. Stripped of titles, wealth, and privacy, people became equal in suffering. A noble could itch from fleas just as much as a peasant. A priest could lose his purse just as easily as a soldier. These experiences blurred lines of class, at least temporarily, reminding travelers that beneath robes, armor, or fine clothes, they were all human, all vulnerable, all trapped in the same smoky hall. That realization could breed bitterness, but it could also breed empathy. For many, the inn was the only place they ever saw society compressed into one room, without walls to divide high from low. But above all, the inn taught resilience. To endure it was to prove something, not only to others, but to oneself. Surviving a flea-ridden bed, a night of shouting, a morning of foul ale became proof of strength, a story to carry home. Pilgrims who kissed relics might remember the relics faintly, but they never forgot the inns they suffered in along the way. Merchants might boast of profits, but they would always add tales of the smoky halls where they nearly lost it all. Even soldiers returning from campaigns spoke of inns as battlegrounds, just as fierce as any field, only fought with ale, dice, and tempers instead of swords. By the 26th part of this descent, the medieval inn no longer appears as just a waypoint on the road. It is the road's mirror and its prison, the unavoidable stage where every traveler rehearsed the art of survival. It was hated, cursed, and feared, yet it was also remembered, retold, and woven into the very fabric of medieval imagination. And every dawn, when a weary soul stepped out coughing smoke and scratching bites, they carried not just fatigue, but a deeper awareness that the road would always lead them back to another inn, another test, another night where everything they had learned would be tested again. And it was that inevitability, the crooked doorway always waiting on the horizon, that gave the inn its power, heavier than hunger, deeper than exhaustion, and impossible to escape. By the 27th step into this long shadow of medieval inns, it becomes clear that these places were more than crooked buildings with smoky rafters. They were the pulse of the road itself, the unavoidable heartbeat of every journey. To deepen the exploration here is to see how inns did not simply drain travelers with discomfort, but how they became the very stage upon which the drama of travel unfolded. A crucible where human ambition, greed, desperation, and fleeting kindness all collided. What emerges is not just a record of suffering, but a portrait of how the medieval world itself functioned in miniature. One of the most revealing aspects of inns at this stage is their role as melting pots of languages and cultures. Europe in the Middle Ages was a patchwork of dialects and customs, yet within the crowded walls of an inn, these fragments were forced to mingle. A Flemish pilgrim might sit across from an Italian merchant, while a German mercenary muttered curses beside an English minstrel. The result was confusion, yes, but also exchange. Words slipped from one tongue into another, songs were adapted, gestures became universal tools of survival. In some ways, inns helped stitch together the continent's fractured identity. They created an accidental vocabulary of shared experience, proof that even in discomfort, humanity could find ways to understand itself. But communication was not always a bridge, it could also be a weapon. Misunderstandings over language often sparked conflict, with insults imagined where none were intended. A drunken slur in one dialect could sound like a provocation in another. Some travelers deliberately used foreign words to cheat in games or to trick rivals at the table. The inn became a lesson in listening not only to words, but to tone, gesture, and silence. For many, this sharpening of awareness was as crucial as carrying a blade. The crowded hall did not allow mistakes in perception. Misread a glance, and you might wake without your purse or not wake at all. The inn also carried within it the weight of reputation. Certain inns became infamous across regions, whispered about in advance by wary travelers. Avoid the inn by the river crossing, someone might warn, for its keeper waters the ale with more than water. Or, do not trust the inn at the forest's edge. Many entered, few left. Reputation spread faster than the travelers themselves, turning some inns into legends of dread. Others rarely gained fame for their relative safety, becoming havens pilgrims sought out. This system of oral reputation functioned almost like the medieval equivalent of reviews, passed from mouth to mouth, shaping the choices of travelers long before they saw the crooked sign swinging in the wind. Yet, reputation could be manipulated. Some innkeepers spread rumors about rivals to attract more guests. Others bribed minstrels to sing flattering verses about their halls. Still others leaned into their own infamy, deliberately cultivating a reputation for danger to keep guests obedient and quiet. Imagine sitting in a smoky room while the innkeeper's own servant whispered stories of past murders, whether true or not, reminding you to keep your head down and your purse hidden. Fear itself became a commodity, and innkeepers knew how to sell it. Practical curiosities further paint the picture. In some regions, guests had to share beds not only with strangers, but with animals, particularly dogs or goats brought indoors for warmth. In others, bedding was changed so rarely that travelers scratched all night at straw crawling with lice. Food was equally unpredictable. You might receive a hearty stew one night and a broth so thin the next that a coin could be seen at the bottom of the bowl. Some inns doubled as makeshift butcher shops, selling questionable cuts of meat late into the night, while others served bread so hard it was said to double as a weapon in brawls. These details show how the inn shaped even the most basic aspects of human survival: what you ate, where you slept, how you endured. The inn also shaped law and disorder in curious ways. Many towns tried to regulate them, demanding that innkeepers swear oaths of honesty or keep records of guests. But enforcement was weak, and inns often became nests of lawlessness. Some served as safe havens for outlaws, where bribes kept authorities away. Others were suspected of collaborating with bandits, signaling with lanterns to guide robbers toward wealthy guests. This made every inn a gamble not only against discomfort, but against betrayal. To walk through the door was to wager your coin, your health, and sometimes your life against the house odds of survival. And yet, people kept walking through because the road offered no alternatives. Amid all this, the inn's most haunting power was how it reshaped the human psyche. Travelers entered its halls with hope, for warmth, for food, for safety, and left with hardened suspicion. Each night taught them to be more cautious, more defensive, more calculating, but it also gave them stories, and those stories became currency. Around future fires, they could boast of surviving the infamous inn by the marsh, or laugh grimly about the night their boots were stolen from under their head. The inn forced suffering, but it rewarded memory, and memory gave meaning to the hardship. In this way, the inn became not just a place of endurance, but a factory of stories that outlived the travelers themselves. By the 27th part of this descent, the medieval inn has shed any illusion of being a neutral space. It was not just a stopover, it was a theater of human behavior, a mirror that revealed greed, fear, cruelty, and occasionally kindness. It shaped language, culture, reputation, and law, leaving its mark not only on those who passed through, but on the way an entire age thought about travel. And every weary traveler who stepped back onto the road knew what awaited them just beyond the horizon. Another crooked sign swinging in the wind, another smoky hall, another night where survival and story would once again be tested. And it was that certainty, the knowledge that the road always led back to the inn, that gave the medieval journey its peculiar blend of dread and inevitability. By the 28th step into this exploration of medieval inns, their outlines grow sharper still, revealing them less as temporary shelters and more as institutions that shaped entire ways of life. These places were not simply background scenery on the road. They were pressure chambers where society's rules bent and broke, where fear and survival were negotiated night by night, and where the thin line between order and chaos was tested until it frayed. To linger here is to see how inns did not merely serve travelers, but transformed them, pressing lessons into their skin like the smoke that clung to their cloaks long after dawn. One of the most unsettling aspects of inns at this stage is their reputation for duplicity. Many innkeepers walked a tightrope between host and predator. They offered fire and bread with one hand, while the other reached quietly into the pockets of their guests. Some practiced subtler forms of exploitation, charging for everything from a stool by the hearth to the use of a spoon. Others colluded with thieves, pointing out wealthy travelers to bandits who waited on the road beyond town. The inn was supposed to be a place of safety, yet it often functioned as a trap, a place where danger was less obvious but no less lethal. And perhaps the cruelest part was that travelers knew this and still had no choice but to enter, as the night and the wilderness outside were even worse. This duplicity bred a peculiar psychology, the constant tension between gratitude and suspicion. A steaming bowl of stew placed before you could be both salvation and threat. Would it soothe your hunger or poison your gut? A warm bed might bring relief, or might hide vermin that feasted on your skin until morning. Even a smile from the innkeeper could be read two ways, as kindness or as the prelude to betrayal. Every gesture was loaded, every kindness questioned, every comfort doubted. To live in such tension was exhausting, but it also sharpened a traveler's instincts, shaping them into readers of faces, interpreters of silences, detectives of motive. And yet, for all its cruelty, the inn also offered glimpses of rare connection. In the smoky hall, strangers who would never otherwise meet found themselves bound by the same discomfort. Pilgrims might pray together, merchants might share guarded advice about markets ahead, mercenaries might trade boasts of battles fought. These bonds were fragile, but sometimes they extended beyond dawn, with groups banding together for safety on the road. The inn, then, became more than a house of suffering. It was also a house of chance alliances. producing temporary communities forged out of necessity and dissolved by distance. The cultural imagination of the Middle Ages absorbed these contradictions eagerly. Inns became fixtures of plays and tales, settings for tricksters, gamblers, and fools. They appeared in moral sermons as examples of vice, where drink and lust flourished unchecked. They appeared in folklore as places haunted by ghosts of murdered travelers or cursed by acts of greed. They appeared in humor, too, as the butt of jokes about thin ale or lumpy straw. In every genre, the inn was recognized as something both despised and unforgettable. It had lodged itself into the medieval mind as firmly as it lodged fleas into the skin. Practical curiosities bring the picture closer. Some inns required guests to share beds with 3 or 4 strangers, packed so tightly that movement was impossible. Others were so overcrowded that travelers slept sitting against the wall, nodding off in the smoky dark. In winter, animals were often brought indoors, their heat adding to the stench, but also preventing freezing. Meals were inconsistent at best. A pot of stew might contain scraps of meat one night, and the next night, only watery broth with floating onions. And still, every bowl was priced as though it contained gold. To complain was to risk insult or ejection, leaving you to face the cold night without shelter. Even the smallest details carried weight. Some travelers tied their purses to their ankles as they slept, so that a tug in the dark would wake them. Others placed knives under straw for protection, trusting steel more than strangers. Many learned to sleep lightly, ears tuned to the smallest change in breathing or the creak of a floorboard. Survival in an inn was not about rest, but about vigilance, and those who forgot this lesson often paid dearly. In this way, the inn trained people in a kind of nocturnal awareness, forcing them to live in half-sleep, ready to wake at any moment to defend themselves. Yet, there was also a strange beauty to be found in these smoky halls. Sometimes a song rose above the chaos, carrying with it a moment of unity. Sometimes laughter, even bitter laughter, drew people together across languages and classes. Sometimes, as dawn crept through the cracks in the shutters, travelers shared a look of weary solidarity, as if to say, "We survived another night, and that means something." These fragile sparks did not erase the misery, but they gave it meaning. They turned endurance into memory, and memory into story, and story into legend. By the 28th telling, the medieval inn has revealed itself as something far larger than a stop along the way. It was a crucible of duplicity and solidarity, of fear and fleeting kindness, of betrayal and endurance. It shaped how people trusted, how they remembered, and how they told stories. And every traveler who staggered out into the morning light knew the same haunting truth, that the road ahead would not free them, that just beyond the horizon, another crooked doorway was already waiting, another smoky hall where survival and suspicion would once again be tested, and that inevitability, the certainty of the next inn, was what made the medieval journey not just a physical ordeal, but a lifelong lesson in resilience. By the 29th turn into this relentless descent through medieval inns, their portrait is no longer that of rough shelter or reluctant necessity. They now appear as living paradoxes, places that mirrored the entire medieval world within their smoky walls. To sleep in one was to enter a microcosm of society, compressed into a single night where status, morality, survival, and superstition collided. To understand them fully, we must see not only the straw, the stew, and the brawls, but also the invisible forces that haunted them, beliefs, fears, and customs that made these halls as much spiritual battlegrounds as physical ones. One of the most fascinating elements here is how inns became theaters of superstition. In an age where demons, spirits, and curses were thought to linger in every shadow, the crowded, chaotic space of the inn seemed especially dangerous. Travelers often muttered prayers before sleeping, tracing the sign of the cross to ward off evil. Amulets and charms were carried not just against bandits, but against whatever unseen forces might lurk in the rafters. Some inns earned reputations for being cursed, where too many travelers had died suddenly, or where lights flickered as though haunted. People told stories of phantom footsteps in corridors, of beds that seemed to smother sleepers, of whispers heard long after the hall had gone silent. Whether real or imagined, these tales deepened the atmosphere of unease, making every inn not only a place of risk for the body, but also for the soul. The inn was also a theater of ritual. Before food was served, many travelers would insist on watching it ladled directly from the pot, fearing poison or trickery. Before sleep, some would scatter salt around their beds as a protective charm, a tradition rooted in the belief that salt repelled evil. Knives or daggers were often placed under pillows, not only for defense, but as talismans against nightmares or spirits. Even the act of choosing where to sit in the hall carried meaning. Sitting near the hearth promised warmth, but also made you more visible to thieves, while sitting near the wall offered concealment but risked being cornered. Every gesture became ritualized, every action infused with meaning, as though survival depended not only on caution, but on honoring unseen rules. Yet superstition was not always about fear. It was also a source of explanation and control in a world where control was rare. If fleas tormented you, it was said to be punishment for pride. If you lost at dice, it was the devil teaching humility. If your purse was stolen, perhaps it was because you had failed to pray before bed. These beliefs, however harsh, gave shape to chaos. They turned random misfortune into moral lesson, transforming the inn into not just a physical crucible, but a spiritual classroom. The smoky hall was a place where every suffering could be reinterpreted, every misery recast as a test of faith. And still, the inn remained a theater of raw humanity. In the flickering light of tallow candles, one could watch pride dissolve, greed fester, kindness spark, and tempers explode. The same hall might host a group of pilgrims murmuring hymns in one corner while gamblers shouted over dice in another. A minstrel might sing a ballad of love while, at the same time, mercenaries sharpened blades at the table. These juxtapositions made the inn a kaleidoscope of human behavior, sacred and profane, noble and base, all compressed into one suffocating room. And travelers could not help but leave changed, not because they had chosen to reflect, but because the inn forced reflection upon them. Practical curiosities amplified this sense of duality. Some inns forced guests to contribute to chores, chopping wood, hauling water, or cleaning stables in exchange for a cheaper bed. Others employed tricks to stretch resources, such as watering down ale until it was little more than colored liquid, or reusing leftover scraps in endless stews. There were even reports of innkeepers rotating straw bedding from one bed to another without ever replacing it, carrying vermin from guest to guest like an invisible inheritance. And yet, on rare occasions, travelers found generosity. A loaf of bread freely given, a blanket offered without charge, a kind word from a servant who had little to give. These contrasts made the inn unpredictable, as likely to strip you of dignity as to restore a fragment of hope. Even the architecture of inns contributed to their reputation. Many were ramshackle structures with warped beams and uneven floors, their walls blackened by decades of smoke. Windows were few and small, more to keep warmth in than to let light through. Ceilings sagged under the weight of thatch and floors creaked with every step. Privacy was non-existent, and the smell of sweat, smoke, and ale clung to every surface. Yet, in wealthier towns, some inns were sturdier, with plastered walls, larger hearths, and stables well built to protect valuable horses. These differences fueled envy and complaint. Why should one traveler endure filth while another enjoyed relative comfort when both had paid dearly? This disparity itself became another story to tell on the road, another reminder that chance ruled travel as much as choice. But perhaps the deepest imprint of the inn was how it bent the passage of time. A night in a smoky hall seemed to last longer than a day's march. Every creak, cough, shout, and drunken snore stretched the hours into what felt like eternity. Dawn, when it came, was both relief and rebuke. Relief that the night was survived. Rebuke that another inn still lay ahead. Time in inns was not measured by clocks, but by discomfort, by how long it took for straw to itch, for hunger to return, for fear to give way to exhaustion. And this stretching of time etched itself into memory, ensuring that the inn loomed larger in recollection than any road or shrine. By the 29th part of this descent, the medieval inn stands revealed as a paradox layered upon paradox, a place of shelter that threatened, a house of vice that sometimes birthed kindness, a hall of superstition that imposed meaning on chaos. It shaped not only the body's endurance, but the soul's interpretation of suffering, embedding itself so deeply in memory that it became inseparable from the idea of travel itself. And as each traveler stepped back into the daylight, blinking away smoke and scratching at bites, they knew what still awaited beyond the bend in the road. Another crooked doorway, another smoky hall, another trial where body and spirit alike would be tested again. And that inevitability, heavier than coin or hunger, was what made the medieval road not simply a path through space, but a descent through human endurance itself. By the 30th descent into the smoky labyrinth of medieval inns, we can no longer treat them as simple hostels on a rough road. They emerge instead as crucibles that shape the rhythm of entire journeys, institutions as essential to survival as bridges or markets, yet also as dreaded as bandits or storms. At this point, the question is not whether they offered rest, they rarely did, but how they imprinted themselves so deeply into the medieval imagination that even centuries later, their shadow still lingers in literature, folklore, and collective memory. To understand them here is to see how they governed not only bodies but minds, bending time, trust, and even morality beneath their crooked beams. One of the most revealing aspects of the inn at this stage is its role in shaping social theater. Nowhere else were such stark juxtapositions so visible. A knight seated beside a beggar, a monk elbow to elbow with a gambler, a merchant haggling for stew while a mercenary sharpened his sword in the corner. The inn collapsed social hierarchies, at least for a few suffocating hours. A nobleman accustomed to silence and deference found himself keeping his temper as drunks shouted across the hall. A poor pilgrim might witness a bishop scratching at fleas on straw no cleaner than his own. These moments were humiliating to some and liberating to others, but for all, they revealed the fragility of order. In that hall, power meant little if your purse could vanish in the dark or if a brawl could topple you into the fire. The inn was also where reputations were made or destroyed. Merchants whispered deals over ale, and soldiers recruited companions for future campaigns. Pilgrims might find sponsors, or else find their piety mocked by cynics who saw devotion as naivety. A careless word spoken in smoke might echo far beyond the inn's walls, carried by other travelers to distant towns. In this way, the inn functioned like a primitive printing press, amplifying stories, spreading gossip, shaping identities. A man might leave an inn not only poor but with his name blackened, or more rarely, with his bravery or wit celebrated across regions. Yet this amplification also bred danger. Lies traveled faster than truth, and inns were perfect breeding grounds for slander. Tales of thefts or betrayals, true or not, spread until they became accepted as fact. In such an environment, one's reputation was as vulnerable as one's purse. This explains why some travelers took pains to control their image in the hall, speaking carefully, avoiding drunkenness, even hiring minstrels to sing flattering verses about their journeys. The Smoky Inn was not just a shelter but a stage, and every guest an unwilling actor performing for an audience that could make or unmake their story. Superstition deepened the drama. It was widely believed that inns, especially isolated ones, were liminal places where the natural and supernatural overlapped. Spirits of murdered travelers were thought to linger, whispering through rafters or rattling shutters at night. Dice games were seen as invitations to demons, their outcomes decided not by chance but by unseen forces testing the soul. Even illnesses contracted in inns, fevers from poor air, stomach sickness from spoiled food, were sometimes interpreted as curses rather than infections. These beliefs made the inn not just dangerous but uncanny, a place where the familiar rules of the world seemed to falter, leaving guests to wonder whether they were battling men, fate, or something darker. Practical curiosities sharpen this eerie picture. Inns often lit their halls with tallow candles, their greasy smoke mixing with the haze of the hearth until air itself felt heavy. Light was dim, shadows stretched, and faces seemed half hidden even at close range. This made thefts easier, fights more likely, and fear more constant. Food was served in thick wooden bowls rarely scrubbed clean, their surfaces soaked with years of grease and ale. Knives, brought by the guests themselves, often served double duty, first as utensils, later as weapons. And the soundscape was relentless. Coughing, muttering, clattering bowls, dice-rolling dogs, barking all under the constant low hum of voices rising and falling like a storm. Sleep was not so much rest as surrender, and even that surrender carried risk. The psychology of the inn was therefore one of constant half-awareness. To survive meant to live in a state of readiness, ready to wake if a shadow loomed, ready to defend if a hand brushed your purse, ready to flee if shouts turned into violence. Over time, travelers adapted. Some trained themselves to sleep lightly, one hand on their knife. Others sought to blend into shadows, neither too loud to draw attention nor too quiet to seem suspicious. Some even formed temporary packs. You watch tonight, I'll watch tomorrow. This constant adjustment transformed the inn into a training ground for vigilance, shaping travelers into people who thought in terms of survival rather than rest. But it would be too simple to say the inn was only misery. It was also, in strange and fleeting ways, a place of intimacy. Strangers who might never have spoken outside shared bread across the same table. A lullaby sung softly by a mother for her child might hush even the drunkest of soldiers. A minstrel's song, however coarse, might lift hearts above the gloom for a few minutes. These fragile moments of humanity glowed all the brighter because they came in such dark surroundings. They did not erase the discomfort, but they reminded travelers that even in smoke and fear, kindness could flicker like a candle in the rafters. By the 30th telling, the medieval inn stands revealed as something larger than a waypoint. It was a crucible of reputation, a stage for humanity's frailties, a haunted hall of superstition, and a relentless teacher of vigilance. Every dawn that followed felt less like liberation and more like a pause before the next trial. And as weary travelers stepped back into the daylight, scratching at bites and counting their remaining coins, they knew with chilling certainty that the horizon ahead carried not just miles of road, but another crooked doorway, another smoky hall, another night where survival and story would once again be tested. And that inevitability, that endless cycle, was what made the medieval road not simply a path of distance, but a journey into the raw core of endurance itself. By the 31st turn into this grim journey through medieval inns, the subject reveals yet another depth. Their role not just as backdrops of suffering or crossroads of humanity, but as laboratories where survival instincts, social order, and even cultural imagination were tested to their limits. If the inn by this stage of our descent looks like a crooked stage, then every night was a performance, part necessity, part gamble, and part spiritual trial. What makes this chapter so gripping is not only the filth and danger, but the way inns quietly shape the character of entire generations of travelers, leaving behind scars that were physical, psychological, and cultural. One of the most intriguing aspects is how inns became schools of improvisation. Every night posed new dilemmas. Do you sit near the fire and risk a thief's eye, or retreat to a shadowy corner and risk being trampled in a brawl? Do you trust the merchant who offers to share food, or suspect him of poisoning your bowl to lighten your purse later? These small choices demanded constant adaptation. Over time, travelers developed a repertoire of tricks, stuffing coins into their boots, tying their belongings to their wrists while they slept, using their own cloaks as bedding to avoid lice-infested straw. In this sense, the inn turned every guest into both strategist and gambler, each decision balancing survival against exhaustion. But it wasn't only individuals who adapted. Inns themselves adapted, reflecting the towns and regions they served. In busy trade centers, some inns became almost proto-hotels, with slightly cleaner rooms and spaces for merchants to store their wares under lock and key. In remote villages, however, inns blurred into barns, with animals and people crammed together under one leaking roof. This variance meant that travelers never quite knew what to expect. A night of relative comfort might be followed by one of pure misery. This unpredictability itself became part of the inn's power. The inability to anticipate bred constant tension, ensuring that even seasoned travelers approached every doorway with suspicion. Economically, the inn was also a hidden tax on travel. The coins, surrendered each night, weighed as heavily as tolls on bridges or duties at city gates. For merchants, this cost had to be factored into their prices. For pilgrims, it often meant begging or working odd jobs along the road to afford the next smoky haul. Some records tell of pilgrims selling their cloaks or shoes just to afford shelter, walking barefoot the next day. Others tried to sleep outdoors, only to be robbed or frozen by morning. The inn's stranglehold on survival was complete. It drained coin relentlessly, yet it was cheaper than death. The inn also revealed how society understood morality. Preachers railed against them as dens of sin, warning that gambling, drunkenness, and lust thrived more there than on any battlefield. Yet the church, too, built hostels along pilgrim routes, proof that even holiness could not ignore the practical necessity of beds and bread. This tension created a strange double image, the inn as both unavoidable evil and reluctant sanctuary. And travelers themselves embodied this paradox. Many prayed fervently at dawn after nights spent in dice games or quarrels, as if the sins of the smoky hall could be purged by the first step back onto the road. Superstition further intensified the inn's atmosphere. Shadows in corners became breeding grounds for ghost stories. Some inns were rumored to be haunted by murdered travelers, their restless spirits whispering in the night. Others were thought cursed, where crops failed or sickness spread after too many died within their walls. It is telling that even centuries later, ghostly inns remain a fixture of folklore and literature. People instinctively associated these places with the uncanny, as if the smoke, the noise, and the sleeplessness themselves opened cracks between worlds. The inn was not just feared for its fleas or thieves. It was feared as a place where the veil of safety and sanity thinned. And yet, alongside dread, there was fascination. Travelers collected stories of infamous inns the way others collected relics. To say you had survived a notorious haul was almost a badge of honor, a tale to boast of back home. Even misery became currency in memory, retold with exaggeration, till it became legend. This is why the inn never vanished from Europe's imagination. It produced not only discomfort, but narrative, and narrative was what bound communities together around fires and tables long after the journey ended. Practical details sharpened this understanding. Meals were often served communally, from one pot into which everyone dipped their spoons. This not only spread disease, but also produced endless disputes. Who had taken more, who had stolen meat before others had their share. Beds were rarely private. Some slept 4 or 5 to a mattress, rolling into each other as they fought for space. The noise was constant, groaning timbers, coughing children, the mutter of dice, the snore of strangers. Sleep, if it came at all, came in fragments, leaving travelers to step back onto the road more weary than when they arrived. Yet somehow, people endured, because there was no alternative. By the 31st telling, the medieval inn emerges as a paradox so sharp it defines the entire concept of travel in that age. It was a place of necessity that taught distrust, a place of suffering that produced stories, a place of danger that sometimes birthed solidarity. And every dawn, when travelers blinked into the gray light, they knew what still awaited them. Not peace, not safety, but another crooked doorway just down the road, another smoky hall where body, soul, and coin would once again be tested. That inevitability, the certainty of yet another trial, was what made the medieval journey less about distance and more about endurance, with the inn as its most relentless teacher. By the 32nd descent into the smoky, crowded world of medieval inns, they reveal themselves as something even more profound. Institutions that were never neutral, but active participants in shaping the rhythms of medieval life. To spend a night in one was not simply to endure hunger, fleas, and noise. It was to be thrown into a crucible where reputation, survival, and even belief were constantly tested. At this point, the inn has become less a backdrop and more a mirror, reflecting the cracks and contradictions of an entire society. The question is no longer what was it like to stay in an inn, but what did inns do to the people who passed through them, and what traces did those people carry with them after dawn broke? One of the most striking realities of the inn was its function as a stage of constant negotiation. Everything had to be bargained: the price of stew, the quality of straw, even the right to sit near the hearth. There was rarely a fixed rate, and travelers quickly learned that the first price offered was never the final one. A wealthy merchant might be asked for triple what a ragged pilgrim paid, while a soldier with a sword on his hip might be charged nothing at all, out of fear or strategy. In this way, every inn became a miniature marketplace, but one where the goods were survival itself. This constant haggling did not just drain coins, it taught people how to read power, how to manipulate sympathy, and how to gauge the thin line between exploitation and generosity. The inn also acted as a stage for performance, not just of bargaining, but of identity. Many travelers exaggerated or concealed parts of themselves to gain advantage. A merchant might pretend to be poorer than he was, wearing ragged clothes to avoid attention. A pilgrim might emphasize his piety, hoping for charity or at least protection from scorn. Mercenaries often bragged of past battles, both to intimidate and to attract employers. Every guest became an actor in a smoky play where survival was the script, and this role-playing sometimes blurred into reality. Travelers who pretended long enough began to believe their own performances, reshaping themselves according to the demands of the inn. What makes this dynamic more fascinating is how it fed into storytelling. Inns were not only places of survival, they were factories of tales. A fight over dice might be retold as a great battle. A theft in the night might become a ghost story. A miserably thin stew might be remembered as poison brewed by a cunning innkeeper. These stories spread like wildfire, shaping the reputations of inns far and wide. Some halls became infamous for violence, others for supernatural encounters, still others for being strangely generous. In this way, the inn's influence stretched far beyond its crooked beams. It extended into the cultural imagination, becoming legend as much as reality. Practical curiosities bring this into sharper focus. The communal bowls of food were breeding grounds for both disease and disputes. It was common for travelers to accuse each other of hoarding the best pieces of meat or sneaking extra bread when others were not looking. Beds, such as they were, only heightened the sense of vulnerability. Sleeping shoulder to shoulder with strangers meant sharing snores, coughs, and occasionally blows, as tempers flared in the night. Some travelers developed the habit of sleeping in shifts, with one awake to guard belongings while the others dozed. These habits tell us that the inn was not simply endured, it actively reshaped behavior, forcing people to invent new strategies of survival. Superstition, too, played its part in these nightly performances. Travelers whispered charms against thieves, prayed loudly to ward off spirits, or carried small relics to place under their pillows. Some avoided sitting with their backs to the door, fearing both earthly knives and unearthly forces. When strange noises echoed from rafters, creaking beams, rats scurrying, or shutters banging in the wind, they were often interpreted as omens or hauntings. The smoky hall, already crowded with bodies, became crowded also with unseen presences, real or imagined. This spiritual unease magnified the physical discomfort, turning every inn into a liminal space where reality and superstition blurred. And yet, it was precisely this atmosphere that produced moments of startling intimacy. Strangers shared food, not out of charity, but because refusing could spark conflict. Song sometimes rose above the chaos, drawing voices together in rough harmony. Laughter, even bitter laughter, echoed through the smoke when someone slipped, stumbled, or told a joke that pierced the gloom. These fleeting bonds rarely lasted beyond dawn, but they gave shape to memory. Travelers did not only recall the misery, they recalled the moments when misery cracked open into connection. And it was this blend, fear and fellowship, suspicion and solidarity, that gave the inn its peculiar hold over the imagination. Economically, inns were also part of a larger network that stretched across Europe. Pilgrim roads like the Camino de Santiago or trade routes like those linking the Baltic to the Mediterranean depended on the rhythm of inns. They were the fragile bridges between one stage of the road and the next. Without them, travel would have been nearly impossible. But because of them, travel became an ordeal that reshaped expectations. People came to accept discomfort as the price of movement, to see endurance as a virtue, and to measure journeys not only in miles but in nights survived. In this way, inns contributed not just to commerce and pilgrimage, but to the very ethos of medieval travel. By the 32nd telling, the medieval inn no longer appears as a curiosity on the roadside. It has become a lens through which we can see the medieval world itself, a world of negotiation, performance, superstition, misery, and fleeting fellowship. To step into an inn was to enter society in miniature, compressed into smoke, noise, and risk. And every traveler who stepped back onto the road carried not just bites, bruises, and fewer coins, but a story that would outlast the journey. And the heaviest truth of all was this: no matter how far they walked, another smoky hall waited just beyond the horizon. another crucible, where their body, their purse, and even their soul would once again be tested. And that inevitability, hanging over every mile, was the true burden of the medieval road. By the 33rd descent into the smoke-filled halls of medieval inns, their outlines sharpened into something even more unsettling. They were not just points on a map or way stations for weary travelers. They were crucibles where the darkest instincts of human behavior collided with the most fragile glimpses of fellowship. What makes them fascinating at this stage is not merely their filth or their chaos, but how they became reflections of the world outside their walls, concentrated into a single, suffocating space. Each inn was a miniature kingdom without a crown, a theater where power, vice, and survival staged their nightly dramas. To step inside was to step into a performance you could neither script nor avoid. One of the most powerful dynamics inside the inn was its hierarchy of noise. Not all voices carried the same weight. The drunk mercenary at the center table could silence half the hall with a bellow, while a quiet pilgrim's prayer was drowned in laughter. The inn became a competition of sound, where dominance was asserted not through reason but through volume. The loudest tale, the rowdiest song, the sharpest insult, these ruled the smoky air. And yet, silence had its own strange authority. The solitary traveler who kept quiet in the corner often drew more suspicion than the braggart who shouted. In such a place, noise itself was currency, and every guest had to learn when to spend it and when to hoard it. This hierarchy extended into the distribution of space. The hearth was the throne, its warmth reserved for those with coin or menace enough to claim it. The tables in the center belonged to gamblers, drinkers, and fighters. The edges of the hall, dimly lit and damp, were left to the poor, the weary, or the cautious. Every position carried meaning. To sit near the fire was to declare yourself strong. To linger in the shadows was to declare yourself vulnerable, or cunning. And travelers, acutely aware of how space translated into survival, maneuvered carefully, often choosing discomfort over visibility. The inn's very floor plan was a map of power and fear. Yet power in the inn was rarely stable. A single insult could turn a gambler's table into a battlefield. A spilled drink might escalate into knives drawn, while the innkeeper shouted or hid, depending on which outcome seemed most profitable. Violence was always a possibility, and it often came suddenly, without warning. But what is striking is how normalized it was. Travelers expected brawls the way they expected fleas. To pass through an inn without witnessing or hearing of violence was almost an exception. And this expectation reshaped behavior, teaching people to calculate risks constantly, to keep one hand on their purse and another on their blade, to never assume peace would last. The inn also functioned as a place where stories grew sharper, often becoming weapons themselves. Reputation could protect or endanger you. A man rumored to be a killer might be left alone, whether the rumor was true or not. A woman rumored to be cursed might be denied a place near the fire. These stories circulated with frightening speed, spreading from inn to inn along the roads like invisible travelers of their own. Sometimes they worked like shields, sometimes like snares, but either way, they shaped how guests were treated long before their words or actions had a chance to. In this sense, inns did not just generate stories, they enforced them, turning rumor into reality. Superstition thickened the air alongside the smoke. Many believed inns were places where the spiritual world pressed closest to the physical. Tales of ghosts, demons, or curses were not just entertainment. They were explanations for the misfortunes that inevitably followed a night under such roofs. If dice fell too perfectly for one man, whispers spread that the devil himself had weighted them. If someone sickened the morning after a meal, people muttered of witchcraft. These interpretations gave the inn a supernatural charge, transforming its discomforts into omens, its accidents into punishments. And while rational voices might scoff, even the skeptics often crossed themselves before sleeping just in case. Practical details only deepened this atmosphere. The air was heavy with the mingling of sweat, smoke, wet wool, and spilled ale, so thick it clung to clothes for days. Rats scurried openly across floors, bold enough to steal scraps from under tables. Dogs, often half wild, fought for bones thrown into corners. Candles sputtered, leaving long stretches of the hall in near darkness where shadows shifted with every movement. Privacy was a luxury no one had, and even sleep was rarely private. Snores, coughs, and mutters from dreams blended into a chorus that made rest nearly impossible. In such conditions, the line between vigilance and paranoia blurred until they became indistinguishable. And yet, amid this chaos, strange forms of fellowship emerged. A shared laugh at a joke, a song sung in unison, or a loaf of bread divided among strangers, could momentarily transform the hall from a place of menace to a place of community. These moments were fleeting, often shattered by the next fight or theft, but they lingered in memory precisely because they were so rare. For many travelers, the story of their journey was not only one of suffering, but also of these sparks of unexpected humanity, which shone brighter precisely because they were surrounded by darkness. By the 33rd telling, the medieval inn has revealed itself as a paradox sharpened to its most uncomfortable edge, a place of noise that silenced some, a place of power that shifted with every breath, a place of suspicion that sometimes birthed solidarity. It was society in miniature, distilled into its most volatile elements, where every night was a gamble, every story a weapon, and every shadow a threat. And as travelers stumbled out into the gray dawn, blinking through smoke and counting their remaining coins, they knew the horizon held no escape. Only another crooked doorway, another hall of noise and menace, another test of how much more they could endure. And that inevitability, the inescapable return to yet another inn, was what gave the medieval road its peculiar weight, heavier than distance, heavier than hunger, heavier than time itself. By the 34th descent into the grim yet fascinating world of medieval inns, the image has grown more complete, showing us not only the fleas and fights, but the way these places functioned as living engines of society. They were less buildings than crossroads of necessity, where power, desperation, superstition, and survival collided with such intensity that no one left unchanged. Every inn was its own world, and every world carried within it the same contradictions: fear and fellowship, greed and generosity, cruelty and fleeting kindness. To enter one was to step into a story you could not control, yet one that would cling to you for the rest of your life. Perhaps the most revealing quality of inns at this stage is how they acted as mirrors of inequality. The same smoky hall contained both nobles in fine cloaks and peasants in rags, both paying for food that tasted equally foul and sleeping on straw that itched just as much. For a few hours, wealth seemed irrelevant. Everyone coughed from the same smoke, everyone swatted at the same vermin. And yet, inequality did not vanish. It changed form. A noble might buy a better seat near the hearth or bribe the innkeeper to clear space around his bed. A peasant might be shoved into the darkest corner, left to shiver in damp straw. These shifting balances of equality and hierarchy made the inn a stage where the rigid medieval social order briefly bent, only to harden again by dawn. The tension between classes could erupt. Merchants and knights often clashed over dice games, their pride stung by accusations of cheating. Pilgrims sometimes mocked nobles who complained of discomfort, reminding them that suffering was supposed to be part of the holy road. Even monks, supposedly immune to worldly tempers, were known to quarrel when their purses grew lighter from overcharged stew. And yet, these conflicts rarely led to lasting divisions. By morning, everyone stumbled back onto the same road, equally weary, equally poor, equally shaped by the hall's cruelty. This shared endurance became a strange kind of bond, remembered long after the quarrels faded. What is fascinating is how these interactions fed into the culture of memory. People did not return home speaking of landscapes or shrines, so much as of the inns where they had suffered together. A nobleman might tell his household how he slept beside coughing peasants, exaggerating the humility of his pilgrimage. A merchant might boast of outwitting an innkeeper's tricks. A pilgrim might recount the night when laughter drowned out despair. These stories circulated through villages, towns, and courts, embedding the inn into the collective imagination as both a trial and a teacher. The hall was more than shelter. It was a producer of memory that shaped how entire communities understood travel itself. Practical realities reinforced this role. Inns were often the only places where news traveled quickly. Merchants carried rumors of distant markets. Pilgrims spread tales of shrines. Soldiers retold the progress of wars. An inn's smoky air was as much filled with information as with noise and stench. This meant that even those who never left their villages eventually felt the echo of inns through the stories that returned home. In this way, inns were not only crucibles of endurance, but channels of communication, crude but effective arteries of medieval Europe. And yet, the information was as unreliable as the food. Lies spread as easily as truth. A single rumor invented over ale could ripple down the roads for weeks, gaining weight with every retelling. Some innkeepers even fueled rumors deliberately, knowing that a reputation for danger or for safety could shape their business. Travelers themselves often embroidered their tales, turning simple discomforts into grand ordeals. In this way, the inn was both a transmitter and a distorter of truth, ensuring that what people remembered was never quite what had actually happened. Superstition added yet another layer to this atmosphere. Many travelers believed that the air in inns was unhealthy, poisoned by smoke and sin. Some thought evil spirits lingered in rafters, blackened by decades of soot. Others swore that dice games summoned demons, or that shadows in corners were ghosts of those who had been robbed and murdered. These beliefs heightened every creak of timber, every flicker of candlelight, until the inn became more than uncomfortable. It became uncanny. Even the most skeptical guest might mutter a prayer before sleep, unwilling to gamble with forces unseen. Yet, paradoxically, it was this very sense of menace that made inns fertile ground for fleeting intimacy. Strangers who distrusted each other by day sometimes formed alliances by night, watching over each other's belongings, sharing food, or even joining forces for the next stretch of road. These bonds, fragile though they were, gave shape to a deeper truth. that survival was rarely solitary. The inn taught people not only to be suspicious, but also to recognize the value of cautious solidarity. And while most of these connections dissolved with dawn, they left their imprint on memory as surely as the discomfort did. The sensory details complete the picture. The air was so thick with smoke that travelers emerged coughing, their eyes burning for hours afterward. The straw reeked of damp and rot, scratching its skin already raw from the road. Dogs fought for scraps underfoot, while rats scurried openly across beams. The stew tasted of little more than salt and onion with meat so rare it became a legend when it appeared. And the noise, always the noise, rose and fell like a storm. Dice clattering, voices bellowing, babies wailing, snoring echoing through the dark. To survive a night in such a place was not to rest, but to endure, and endurance became the very currency of travel. By the 34th telling, the medieval inn stands fully revealed as both prison and passage, crucible and classroom. It was hated and necessary, feared and remembered, cursed and retold. It stripped away illusions of safety and taught lessons of suspicion, solidarity, and survival that no road alone could provide. And as each traveler stumbled out into the pale morning light, smoke still clinging to their cloak, they knew the truth more deeply than ever. The road did not merely lead forward, it led inevitably to the next inn, the next smoky trial, the next night, where body, coin, and spirit alike would be tested again. And that certainty, that cycle of dread and endurance, was what gave the medieval journey its peculiar weight, heavier than the pack on one's back, heavier even than the distance still ahead. By the 35th descent into the dark corridors of medieval inns, their character appears less like a backdrop to travel, and more like a central actor in the theater of survival. Each inn was not merely a place to pause, it was a crucible that defined the entire rhythm of the road. Here, the true weight of the medieval journey was not measured in miles, but in nights endured, and nowhere was this clearer than in the daily confrontation between hope and inevitability. Hope that this inn might be different, cleaner, safer, kinder, and inevitability that it would not. Yet what fascinates most about these places is not just their misery, but how they created patterns of life that echoed through the wider medieval world. The first striking feature of inns at this stage is how they became invisible arbiters of justice and injustice. With no court nearby, disputes over dice, food, or theft were settled within the hall itself. Sometimes a fight decided the matter. Sometimes the innkeeper's word carried weight, and sometimes the group of guests acted as a kind of temporary jury, siding with whoever seemed least guilty or most entertaining. This rough justice was quick, brutal, and rarely fair, but it was functional. The inn became a stage where the rules of law bent to the rules of survival, shaping travelers' sense of what justice could look like when stripped of ceremony and placed in the hands of those who had little more than knives, ale, and anger. Economically, the inn was both parasite and lifeline. It drained travelers of their coins relentlessly, charging for food, straw, firewood, and even the right to sit. And yet, by centralizing these necessities, it ensured that travel itself was possible. Merchants factored the costs into their profits, pilgrims into their sacrifices, soldiers into their contracts. To journey without inns was unthinkable, and so the bitterness of their prices became part of the rhythm of the road. In this way, inns functioned as hidden toll gates across Europe, tolls paid not to kings or lords, but to innkeepers whose crooked signs swung in the wind like silent heralds of hunger. And still, beneath the economics, lay another truth. The inn was a machine for memory. The discomforts it produced became stories that lasted longer than relics or markets. Pilgrims could forget the shrine's statue, but never the lice in the straw. Merchants might lose track of profits, but never of the night their boots were stolen from under their heads. Inns turned misery into narrative, and narrative into legend. This explains why they remained lodged so firmly in the imagination. They gave people stories to tell at firesides, warnings to pass down, lessons wrapped in humor or bitterness. In a culture built on oral tradition, these smoky halls produced one of the most enduring commodities of all: stories. Superstition thickened those stories, giving them a spiritual edge. The belief that evil spirits lingered in rafters, or that dice invited demons, turned ordinary misfortune into cosmic drama. If a traveler fell ill after stew, it was not spoiled food, but a curse. If a fight turned deadly, it was not human temper, but devilish influence. These explanations did more than frighten. They gave order to chaos, turning random pain into moral lessons. The inn became not just a smoky hall, but a battleground where unseen forces contended for human souls, where every cough, every shout, every unlucky roll of dice carried a hint of the supernatural. Practical details make this drama tangible. The candles were often so scarce that shadows swallowed entire corners, leaving travelers unsure whether they shared the hall with 3 strangers or 10. Beds were stuffed with straw so old and damp it crackled under weight, alive with insects that tormented even the most exhausted. Dogs fought under tables for bones, sometimes biting guests in the chaos. Rats ran boldly along beams overhead, dropping filth into food below. And yet, People endured because the alternative, open sky, cold rain, thieves in the dark, was always worse. This calculation, repeated every night, was the cruel genius of the inn. No matter how much you hated it, you needed it. Socially, inns also offered moments of strange intimacy. Strangers who mistrusted each other in daylight might share stories over ale, confess secrets in the half-light, or sing together when exhaustion blurred suspicion. A song in the smoke could turn enemies into companions for a night, though by morning they parted as though nothing had happened. These fleeting bonds mattered precisely because they were rare. In a world of suspicion and danger, the inn's forced proximity sometimes cracked open humanity, revealing that even in misery, laughter and fellowship could flicker for an hour, and that flicker lingered in memory, carried like a fragile ember down the road. Politically, inns also played hidden roles. They were places where news, rumor, and dissent spread faster than any royal messenger could ride. A careless word spoken over ale could carry across counties by dawn, twisted and sharpened with each retelling. Authorities feared inns for this very reason. Some sent spies to listen, others tried to regulate them, but control was impossible. The smoky hall was too chaotic, too alive with rumor, too fertile a ground for dissent. In their disorder, inns became places of dangerous freedom, where the voices of commoners and nobles mingled in ways that alarmed the powerful. By the 35th telling, the medieval inn stands revealed not as a footnote to the road, but as its very heart. It was court, marketplace, pulpit, prison, and theater all at once. It drained, it corrupted, it frightened, but it also bound travelers together in misery and memory, producing stories that shaped how people thought of travel itself. And as weary souls staggered out into the gray dawn, coughing smoke and scratching bites, they knew what lay ahead. Not relief, not safety, but another crooked doorway waiting just beyond the horizon, another smoky hall where every coin, every breath, and every shred of patience would once again be tested. And it was this inevitability, that endless cycle, that made the inn not just a part of the medieval journey, but its truest definition. By the 36th descent into the world of medieval inns, their cruelty becomes more than physical discomfort. It becomes a lesson in loss, a place where the fear of waking up empty-handed was as constant as the smoke in the rafters. Inns were not simply about bad food, fleas, or drunken fights. They were about the deep uncertainty of whether the possessions you carried into the hall would still belong to you by dawn. In an age when every belt pouch, every pair of boots, every dagger or cloak could mean the difference between survival and ruin, the inn transformed into a nightly gamble. The question was never if theft would happen. It was who would be the next victim. Travelers learned quickly that nothing could be left unguarded. Belongings were not tucked under beds because beds were communal. They were not hung on pegs because walls were thin and hands were quick. The most cautious strapped their pouches to their bodies, even sleeping with purses tied to their wrists or boots kept under their heads like crude pillows. Some wore their cloaks all night, unwilling to risk them being stolen in the dark. It became almost comical in its desperation. A room full of travelers pretending to sleep peacefully while each one clutched something dear to their chest. And yet, comical as it may sound, it was deadly serious, because losing even one item could unravel an entire journey. Examples from records reveal just how devastating such thefts could be. A pilgrim robbed of his boots in the middle of winter might be forced to abandon his holy quest altogether. A merchant missing his purse of coins could not trade, and thus might return home ruined. A soldier without his sword became not only vulnerable but dishonored, stripped of both livelihood and reputation. In this way, the inn was not simply a place of rest, but a thief's paradise, where shadows offered cover and noise offered distraction. And while some thieves were outsiders slipping in, many were fellow guests, proving that mistrust was not paranoia, but wisdom. The role of the innkeeper in this nightly drama was ambiguous at best. Some tried to maintain order, locking doors or posting boys to keep watch. Others turned a blind eye, preferring not to anger thieves who might also be loyal customers. And still others actively conspired, using their knowledge of which guest carried coin to arrange for accidents in the night. The thin line between host and predator became one of the most unnerving aspects of the medieval inn. Could you trust the man who ladled your stew not to unlock your door after you had fallen asleep? Trust was a luxury few dared to afford. This ever-present risk of theft reshaped behavior in peculiar ways. Travelers developed strange rituals. Some sang loudly before bed to pretend they carried nothing worth stealing. Others boasted of being cursed or protected by saints to ward off would-be thieves. It was common to hear guests muttering prayers while clutching their pouches, bargaining with heaven for a night of peace. Ironically, the noise of these prayers, songs, and boasts created an even louder and more restless hall, ensuring that real sleep remained out of reach. Safety was never guaranteed, and peace of mind was rarer still. Curiosities abound in these patterns. In some regions, travelers carried decoy purses filled with stones or scraps of leather meant to distract thieves from the true hoard hidden deeper within clothing. Others paid fellow guests to watch over them, essentially hiring temporary guards in exchange for bread, drink, or a few coins. This informal economy of fear turned every inn into a marketplace of mistrust, where the price of security was as variable as the cost of stew. And yet, despite all these strategies, the fear never disappeared. Each candle blown out seemed to extinguish not just light, but certainty, leaving behind a darkness where anything might be lost. Superstition intensified the anxiety. Some believed that objects stolen in inns carried curses, that thieves would fall ill or die within weeks of their crime. This belief did little to protect the traveler, but perhaps offered a thin comfort. The idea that justice might be delivered by unseen hands, if not by human ones. Others placed charms in their purses, scraps of parchment with prayers or tiny relics of saints, convinced these would protect their belongings. The irony, of course, was that such trinkets often made the purses more tempting to curious hands, who saw them not as holy, but as hints of hidden wealth. Theft was not always silent. Fights often broke out at dawn when a guest discovered his loss, leading to furious accusations shouted through smoke and snores. Knives were drawn, oaths were sworn, and sometimes corpses were left cooling on the straw before the morning sun broke. Yet even in such violence, justice was slippery. How could one prove theft when everyone had been awake, restless, shifting in the night? And so, more often than not, the victim left poorer, the thief richer, and the haul indifferent. It was not law that ruled here, but opportunity, as merciless as hunger. And yet, amid this constant dread, travelers still came. They came because the road offered worse dangers, because the cold outside bit harder than fleas, because sleeping in ditches left them easy prey for wolves or bandits. The inn's cruelty was survivable, barely. But in surviving it, people carried away more than bites and bruises. They carried lessons about human nature, about mistrust, about resilience. Every stolen coin became part of the folklore of travel. Every vanished boot, a warning retold to others. Every sleepless night, a scar that hardened the traveler for the road ahead. By the 36th telling, the medieval inn no longer appears simply as a smoky hall of discomfort, but as a training ground in loss, where travelers rehearsed the art of suspicion and learned the value of endurance. It was a place where possessions were never safe, where even trust itself could be stolen in the night. And yet, that inevitability, that shadow of theft hanging over every corner, was precisely what made the inn unforgettable. For the moment you walked back into the gray morning, counting your coins and finding them still yours, you did not feel rested, but you felt lucky. And luck, more than sleep, was the true currency of survival on the medieval road. By the 37th descent into the smoky, chaotic world of medieval inns, the picture takes on a new and more unsettling dimension, the necessity of sleeping fully dressed, armed, and prepared for trouble. In a society where even your boots or cloak could mean the difference between reaching your destination or freezing by the roadside, removing them at night felt like an invitation to disaster. The medieval inn was never a place where one could strip away the day's burdens and rest. Instead, it was a stage where the performance of vigilance continued until dawn, and undressing was a luxury reserved for those who had either too much trust or nothing left to lose. The simple act of lying down with one's clothes and gear intact carried enormous symbolic weight. A traveler's cloak was more than warmth. It was a portable shield, a covering against both cold and theft. Belts stayed fastened, pouches tucked against the body, and weapons, daggers, clubs, or short swords, remained within arm's reach. This wasn't paranoia, it was prudence. A man who dozed without his dagger might wake with a blade at his throat. A woman who shed her cloak might wake to find it already sold in a nearby market. To sleep dressed was to sleep with at least a thin illusion of control. Consider how this shaped the very quality of rest. Sleeping in boots meant stiffness and sores. Belts dug into ribs, knives pressed uncomfortably against hips, and cloaks grew damp with sweat, trapping smoke and odor. Rest was shallow, punctuated by constant shifting to ease the discomfort. Yet to endure such misery was preferable to waking stripped of protection. In many ways, the medieval traveler had to choose between two kinds of torment: the torment of restless sleep or the torment of waking robbed. Unsurprisingly, most chose the first. There are curious examples of how far travelers went to protect themselves. Some devised makeshift alarms, tying their belongings to mugs or stools so that any thief tugging would cause a loud clatter. Others slept with their heads resting directly on bags of grain, turning cargo into pillows. In one account, a pilgrim wrapped his boots in thorn branches before placing them beside his bed, believing no thief would dare reach into the prickly tangle. The creativity of these precautions reveals just how normal the expectation of theft and danger had become. This constant readiness blurred the boundary between waking and sleeping life. Even in dreams, many travelers remained half alert, ears straining for the scrape of a chair or the soft tread of a thief. Some chroniclers describe it almost as a second nature, to doze with one's hand resting on the hilt of a dagger, to startle awake at the faintest rustle. The inn was not a place where one could surrender to sleep, but a place where the body rehearsed vigilance all night long. And so, far from restoring energy, these nights often drained it, sending travelers back to the road weaker than before. The role of weapons in this nocturnal theater was especially revealing. Carrying a blade to bed was both a practical precaution and a silent message. I am not helpless. A visible weapon might deter a thief from attempting a robbery, but it might also invite a challenge from a drunk mercenary eager to test his skill. Weapons were shields and magnets at once. The paradox lay in the fact that they both preserved an endangered life, embodying the constant gamble of the inn where every choice carried risk. Superstition colored this practice as well. Many believed that stripping off one's clothes at night invited evil spirits, who found it easier to harm a body left vulnerable. Some prayed to saints before lying down, not for comfort, but for protection against both human and supernatural predators. The act of remaining clothed took on a ritual quality, a way of warding off not only thieves, but unseen forces lurking in the smoky corners. Thus, practicality and belief intertwined, reinforcing each other until no one questioned why an inn felt more like a battlefield than a bedroom. The sensory details sharpen this atmosphere. Imagine a hall filled with dozens of travelers, all lying fully dressed, their cloaks heavy with damp, their boots caked in mud, their belts clinking faintly with every shift. The air grows thick with the smell of sweat, leather, ale, and wood smoke, a stew of odors so heavy it clings to every surface. Snores mingle with muttered prayers, while the occasional clatter of dice or cough from the dark corner keeps true silence at bay. To enter such a space was not to find peace, but to step into a restless hive, buzzing with unease. And yet, despite all this, people returned night after night. Why? Because the alternative, sleeping outdoors in the cold, at the mercy of wolves, bandits, and weather, was even worse. The inn was survivable, just barely, and surviving it became part of the pride of travel. To say you had endured such nights was to claim endurance itself as a badge of honor. The misery was not just tolerated, it was remembered, retold, and even exaggerated into legend. And in these retellings, the figure of the traveler sleeping with boots on and dagger in hand became almost archetypal, a symbol of the medieval road itself. By the 37th telling, the medieval inn reveals itself as more than a smoky hall of discomfort. It was a place that forced people to carry their burdens even into sleep, a place where trust was a folly, where even rest had to be armored. It stripped away the idea that travel was ever leisurely, showing instead that every mile carried the weight of vigilance and every night demanded a new sacrifice of comfort. And as the dawn light seeped through crooked shutters, travelers rose, not refreshed, but merely relieved to have survived with cloak, coin, and body still intact. Yet this ritual of armored slumber prepared them for what lay ahead. The next doorway, the next smoky hall, the next long night where sleep would once again mean surrender, and surrender was never safe. By the 38th descent into the murky world of medieval inns, they stand revealed not merely as smoky halls of discomfort or hubs of gossip, but as places where the very borders between law and crime blurred into something unrecognizable. An inn was never just an inn. It was often a sanctuary for the desperate, a refuge for the dangerous, and a breeding ground for criminal networks that thrived in the shadows between ale mugs and straw pallets. To walk into one of these places was not to enter neutral ground, but to step into a hidden underworld where alliances were forged, betrayals plotted, and survival hung by the thinnest thread of trust. The geography of inns themselves encouraged this. Many were located along busy roads, crossroads, or just outside city walls, liminal spaces beyond strict legal oversight, where lords and sheriffs rarely bothered to tread. Travelers needed these inns, but so too did criminals. Bandits could blend in with pilgrims, waiting for the right companion to rob on the road. Smugglers used them to move contraband under the guise of trade. Some innkeepers themselves were implicated, turning their halls into safe havens for thieves who paid well, offering not only food and straw, but silence. In this way, the inn became a kind of criminal embassy, neutral ground where the law rarely dared interfere. Stories abound of inns doubling as dens of organized crime. A merchant might arrive, weary from travel, only to wake stripped of purse and wagon, the innkeeper shrugging as though nothing had happened. Some inns gained reputations so notorious that even hardened soldiers avoided them, preferring to risk the open road. Chroniclers tell of establishments where the innkeeper's family worked hand in hand with thieves, the daughters distracting guests with charm while the sons rifled through their belongings. In such places, a smile at the door was not a welcome but a warning, a mask hiding the machinery of theft that kept the establishment alive. This was not merely opportunistic robbery, it was a culture of crime woven into the very fabric of travel. The line between guest and predator blurred constantly. A pilgrim who begged for bread one week might be found robbing a wagon the next. A mercenary who guarded a merchant by day might steal from him at night. Inns made such transformations easy because they concentrated the vulnerable and the unscrupulous in the same smoky space, forcing interactions that could turn dangerous in an instant. Trust, already fragile, became a commodity as precious as coin. The role of violence in this environment cannot be understated. Deals struck in whispers over ale could collapse into sudden brawls, knives flashing under the flickering light of tallow candles. Yet violence was not always the goal. Often it was the threat of it that mattered. A traveler surrounded by men with hands on their hilts rarely needed to be robbed. He handed over his purse willingly, hoping to escape with his life. Inns perfected this theater of intimidation, where the smell of sweat and ale was as potent as any weapon, and the sight of strangers watching from the shadows was often enough to make courage collapse into surrender. Superstition tangled itself around this criminal atmosphere. Some believed certain inns were cursed, doomed to harbor thieves and murderers forever, because blood had been spilled within their walls. Others whispered that bandits struck deals with demons, ensuring their blades always found their mark and their purses always grew heavier. These tales blurred reality with legend, yet they served a purpose. They warned travelers, even as they made inns more terrifying. A place rumored to be haunted was often just a place where too many had vanished under suspicious circumstances. Their stories softened into ghost tales because the truth was too grim. Practical details only sharpen this image. Imagine stepping into an inn where the benches are filled with hard-eyed men, their cloaks pulled low, their boots muddy from roads less traveled. The air is thick with pipe smoke and suspicion. Dice clatter in the corner, but the stakes are more than coins. Wagers are made on who will leave intact. The innkeeper's eyes dart constantly, not to serve, but to watch, calculating who looks weakest, who looks wealthiest, who looks foolish enough to drink too deeply. Sleep comes uneasily, if at all, because every creak of the floorboards might be the step of someone reaching for your purse. And yet, people came anyway. They came because they had no choice. Roads were too long and nights too cold to avoid these places. Travelers told themselves they could spot the thieves, that they could guard their belongings, that this inn might be different. It rarely was, but enduring such places became a rite of passage, part of the story of travel itself. A merchant who survived a notorious inn had a tale to tell, one that enhanced his reputation. A pilgrim who lost everything but still reached his shrine was remembered as saintly in his endurance. In this strange way, even crime itself became a part of the mythology of inns, as inseparable from them as the smoke and fleas. By the 38th telling, the medieval inn no longer looks like an unfortunate necessity of travel, but like a stage where crime and survival danced nightly, each guest playing a role they did not choose. It was not only the food that could sicken you, nor only the straw that could itch your skin, but the presence of predators disguised as companions, waiting for the chance to pounce. And as dawn broke, and the road called once more, travelers carried with them not only bruises and lighter purses, but the knowledge that the next inn might be worse, that the next crooked doorway might lead not to rest, but to a trap from which they would never emerge. That possibility haunted every step, and it was this shadow that made medieval travel not just exhausting, but existentially terrifying. By the 39th descent into the murky chambers of medieval inns, the focus shifts to one of the most revealing survival strategies, the art of sleeping in shifts, where vigilance and exhaustion battled endlessly for control. For all the dangers that plagued these smoky halls, fleas, thieves, brawls, and worse, what haunted travelers most was the knowledge that rest was never truly safe. Sleep itself was a gamble, and so, like soldiers in a besieged camp, many learned to guard one another through the night, eyes open while companions dozed, trading roles until dawn. The inn was not a sanctuary. It was a battlefield disguised as shelter, and every guest had to decide how much of their strength could be sacrificed to keep their belongings, their lives, and their fragile dignity intact. The custom of sleeping in shifts arose not from imagination, but necessity. A lone traveler was meat for the wolves, and not just the kind lurking in forests. In the dim, smoky air of the inn, fellow guests could be just as predatory, watching purses with silent calculation. The solution was to travel in groups, and within those groups, to organize the night into watches. One man sat upright, feigning wakefulness but truly straining every sense, while the others attempted sleep. Hours later, the roles reversed. In this way, a merchant caravan might endure a dozen nights on the road without losing more than a coin or two. But the cost was steep. Even when resting, no one ever truly rested. The stories travelers carried testify to how fragile this system could be. A weary pilgrim might nod off during his watch, only to wake to chaos as purses were slit and belongings vanished. Sometimes the watcher was the very thief, trusted by his companions, only to betray them when their eyes closed. Other times, the watchman's vigilance worked too well, sparking violence when he accused a stranger in the dark who had meant no harm. What emerges is not a tale of simple security, but one of constant tension, where even protection carried its own risks. Practical details make this practice vivid. Those on watch often stationed themselves by doorways, hoping to intercept thieves slipping in or out. They clutched crude weapons, clubs, knives, or even heavy boots, and kept candles burning longer than they could afford. Some deliberately made noise, humming, coughing, or shifting chairs to remind others they were awake. Yet all this effort only prolonged exhaustion. By morning, the watchman's eyes were red, his muscles stiff, and his temper frayed. And tomorrow, the same ordeal awaited him again. In this way, the rhythm of vigilance gnawed steadily at body and mind. wearing travelers down faster than the road itself. The very act of watching also changed the way people saw inns. Sitting awake in the darkest hours, surrounded by snoring strangers and flickering shadows, a man could not help but notice how fragile the boundary between order and chaos was. Every cough sounded like a threat, every creak of a floorboard like a thief's step. For many, these long hours of wakefulness sharpened their sense of human nature. They saw how greed, fear, and suspicion played out night after night. Some claimed that keeping watch in an inn was more terrifying than facing wolves on the road, because wolves at least behaved predictably. Superstition seeped into this atmosphere as well. Many believed that staying awake through the witching hours exposed one to spirits. Ghosts were said to wander smoky halls just before dawn, whispering to those who kept watch alone. Others feared that exhaustion itself opened the soul to demonic influence, that men who stayed awake too long might lose not only their strength, but their sanity. These fears were not easily dismissed, especially when combined with the eerie silence that sometimes descended between bursts of drunken laughter or dice games. For a lone watcher, imagination often became the greatest enemy of all. Yet, paradoxically, the practice of sleeping in shifts also forged bonds. Companions who guarded one another through long, anxious nights developed a trust far deeper than ordinary friendship. To keep watch for someone was to declare responsibility for their life, their belongings, and their dignity. Many merchants forged partnerships in this way. Pilgrim groups became as close as families, and soldiers tempered their loyalty not only in battle but in smoky halls where knives glimmered faintly in the dark. Out of misery, solidarity was born, a fragile but invaluable currency for survival. Curiosities surround these arrangements. Some groups even formalized their watches with rules. No drinking before a shift, no dozing under penalty of fines, no leaving one's post. In larger groups, two men might stay awake together, their whispered conversations carrying them through the long hours. Sometimes these whispered talks turned confessional, with secrets shared in the dark that would never have been spoken by day. In this way, the act of vigilance did more than protect. It created moments of raw humanity, binding travelers together in ways no daylight bargain could. And still, despite these occasional sparks of fellowship, the practice never erased the fear. Travelers knew too well that no system was foolproof, that even the sharpest watchman could be overpowered, distracted, or betrayed. Every dawn carried both relief and exhaustion, the sense that once again they had survived, but only barely. And in that survival, they carried forward not rest but weariness, not strength, but the memory of another smoky night where vigilance consumed more than it preserved. By the 39th telling, the medieval inn reveals itself not as a place of rest, but as a theater of vigilance, where sleep itself was rationed like bread, doled out in scraps between hours of fear. It was a place where even exhaustion could not be trusted, where friends became guards and guards became risks, where every creak of wood or flicker of shadow carried the weight of suspicion. And yet, this ritual of sleeplessness became part of the journey's rhythm, teaching travelers not only how to endure, but how to bind themselves to others in desperation. As dawn broke, smoky light creeping across tired faces, they knew the truth. The road ahead was long, but the greater trial lay not in walking by day, but in surviving another night of restless watching when the next crooked inn came into view. By the 40th descent into the suffocating reality of medieval inns, one notices a truth so striking it cannot be ignored. The inn did not end at its smoky hall. Beyond the crooked doorway, beyond the straw-filled beds and ale-stained benches, there was another world. The courtyard and the stables, where the sounds of the night told their own stories. The clatter of hooves, the restless snorts of horses, the rumble of wagons arriving or departing at impossible hours, all these created a soundtrack to sleeplessness that merged with the chaos inside. The inn was never still. Even when the dice had quieted and the songs had faded, the world outside its thin walls ensured that silence never truly came. The role of animals in this nightly drama was immense. Horses, mules, oxen, and sometimes even camels in southern Europe were tethered in cramped stables that often leaned against the main building. Their presence was not background noise, it was survival. For merchants, the beast in the stable was as valuable as the coins in his purse, carrying not only goods but his livelihood. For pilgrims, a donkey might be the only way to reach a distant shrine. Losing an animal in the night, whether to theft or sickness, could mean ruin as surely as being robbed of money. And because inns were as unsafe for beasts as they were for men, many travelers lay awake, ears straining not only for footsteps in the hall, but for suspicious noises from the courtyard. Here, too, theft was rampant. Just as a purse could vanish in the smoke, a horse could be led away under cover of darkness. Some innkeepers colluded with thieves, making a profit from both the paying guest and the stolen mount sold to bandits or smugglers by dawn. Chroniclers speak of merchants rising to find their wagons dismantled, their oxen missing, their journeys ended before they began. The grief of such loss was almost worse than being robbed indoors. It was a theft of both possession and mobility, a reminder that even the very means of travel was never safe within an inn's walls. Curiosities abound in the lengths people went to protect their animals. Some insisted on sleeping in the stables alongside their beasts, preferring the reek of dung and hay to the smoke and fleas inside. Others bribed innkeepers to lock the stable doors, though locks were easily broken or keys quietly passed to accomplices. In certain regions, travelers even tied their animals directly to their beds through small openings, believing that if someone tugged at the rope, they would wake in time to prevent disaster. These bizarre strategies revealed just how deep the atmosphere of suspicion ran, extending beyond personal safety to every living thing connected to a traveler's survival. And yet, the courtyard was not only a stage of danger, but also of community. At dawn, when travelers emerged bleary-eyed from the smoky hall, they often gathered around their animals, brushing dust from coats, checking hooves, tightening saddles. These morning rituals offered a kind of rhythm, a moment of shared purpose before the road called again. In these brief interactions, alliances were sometimes formed, merchants agreeing to travel together for safety, pilgrims sharing bread, soldiers bargaining for space in a wagon. In this way, the stableyard became as crucial to the life of the inn as the hall itself, a place where necessity forged fleeting but meaningful bonds. The soundscape was relentless. Imagine lying on straw inside the hall, only half asleep, when the muffled thud of hooves shakes the walls. A wagon rattles into the courtyard, wheels crunching over stones, drivers shouting curses at stubborn oxen. Dogs bark wildly, setting off a chain reaction of howls and neighs. The entire inn stirs, restless travelers muttering or swearing as they try to reclaim their shallow sleep. There was no such thing as quiet. The inn was an organism that breathed, groaned, and clattered all night long. For the weary guest, this constant noise was both a reminder of community and a torment that made rest impossible. Superstition crept into this external world as well. Some believed that animals could sense spirits better than humans, that a horse's sudden snort in the darkness meant a ghost was passing by. Others whispered that animals stolen at night were sometimes used in dark rituals, their strength sacrificed for sorcery. These fears blurred the lines between practical worry and supernatural dread, intensifying the anxiety of travelers who already had too much to lose. To wake to a missing horse was bad enough. To believe it had been taken by forces beyond human control made the loss even more unbearable. And still, despite the risks, the courtyard offered glimpses of comfort. The smell of hay, though pungent, reminded some of home. The sight of their animals alive at dawn gave travelers courage for the day ahead. In a world where humans betrayed each other nightly, the loyalty of a beast seemed almost divine. Horses carried burdens without complaint, oxen pulled tirelessly, dogs barked warnings when thieves approached. For many, these animals were the only companions they could trust completely. And that trust, simple and unquestioned, was a rare solace amid the chaos. The inn, then, was never confined to its smoky hall. It sprawled outward into courtyards where hooves struck stone, into stables where hay scratched skin, into dawn rituals where men and beasts prepared together for the road. To understand the medieval inn fully, one must hear not only the drunken laughter within, but the restless chorus of animals without, must smell not only ale and sweat, but dung and hay. It was this blending of worlds, human and animal, survival and risk, that made the inn such a totalizing experience of endurance. By the 40th telling, the medieval inn has become less a building and more a landscape, a living system of noise, smell, suspicion, and fleeting trust. Its stables were as treacherous as its halls, its courtyards as full of stories as its benches. To survive a night there meant not only keeping your purse and your cloak, but waking to find your animals still alive, your wagon still intact, your path still possible. And as travelers mounted up and rolled out through crooked gates, they carried with them the knowledge that the road ahead would not lead to peace, but only to the next inn, the next courtyard alive with restless hooves, the next long night where survival demanded vigilance once more. By the 41st descent into the dim, restless world of medieval inns, the reality that emerges is perhaps the most unsettling of all, the intimacy of forced proximity. To share a bed, or worse, a pile of straw, with strangers was not an accident of poor planning, it was the norm. Privacy, that fragile modern luxury, simply did not exist. In these crooked halls, bodies pressed against bodies, cloaks overlapped, breaths mingled in the dark. And in this unnatural closeness, every snore, every twitch, every whisper carried weight. To sleep beside a stranger was to surrender a piece of one's safety, one's dignity, and sometimes one's life. The economics of this arrangement were brutal in their simplicity. Beds were scarce, straw was cheap, and inns existed to squeeze coin from every corner. A mattress that could barely fit two might be sold to four. A loft that smelled of mold might hold a dozen travelers, layered like cargo. For the innkeeper, there was no downside. For the guest, there was no choice. Those with enough money to pay for private lodgings often discovered that privacy meant nothing more than a thin cloth curtain, behind which every cough and curse could still be heard. For the poor, there was no curtain at all, just the mingling of limbs in a dark room where strangers became bedfellows by necessity. This physical closeness brought a host of practical horrors. Lice and fleas, already rampant, spread freely from one cloak to another. A sick companion's cough was inescapable when his breath warmed the same straw you tried to rest upon. Worse still, bed sharing was fertile ground for theft. Many woke to find the very man they had slept beside had cut their purse strings while they dreamed, slipping coins away without ever leaving the bed. The intimacy of proximity magnified not trust but vulnerability. Every shift in the dark might be a hand reaching for your belongings, or worse. Yet there was also an undeniable human tension in these arrangements. To lie so close to strangers was to know them in ways daylight never permitted. You could smell their sweat, hear the grinding of their teeth, feel the weight of their exhaustion. Sometimes this closeness created moments of reluctant fellowship. Two pilgrims sharing whispered prayers before sleep, or a merchant confessing his fears to a fellow traveler because no wall existed to keep words contained. But more often it created unease, a gnawing reminder that, in the inn, even your body was not entirely your own. Historical accounts provide striking examples of this discomfort. In one English inn, a noble complained bitterly of being forced to share a bed with a farmer whose snoring drove him nearly mad. In another, a group of students traveling to Paris recorded their humiliation at having to sleep in a loft so crowded they could not stretch their legs without kicking strangers. One chronicler even joked grimly that an inn bed was the one place where social hierarchy collapsed entirely, where peasants and nobles sweated together in indignity, equal at last in their misery. Superstition added yet another layer to this unease. Some believed that sharing a bed with strangers invited spiritual danger, that a man's dreams could bleed into another's, bringing curses or bad luck. Others whispered that demons favored crowded rooms, feeding on the collective unrest of so many uneasy sleepers. To guard against this, travelers clutched relics or muttered protective prayers, though these charms were powerless against the fleas crawling from one cloak to the next. Fear of the unseen mingled with disgust at the all-too-seen, creating an atmosphere of dread that clung long after the night ended. The sensory details of this intimacy were overwhelming. Imagine lying down after a day on muddy roads, your body aching, only to be pressed shoulder to shoulder with strangers who stink of sweat, ale, and unwashed wool. The straw beneath you crackles, damp with old sweat and perhaps worse. Someone shifts, his elbow jabbing your ribs. Someone else coughs wetly into the darkness. Snores rise like waves, punctuated by mutters of drunken dreams. There is no escape, no space, no silence. And so you lie half awake, counting the hours until dawn, wondering if you will leave with your belongings intact, or if you will even leave at all. And yet, strangely, some travelers accepted this ordeal with grim humor. To complain too much was pointless. To laugh at the absurdity was easier. Stories circulated of mismatched bedfellows, priests who kicked in their sleep, knights who wept into their pillows, peasants who whispered nonsense until morning. These tales became a way of coping, transforming discomfort into entertainment once daylight returned. In this way, even misery became a kind of currency, traded later for laughter around another fire, another inn, another crowded bed. But beneath the humor lay something darker, the recognition that such forced closeness stripped people of their defenses. In a world where dignity was tied to distance and status, the inn dissolved those boundaries with cruel efficiency. To share a bed was to admit vulnerability, to expose yourself in ways that daylight society never demanded. And that realization of how little control you truly had was often the heaviest burden carried back onto the road. By the 41st telling, the medieval inn reveals itself not only as a place of hunger, theft, and violence, but as a place where intimacy itself became weaponized. To lie in the dark, shoulder to shoulder with strangers, was to live through a night of exposure more profound than any storm on the road. And as dawn crept through cracked shutters, as bodies stirred and strangers parted without names, the lesson was carved into memory. The road did not strip you bare with distance, but with closeness. And ahead, always ahead, waited another inn, another crowded bed, another night where even rest demanded surrender. By the 42nd descent into the suffocating atmosphere of medieval inns, we come face to face with the most fragile and haunting illusion of all: security. The act of blowing out the candle, drawing your cloak around you, and lying down in the smoke-stained dark was supposed to signal rest. Yet it was nothing more than an act of faith that rarely paid off. To extinguish the light meant surrendering your last line of defense against shadows both real and imagined. In a world where violence, theft, and superstition thrived, the quiet moment when the flame died was not peaceful but perilous, and the silence that followed carried more menace than relief. The darkness inside a medieval inn was absolute. Candles were costly, tallow lamps smoked and sputtered, and innkeepers rationed every drop of light like water in a desert. Guests were expected to bring their own if they wanted illumination, and once the communal flame was put out, the hall dissolved into near blindness. In that darkness, the boundaries between beds, bodies, and belongings vanished. You could not tell if the rustle at your side was your neighbor turning in his sleep, a thief creeping closer, or something even less human. It was in this suffocating blackness that many travelers realized just how vulnerable they truly were. Accounts from the period describe how fear spiked the moment the light was gone. A single cough seemed louder, a creak in the rafters sharper. Many clutched their knives or purses under their cloaks, whispering prayers to saints in trembling voices. Some left the embers of the fire burning low, not for warmth, but for courage, staring at the faint glow as though it alone held back disaster. Others, more superstitious, feared the glow itself, believing that spirits were drawn to flickering light. Whether in fire or in darkness, the guest was never at ease. This fear was not unfounded. Darkness was the thief's ally. Purse strings could be cut with less risk. Belongings slipped away while their owners stirred restlessly in half-sleep. Violence, too, often erupted in the dark. Fights that began over dice, or insults sometimes reignited after the lights were extinguished, when the anonymity of shadow emboldened cowards. It was not unusual for travelers to wake to shouts, groans, or the sudden gleam of steel, fumbling blindly in a chaos where even friend and foe were hard to distinguish. In the absence of light, the inn became a theater where danger moved unseen, and fear supplied the script. Superstition magnified this terror tenfold. Medieval people believed night was the hour of spirits, demons, and witches. To lie down in total darkness was to open oneself to unseen forces, and inns, already tainted by sin, gambling, and violence, were thought especially vulnerable to haunting. Tales abounded of shadowy figures passing between beds, of whispers with no mouths, of icy hands brushing across sleeping faces. For many, the fear of the supernatural was as real as the fear of human thieves. Both mingled in the dark, indistinguishable, leaving travelers shivering beneath their cloaks not only from cold, but from dread. Curiously, the human imagination often made matters worse. Exhausted minds conjured threats where none existed. A rat scurrying across a beam became a ghost in the rafters. A drunken snore sounded like a growl. A man reaching for his fallen boot was mistaken for a thief. This constant confusion kept tension alive all night, ensuring that even those who were not robbed or harmed still woke in a sweat, convinced they had survived something dreadful. In this way, the inn inflicted suffering not only through fleas or theft, but through the relentless erosion of peace of mind. And yet, not everyone feared the dark. For criminals, darkness was opportunity. Some purposely sought the most crowded, dimly lit inns, knowing that shadows concealed their work. Others thrived on the paranoia itself, slipping away during moments of commotion to take advantage of distracted victims. The inn became not merely a shelter, but a hunting ground, where predators relied on the same blackness that suffocated the rest. It is little wonder that some chroniclers compared inns to dens of wolves, with the candlelight marking the only fragile wall between man and beast. There were, however, travelers who adapted. Some carried their own candles and refused to extinguish them, even if mocked for wasting wax. Others tied bells or clinking cups to their belongings so that any movement would wake them. Still others chose to stay near the fire, enduring the noise and heat, rather than risk the suffocating dark corners. These strategies reveal a fascinating resilience. People knew the inn was unsafe, but they found ways to carve out slivers of protection in a world where safety was almost always an illusion. The sensory reality of this darkness was overwhelming. Imagine lying in a hall where the air is already thick with smoke and sweat, only to feel the walls close in once the last candle dies. You hear the straw rustling, the coughs and snores merging into a grotesque chorus. Your nose stings with the stench of ale and damp wool. Somewhere in the blackness, footsteps creak across the floorboards, and your pulse quickens as you wonder, are they heading for the door or for you? Every second stretches into eternity, and dawn feels like a miracle you may not live to see. By the 42nd telling, the medieval inn reveals itself not as a haven from the dangers of the road, but as a place where those dangers multiplied in the dark. To extinguish the light was to surrender control, to enter a realm where thieves, whispers, and shadows reigned. And yet, people endured it night after night, because the alternative, wolves, bandits, storms, was worse. That fragile candle, flickering against the black, symbolized more than illumination. It was hope, however faint. And when the flame died, hope died with it, until the gray light of dawn returned to remind travelers that another day had been won, and another night of darkness inevitably waited ahead. By the 43rd descent into the uneasy world of medieval inns, the focus turns to the very air itself, the heavy, suffocating atmosphere that filled those halls and clung to every traveler long after they had left. If the fleas and thieves gnawed at the body, the air gnawed at the spirit. Thick with the smoke of tallow candles and poorly vented hearths, rank with the mingled odors of sweat, ale, damp wool, and unwashed bodies, the air inside an inn was less something one breathed than something one endured. To inhale in such a place was to taste the misery of dozens of strangers, and every gasp became a reminder that even the simplest necessity, breathing, was corrupted by the environment. The problem began with the architecture. Most inns were built with low ceilings and few windows, partly to keep in heat and partly because glass was rare and costly. Ventilation was poor at best, non-existent at worst. A single smoky hearth, meant to warm, instead filled the entire room with fumes that had nowhere to escape. The result was an atmosphere so thick that newcomers often staggered upon entering, their eyes watering as the acrid sting of smoke and sweat overwhelmed them. Chroniclers from the period remarked that the inside of an inn often felt more like a kiln than a hall, suffocating its guests even before they had laid their heads on straw. This oppressive air had consequences beyond discomfort. It made sleep shallow and unrestful, for coughing fits and watery eyes woke even the most exhausted. It also spread disease with frightening efficiency. Colds, coughs, and worse traveled easily in the damp, stagnant atmosphere. To spend a night in an inn was to gamble not only with theft or violence, but with one's health. A single sick traveler could infect an entire hall, and by morning, the illness would be carried onward along the road, spreading from village to village. In this way, inns became not only crossroads of commerce and stories, but of contagion. Superstition offered its own interpretations of the foul air. Many believed it was not merely smoke or stench, but a miasma, an evil vapor that carried sin as much as sickness. The smell of sweat and ale was said to corrupt the soul, the smoky haze thought to be the breath of demons who gathered in such dens of vice. These beliefs added a spiritual terror to the physical one, for to inhale in such a place was not only unpleasant, but dangerous, a contamination of both body and spirit. Some travelers carried herbs or pressed cloths to their noses, not only to mask the odor, but to ward off unseen evils they feared lurked within the haze. The sensory details made this atmosphere unforgettable. Imagine lying on a straw mattress, already alive with lice, your cloak clutched around you, and each breath burning your lungs with the acrid smoke of half-damp wood. The air clings to your clothes, your hair, your very skin, so that even once you step back outside at dawn, you carry the stink with you, marked as one who endured the night. The mingling of odors was relentless. Stale beer soaked into benches, sweat dripping from laborers, wet cloaks steaming by the fire, and the sharp tang of animals in nearby stables bleeding into the hall. To exist in this space was to drown in smell, to live inside a fog of humanity at its rawest. And yet, there was no escape. Even stepping outside into the courtyard offered little relief, for the stench of dung, mud, and refuse awaited there. Inside or out, the medieval inn offered no fresh breath, no reprieve. This omnipresent discomfort reinforced the sense of entrapment. You had paid for a night's shelter, but you could not buy air. The very element that should sustain life became another burden to bear, another reminder that survival was not comfort but endurance. Some travelers sought strategies against the stench, a few stuffed herbs like rosemary or mint into their collars, hoping the sharp scents would cut through the foulness. Wealthier guests sometimes traveled with pomanders, small balls filled with aromatic spices, which they held to their noses in especially grim lodgings. These details, though seemingly small, reveal how deeply people feared not only the discomfort, but the corruption of breathing such polluted air. And whether one believed in miasmas or not, the instinct was correct. The inn's atmosphere was a perfect breeding ground for sickness. What makes this detail most powerful is how it lingers in memory. For many, the smell of the inn became the symbol of travel itself. Long after the discomfort of the straw or the noise of drunken songs faded, the memory of that stifling, pungent air remained vivid. To describe a journey was often to describe the smell of the inns along the way. Even in laughter, travelers recalled it with shudders, as though the very thought of it made their throats tighten. In this sense, the air itself was part of the inn's cruelty, clinging to travelers as invisibly and persistently as fleas. By the 43rd telling, the medieval inn no longer appears as merely a place of bad food, violent brawls, or uneasy beds. It is revealed as a place where even breathing, the most basic act of survival, became an ordeal. The smoky, stinking air was more than an inconvenience. It was a weapon, a burden, a reminder that the inn was not there to comfort but to challenge. And as dawn broke and travelers staggered outside coughing, their lungs raw, they knew the truth. The road would test their legs by day, but the inn tested their very breath by night. And ahead, always ahead, another smoky hall waited, its air thick with menace, daring them to survive one more night. By the 44th descent into the tangled world of medieval inns, we confront a detail so overlooked yet so revealing: the state of the floors. If the smoky rafters suffocated the lungs and the straw-filled mattresses tormented the skin, the planks and earth beneath one's feet delivered their own kind of misery. To step inside an inn was to step into a ground that was never still, never clean, and never free from the stains of the previous night. The floors were not simply surfaces. They were records, filthy chronicles of spilled ale, tracked mud, rotting food, vomit, blood, and worse. Every footstep squelched with history. Every corner whispered of events too sordid to name. To sleep above it or walk across it was to feel the weight of countless strangers pressing down, both literally and metaphorically. Many inns had little more than packed earth floors, uneven and damp, where spills never disappeared but were simply trampled into the soil. In larger establishments, wooden planks offered some semblance of order, but these quickly absorbed the ale and grease that poured nightly across their surfaces. Rats gnawed at scraps left under benches. Dogs licked at dried blood, and insects swarmed around the half-rotten food pressed into cracks. To cross the floor, barefoot, was an act of desperation. For splinters, filth, and vermin were waiting. Travelers often slept in boots, not only for fear of theft, but because to remove them was to expose one's feet to a surface that seemed alive with grime. The filth of these floors carried practical consequences. Disease spread through contact with dirt that had absorbed bodily fluids night after night. The smell rose from beneath, combining with the smoke and sweat until the entire hall became an assault on the senses. A traveler who spilled his meal would find no servant to sweep it up. Instead, the food simply became part of the landscape, trampled by boots until it dissolved into a permanent stain. In this way, the inn floor became a communal midden, an indoor dump that reminded everyone that comfort was a privilege they could not afford. Yet these floors were not merely disgusting, they were dangerous. Drunken brawls often ended with men slammed to the ground, their skulls cracking against planks already slick with grease. Falls in such conditions could be as fatal as blades, with broken bones or concussions ending a journey as surely as robbery. Chroniclers mention deaths not from duels, but from the treacherous boards, where a man too drunk to rise simply drowned in a puddle of his own vomit. The floor was no passive backdrop. It was a silent predator, waiting for the careless and the weak. Superstition also clung to these surfaces. Some believed that the floors of certain inns absorbed curses, that blood spilled there bound souls to the place. Shadows seen in the corners were thought to be spirits of the dead, unable to rise because their last breath had seeped into the planks. Others swore that stains which never faded were marks of murders long forgotten, reminders that the ground itself remembered what men tried to conceal. To walk across such a floor at night was not merely unpleasant, but uncanny, as though one trod on the border between life and death. The sensory details made these fears tangible. Imagine lying on straw a few inches above planks that reek of rot, hearing the scurry of rats beneath, smelling the sour blend of ale, sweat, and filth rising from below. Imagine waking in the night to the sound of liquid dripping, not knowing if it was ale spilled from a jug or blood seeping from a wound in the dark. Even without superstition, the mind conjured horrors, because the evidence was everywhere beneath you. The floor was a canvas of human failure, painted anew each night. And yet, paradoxically, these same filthy surfaces became gathering points. Games of dice were tossed on planks sticky with ale, children of innkeepers played among bones and scraps, and dogs curled in corners where the filth was thickest because the smell of food lingered there. Guests spat freely, relieved themselves in buckets carelessly tipped into corners, and treated the ground as though it were already ruined beyond repair. This casual contempt only deepened the atmosphere of degradation, but it also revealed a resigned acceptance. No one expected the floor of an inn to be clean. To complain about it was as pointless as complaining about the rain. There were occasional attempts at order. Some innkeepers spread rushes or straw across the floors, hoping to mask the stench and absorb new spills. But these coverings only trapped filth more efficiently, rotting in place until they produced an even fouler odor. Others sprinkled herbs like lavender or rosemary, a futile gesture quickly overpowered by the stench of humanity. These gestures, though ineffective, show that people longed for some measure of dignity, however small, even in places where degradation was the rule. What makes the filth of the floors so important is not just its sensory horror, but its symbolism. To sleep, eat, or even walk across such a surface was to be reminded of one's lowliness, of the brutal reality that travel was not freedom but bondage to misery. The inn floor was democracy at its most cruel. Noble boots and peasant feet alike trampled the same filth, carried the same stench away in the morning. It mocked distinctions of class and rank, reducing everyone to the same grim reality of dirt. By the 44th telling, the medieval inn emerges as more than a place of smoky discomfort and thieving shadows. It becomes a stage where even the ground beneath one's feet was complicit in suffering, where filth and danger rose from below as surely as fear and suspicion pressed from above. To lie awake in such a place was to feel trapped not only by the walls and the dark, but by the very earth itself, soaked with the memory of countless nights of misery. And as dawn crept in, travelers rose not refreshed but tainted, carrying the stink of those boards into the new day, and knowing that the next inn, the next floor, would await them with the same silent cruelty. By the 45th descent into the grim reality of medieval inns, one truth rises above all the grime, noise, and cruelty. The greatest comfort of the night was not the straw mattress, not the lukewarm stew, not even the flicker of a fire. It was surviving until dawn. To wake alive was a victory. That sounds dramatic to modern ears, but for medieval travelers, it was a sobering reality. Every evening brought new dangers, and every morning offered the fragile relief that they had endured one more trial. In this sense, Inns were not so much places of rest as arenas where the prize was simple existence, and the odds were always uncertain. Imagine the moment when the first gray light of dawn seeped through cracked shutters. For hours the hall had been filled with darkness and suspicion, a suffocating mixture of snoring, coughing, muttering, and the occasional thud of someone stumbling through the smoky air. Now, as the outlines of faces and rafters emerged, travelers blinked and stirred, realizing they had lived through another night. Relief mingled with exhaustion, as if survival itself had been a kind of labor. Some crossed themselves, others muttered thanks to saints, while still others simply stretched stiff limbs and sighed, silently counting their coins to ensure they were still theirs. The significance of this ritual cannot be overstated. For many, the night at an inn was more dangerous than the miles of road they had walked. On the road, dangers were visible: wolves, bandits, storms. Inside the inn, danger was invisible, lurking in the snoring man beside you who might cut your purse, in the innkeeper who might unlock your door for a thief, in the shadows where knives gleamed faintly. To survive such a night was to pass through an ordeal, one that tested not just endurance, but instinct, luck, and sometimes sheer stubbornness. Historical accounts confirm the sense of fragile triumph. Pilgrims recorded in their diaries the prayers they offered upon waking, thanking God for sparing them another night. Merchants sometimes wrote of counting their goods at dawn, astonished to find them untouched. Others were less fortunate. There are grim tales of travelers who never woke, their throats cut, their purses gone, their companions shaken but unsurprised. In such a world, waking alive was not routine but miraculous, a small daily resurrection that made every dawn feel like borrowed time. The sensory detail of morning emphasized this contrast. The air was no fresher than the night before, still thick with smoke and the stink of humanity. But daylight gave it a different quality. The rats scurrying along beams were now visible, their brazenness almost laughable. The stains on the floor told their own stories of last night's fights, their dried patterns of blood and ale reminding everyone what could have happened. Even the faces of fellow travelers, ghostly in candlelight, seemed less threatening by day, though no one entirely forgot the dangers they had represented hours earlier. Superstition colored these morning rituals as well. Many believed that inns were testing grounds of the soul, that surviving the night meant one had been protected by saints or spared by angels. The unlucky, those who vanished in the night, were thought to have been claimed by demons or cursed for their sins. Such interpretations gave meaning to the randomness of survival, turning luck into divine judgment. And while skeptics scoffed, few could truly ignore the sense that dawn was more than light. It was deliverance. Curiosities highlight this fragile balance. Some travelers developed rituals upon waking, kissing relics, sprinkling holy water, or offering coins at shrines nearby. Others swore never to return to a particular inn, marking it in their memory as cursed. In some cases, entire inns gained reputations not for their food or service, but for whether guests left alive in the morning. Travelers swapped these warnings like currency, and the stories of survival or failure spread as widely as any market gossip. But surviving the night was not the end of the ordeal. Morning brought its own challenges: stiff bodies, empty purses, sore lungs from smoke, and often less food than one needed for the road ahead. The relief of waking alive was quickly replaced by the realization that the journey continued, that today's survival was only prelude to tonight's trial. The inn was not the end of suffering, but part of its rhythm, a reminder that endurance was measured not in days, but in nights endured and mornings survived. And yet, paradoxically, this very cycle hardened travelers. To endure one night was to learn how to endure the next. Suspicion became second nature, rituals became habit, and vigilance became muscle memory. Each dawn carried not only relief, but also experience, a grim education in the art of survival. And though misery was never absent, there was also a strange pride in having passed through it. To wake alive was to have beaten the odds, however briefly. By the 45th telling, the medieval inn emerges not as a resting place, but as a crucible of existence where every night tested the boundaries of human endurance. The bed might be filthy, the food rancid, the air suffocating, but the true measure of an inn was this: did you wake alive? If so, you carried with you the faint, fragile hope that you might survive the next night and the one after, until your journey's end. And yet, as every traveler knew, hope was no guarantee, for just beyond the horizon waited another inn, another smoky hall, another night where survival itself would once again be on trial. By the 46th descent into the raw world of medieval inns, the subject sharpens into one of the most paradoxical and humiliating contrasts of the era: the divide between rich and poor within the same smoky walls. In an age where hierarchy ruled every aspect of life, inns briefly flattened distinctions only to recreate them in crueler ways. Nobles and merchants expected better treatment, yet even their comforts were illusions compared to the modern sense of luxury. Peasants and pilgrims, meanwhile, endured the lowest rungs of hospitality, often sprawled on cold floors or shoved into corners like animals. To witness this stark imbalance inside the same hall was to see the medieval world distilled into one cramped, foul-smelling microcosm. For wealthier guests, the promise of comfort often began with the hearth. They paid extra for seats near the fire, where the smoke stung less and the warmth soothed sore muscles. They might even secure a mattress, though mattress meant nothing more than a lumpy sack stuffed with straw that hadn't been changed in months. Curtains sometimes separated these beds from the rest, but the thin cloth was no real barrier to the smells, noise, and dangers that filled the room. Nobles might sip slightly better wine or be served meat while others made do with broth. Yet even these privileges tasted of disappointment, for the wine was sour and the meat tough, salted past recognition. The inn humbled all, regardless of coin. For the poor, there was no illusion of comfort. Pilgrims, beggars, and laborers slept directly on the floor, sometimes without even straw to soften the boards. Their cloaks became both blanket and pillow, their bodies curled tightly to preserve warmth. They might huddle near doorways or corners, exposed to drafts that sliced through the hall. Dogs fought them for scraps, rats scurried across their limbs, and drunkards stumbled over them without apology. The poor had no possessions worth stealing, yet even their meager bread or walking sticks could vanish in the night. Their survival was not secured by coin but by invisibility, the hope that no one would notice them enough to cause harm. And yet, the very presence of nobles among the poor created tensions that flared in surprising ways. Nobles resented the proximity, sometimes demanding separate chambers that rarely existed. Pilgrims mocked their complaints, pointing out that all discomfort was part of penance. Merchants, caught between both worlds, grumbled that they paid too much for too little. The hall became a stage of social friction where class identities rubbed uncomfortably against one another. Here, hierarchy could both collapse and harden. A noble snoring on straw was a rare sight, yet he still demanded deference. A peasant daring to laugh at him risked a beating or worse. The inn was a place where society revealed both its fragility and its brutality. Curious stories illustrate this divide. In one French chronicle, a baron traveling to a tournament complained bitterly about sharing a loft with peasants, only to wake to find his boots stolen while theirs remained untouched. In another tale, a group of poor pilgrims were forced to sleep in a stable, yet they later claimed it was a blessing. The hay there was fresher, and they avoided the lice-ridden straw of the main hall. These stories reveal the irony of the inn. Sometimes the poorest fared better because they had nothing worth losing. The contrast was also spiritual. Preachers often warned nobles that inns stripped away their pride, reminding them of mortality by forcing them into the same smoky spaces as peasants. Yet even in shared misery, distinctions persisted. Nobles prayed with relics, peasants with crude crosses. Nobles might pay for private masses on the road, while peasants relied on whispered prayers in the dark. The inn blurred these lines without erasing them, leaving all classes equally uncomfortable but unequally humiliated. Superstition, too, reflected class differences. Nobles feared curses placed on their valuable possessions, believing thieves might invoke dark forces to hide stolen goods. Peasants feared demons more directly, convinced that crowded inns attracted restless spirits hungry for the weak. Both rich and poor resorted to charms. Nobles wore rings inscribed with holy texts. Peasants carried sprigs of rosemary or bits of bone. In the smoky dark, however, all talismans seemed equally powerful, for both noble rings and peasant herbs could not ward off fleas, knives, or hunger. The sensory contrast was overwhelming. Imagine the noble, wrapped in a heavy cloak, trying to pretend his curtained mattress separated him from the coughing, snoring chaos just feet away. Imagine the peasant curled on bare planks, shivering as cold drafts cut through cracks in the walls. Both breathed the same foul air, both heard the same drunken shouts, both startled at the same creak of footsteps in the night. In that moment, wealth offered little shield, and poverty offered little more than resignation. The inn forced everyone into the same cage, though the bars pressed harder on some than others. And yet, the cruelest truth was this: both rich and poor needed the inn equally. Nobles could not camp outside without risking their horses and attendants. Peasants could not afford safer lodging even if it existed. The inn was the only option, despised yet unavoidable, endured yet essential. Its very misery bound all classes together in a reluctant fraternity of survival. And perhaps that is why travelers remembered it so vividly. Not because it flattered their status, but because it stripped it away. By the 46th telling, the medieval inn emerges not simply as a smoky den of thieves, but as a crucible of class, where nobility and poverty collided under one roof. It was a place that mocked distinctions, even as it enforced them, humiliated the proud while crushing the humble, equalized through misery while reminding all of their differences. And as dawn broke, nobles mounted their steeds while peasants trudged barefoot, both carrying with them the same stink of smoke and sweat, the same memories of lice and noise, the same weary knowledge that another inn awaited. And in that inevitability, they learned the harshest lesson of all. The road cared nothing for rank, and the inn cared even less. By the 47th descent into the suffocating realm of medieval inns, the focus lands on sound, the relentless, inescapable cacophony that stripped the night of peace and made every attempt at rest a battle against noise itself. If the stench of smoke choked the lungs and the crawling fleas tormented the skin, then the racket of voices, snores, boots, and blows assaulted the mind. Silence was not merely rare, it was unthinkable. The inn was an orchestra of discomfort, each guest contributing unwillingly to a grotesque symphony that only ended when the first light of dawn silenced it through exhaustion. Imagine stepping into a crowded hall at dusk. Already the place is alive with sound, mugs slamming against tables, dice rattling across greasy planks, men cursing their luck or laughing with drunken abandon. The fire crackles unevenly, its smoke hissing as damp wood struggles to burn. A minstrel plucks clumsily at a lute in the corner, his song drowned by voices arguing over the price of wine. This was not background noise. It was the very heartbeat of the inn. For a traveler seeking rest, it was also the first sign that sleep would be an impossible luxury. When the drinking deepened, so did the chaos. Songs erupted spontaneously, bawdy and slurred, echoing through rafters thick with smoke. Some sang with enthusiasm, others shouted over them, and brawls often followed when insults slipped into the mix. A spilled drink could lead to a broken nose, the thud of fists adding its percussion to the music of mugs and dice. These fights rarely ended quickly. They sprawled across benches, knocking into sleepers and scattering possessions, until the innkeeper intervened, sometimes with a club, sometimes with a shrug. Either way, the sound of violence became part of the night's rhythm, a familiar beat travelers dreaded. And when, at last, the common hall darkened, quiet never truly followed. Snores rose like a chorus, each traveler producing their own grotesque variation, high-pitched whistles from crooked noses, guttural growls from swollen throats, sudden choking gasps that startled even the snorer awake. These sounds overlapped, weaving into a constant drone that made the silence of the countryside seem like a dream. For many, sleep was impossible. For others, sleep came in shallow bursts, interrupted by every cough, every groan, every cry of pain from those plagued by nightmares or lice. The animals added their own voices to the din. Inns often housed stables under the same roof, so the braying of donkeys, the stamping of horses, and the lowing of cattle bled through thin walls. Dogs fought over scraps, their growls rising in sudden snarls that sent shivers down spines. Chickens clucked from lofts, disturbed by movement below. The line between human and beast blurred, the sounds mingling into one primal chorus that reminded travelers they had not entered a haven, but a pen. Superstition gave even greater weight to these noises. Many believed that the sudden cracking of wood at night was not merely the building shifting, but spirits moving unseen. Whispers carried in the dark were feared to be demons speaking just beyond hearing. The cries of drunkards were sometimes interpreted as possessions, their slurred ravings taken as evidence of the devil's hand. In such a context, every noise became an omen, and fear magnified even the ordinary. What was merely a rat in the rafters became, in the imagination, a restless ghost. Some travelers tried to fight back against the racket. Wealthier guests might stuff wool into their ears or pay extra for a corner loft, hoping for distance from the noise. Others relied on exhaustion, trusting that after enough miles on the road, even chaos could not keep sleep away. A few turned to prayer, whispering litanies in hopes that repetition would drown the clamor. Yet none could truly escape the sound, for it was the very essence of the inn. To sleep inside was to surrender to noise. To accept that rest meant adapting, not resisting. Accounts from the time confirm the torment. Pilgrims wrote of being kept awake by men shouting dice rolls through the night. Merchants complained of animals disturbing their ledgers and guards snoring louder than drums. Chroniclers even described noblemen breaking down in tears, unable to endure the endless racket. The inn was supposed to be a refuge from the dangers of the road, but the danger of losing one's sanity to sound was almost as great as the threat of thieves. The sensory memory of the noise clung as tightly as the stench. Travelers recalled not just the feel of fleas or the smell of smoke, but the endless din that deprived them of rest. The noise followed them into the next day, their ears ringing, their tempers frayed, their minds dulled from lack of sleep. On the road, mistakes born of exhaustion, missed paths, dropped goods, careless words, could prove just as fatal as a bandit's knife. The inn's racket, then, did not end at dawn. It echoed into the day, shaping the journey itself. By the 47th telling, the medieval inn reveals itself as a place where even the simplest human need, silence, was denied. Its walls contained a chaos that was inescapable, a racket born of humanity and beasts crammed together without relief. It was a place where rest was mocked, where survival was measured not only by keeping one's purse and throat intact, but by keeping one's mind steady against the endless roar. And as travelers stepped back onto the road, blinking at the quiet of the countryside, they carried with them the dread knowledge that silence was temporary. For ahead, another inn waited, and with it, another night of sleepless, deafening survival. By the 48th descent into the unforgiving world of medieval inns, the focus sharpens onto the morning after, the brutal awakening that often felt worse than the night itself. If the darkness was filled with noise, stench, and crawling discomfort, dawn delivered a different kind of torment, the shock of waking to reality. To rise from a straw bed or wooden floor was to peel oneself from filth, aches, and lingering fear, greeted not by relief, but by the rude reminder that nothing about the inn was ever restorative. Survival had been achieved, but at a cost that became most painfully clear in the light of day. The first awareness of morning was rarely gentle. There was no gradual stretch, no softness of sunlight through linen curtains. Instead, guests were roused by the stamping of boots, the clatter of mugs, the shouts of innkeepers demanding payment or urging travelers onto the road. The same hall that had seemed chaotic in the dark was now revealed in unforgiving clarity. Stains of blood and ale dried into grotesque patterns on the floor, rats brazenly finishing scraps left behind, and faces that had seemed anonymous in shadow now exposed in all their roughness. To wake in a medieval inn was to see the night's chaos solidified into evidence that could not be ignored. The body, too, bore the price of endurance. Straw mattresses left deep imprints and bruises on skin, fleas raised welts, and smoke-filled lungs rasped with every cough. Feet ached from cold drafts, shoulders from curling against the hard floor. Many awoke, scratching furiously, carrying not only bites, but infestations that would travel with them for days. Exhaustion weighed heavier in the morning than it had at night, for broken sleep left the mind dulled and the body sluggish. Instead of relief, the morning brought weariness, the cruel realization that the road ahead demanded energy the inn had stolen rather than restored. Food offered little consolation. Breakfast, if provided at all, was stale bread and watered-down ale. The wealthy might secure a wedge of hard cheese or a chunk of salted meat, but even these tasted more of necessity than pleasure. The poor often left hungry, relying on scraps saved from the night before or begging on the road. The morning meal did not restore strength, it simply prevented collapse. Travelers drank ale not for enjoyment, but because water from wells or streams was often unsafe. Thus, the day began not with nourishment, but with another compromise, another reminder that survival came before comfort. The air, somehow, seemed worse by morning. What at night had been masked by smoke and shadows was now undeniable. The rank stench of sweat-soaked straw, sour vomit in corners, and the unmistakable odor of chamber pots emptied too close to sleeping spaces. Some inns allowed guests to relieve themselves in buckets that were rarely carried far, leaving a sour tang that lingered in the air. Morning revealed not freshness, but accumulation. The sins of the night laid bare in a stifling haze that clung to clothes, hair, and memory. The atmosphere of departure carried its own drama. Merchants counted coins nervously, ensuring nothing had been stolen. Pilgrims tightened belts and adjusted packs, whispering prayers for safety on the road. Nobles barked orders at servants, who scrambled to gather belongings quickly. Brawlers from the night before often awoke with swollen faces or missing teeth, glaring at each other but too weary to fight again. The inn became a stage of weary movements, each traveler eager to escape but none fully free, for the stink and fatigue followed them outside. Curiously, the morning also became the innkeeper's moment of power. Payment was demanded, often with threats. Prices mysteriously doubled overnight, and those who could not pay might have belongings seized or be humiliated before the crowd. In some cases, travelers were forced to work off debts, chopping wood or mucking stables before being allowed to leave. The innkeeper, often powerless during the drunken chaos of night, reclaimed authority at dawn, turning fatigue into opportunity for profit. Superstition added another layer to this grim awakening. Many believed that to leave an inn without offering thanks to God was to risk misfortune on the road ahead. Some carried bits of straw as charms, convinced they offered protection from thieves. Others muttered curses under their breath at the inn itself, believing the building held spirits that clung to travelers if not properly appeased. Dawn, then, was not just a time of departure, but of ritual, where the relief of survival mingled with fear of what awaited beyond the door. The sensory memory of these mornings lingered long after journeys ended. Chroniclers often described inns not by their meals or location, but by the way they made them feel upon waking, dizzy from smoke, sore from boards, itchy from fleas, and hollow from poor food. These details stuck because they captured the essence of travel itself, less an adventure of freedom than an endurance of discomfort. Waking alive was only the first step. Waking ready for another day was far rarer. By the 48th telling, the medieval inn reveals its last and perhaps cruelest lesson. The night was only half the torment. The morning after exposed the cost of survival, stripping away illusions of rest and forcing travelers to carry the weight of fatigue, filth, and humiliation into the day ahead. To wake in such a place was not to feel refreshed, but to feel condemned to repeat the cycle. And as they stepped onto muddy roads, their bodies aching and their bellies half empty, travelers knew the bitter truth. The next inn awaited, and with it, another night of misery followed by another morning of disillusion. The journey was not about rest. It was about enduring every cruel dawn that came after. By the 49th descent into the relentless world of medieval inns, we confront one of the most overlooked cruelties of the road, the theft of dignity. If the night stole rest, food, and safety, the inn stole something even harder to reclaim: the fragile sense of self-respect that travelers tried to carry with them. A man or woman could arrive at the door proud, clothed in the small trappings of their station, and leave the next morning reduced to a scratching, coughing, half-starved figure who smelled no different than the drunk sprawled on the floor. The inn equalized through degradation, peeling away the masks of class and pride until only survival remained. Consider the merchant who had worked for months preparing goods for trade. He arrived at an inn in fine wool and with a purse at his belt, expecting his coin to protect him. By dawn, his clothes were creased and reeking of smoke, his coin purse lighter and his dignity tested by having to share a mattress with a lice-infested stranger. He might still conduct business the next day, but his image of control had been fractured. Or picture the nobleman who imagined his title shielded him from the squalor of commoners. He, too, left humbled, his boots caked with the same mud, his cloak carrying the same stink, his night pierced by the same snores and curses as everyone else. Even pilgrims, whose journeys were supposed to be exercises in humility, found the inn a harsher teacher than the road itself. It was one thing to walk barefoot in devotion, but another to lie awake scratching flea bites while drunks fought over dice. The humility chosen for God was different from the humiliation forced by circumstance, and many pilgrims recorded in their diaries that the inn tested their faith more than any mile of travel. The lesson was brutal. Dignity was not a possession to carry, but a fragile illusion that inns shattered with casual efficiency. Theft played its part in this erosion, not just of purses or boots, but of personal space, privacy, and even basic humanity. A cloak doubled as a blanket, and if it was stolen, the traveler not only lost warmth, but also a measure of pride. A walking staff might vanish, leaving its owner hobbled and humiliated. Even the act of relieving oneself stripped dignity, as chamber pots overflowed or corners of the hall were pressed into service, watched by eyes that pretended not to see. To live through such moments was to feel one's humanity chipped away piece by piece. The innkeeper's role in this humiliation cannot be ignored. Far from neutral hosts, many wielded power with sharp cruelty. They charged twice for bread already stale, demanded payment for fleas as though they were part of the service, or mocked guests too poor to afford a mattress. Their words stung as deeply as their prices, for travelers were captive. Once inside, they could not leave without risking wolves or bandits. Some innkeepers relished this power, turning guests' desperation into a theater of humiliation. A man forced to haggle for stale cheese might later laugh at himself, but in the moment, the sting was unforgettable. Superstition deepened the sense of lost dignity. Many believed that humiliation at an inn was not random, but punishment for sins. To wake covered in bites was seen as a sign of God's judgment. To lose one's purse was considered not just misfortune, but divine correction for pride. This interpretation allowed some to endure the loss, but it also twisted dignity into shame. The inn became not only a physical trial, but a spiritual humiliation, forcing guests to question their worth in the eyes of heaven as well as men. And yet, even amid degradation, human resilience showed itself. Travelers told jokes to mask their shame, turning their humiliation into stories shared on the road. Merchants laughed at the irony of paying for lodging only to wake less rested than if they had slept in a ditch. Pilgrims wove tales of lice as badges of honor, signs that they had truly endured suffering for their faith. In this way, dignity was not fully destroyed, but transformed, reshaped into humor, humility, or bitter wisdom. Still, the scars of the experience lingered, shaping how travelers remembered not only the road but themselves. The sensory memory of lost dignity was perhaps the cruelest. The itch of bites beneath clothes during a long day's march, the lingering stench of vomit clinging to a cloak, the shame of knowing others had seen one shiver, gag, or beg for scraps. These memories could not be shaken off easily. They became part of the story travelers carried with them, a hidden layer of their identity etched into every step. For many, the inn did not just mark a place on the journey, it marked a shift in how they saw themselves. By the 49th telling, the medieval inn emerges as more than a den of discomfort. It becomes a forge where dignity was tested, stripped, or reforged into something humbler and harder. It mocked wealth, humbled pride, and exposed weakness, reducing all to the same level of crawling humanity. To leave such a place was to carry not just fatigue or fleas, but the knowledge that dignity was fragile, and that, on the road, survival mattered more than pride. And yet, travelers pressed forward, clinging to the faint hope that the next inn might be different, though in their hearts they already knew it would not. By the 50th descent into the murky world of medieval inns, we arrive at the most unsettling truth of all. The inn was never really a refuge. It was not designed to heal the weary, to comfort the frightened, or to protect the vulnerable. It was, instead, a compromise, a place where danger changed its mask but never truly disappeared. To step inside its smoky walls was not to leave the perils of the road behind, but to exchange wolves and bandits for thieves and drunks, storms for smoke, and solitude for the suffocating press of strangers. Survival was still the rule, only cloaked in the pretense of hospitality. The contradiction lies in expectation versus reality. A traveler approaching an inn often felt a flicker of relief. Here was a roof, firelight spilling from the door, voices rising in laughter or song. From the outside, it promised warmth, food, and a pause from the merciless road. But once inside, the illusion shattered. That warmth was smoke choking the lungs, the food was overpriced and rancid, and the laughter was drunken brawling waiting to boil over into violence. The inn was a mirage, offering the idea of safety while concealing new dangers in every corner. Stories abound of this double-edged refuge. One German merchant wrote that he feared the inn more than the forest, for in the forest, he at least knew who his enemies were. On the road, a bandit's knife was clear and immediate. In the inn, betrayal might come from the man who shared your bread or the innkeeper who pretended to guard your purse. This shifting ground made the inn uniquely treacherous. Trust became impossible, and yet trust was required, just to close your eyes for a few moments of rest. It was a paradox that gnawed at every guest's sanity. The psychological toll was immense. Even when a traveler left an inn unharmed, the memory of unease lingered. The scratching of fleas, the echo of drunken shouts, the acrid stink of smoke, all became part of the journey, carried like invisible baggage. To survive one night was to dread the next, and to dread the next was to erode the very spirit that drove the journey. This was the inn's cruelest trick. It offered survival while stealing the joy of travel. It kept bodies alive, but drained spirits dry. Superstition wrapped this truth in darker clothing. Inns were often called dens of sin, places where demons lingered, because men lowered themselves to their basest urges. Gambling, drunkenness, lust, and violence all flourished within their walls, and priests warned that to sleep in such places was to invite spiritual corruption. Some even claimed that demons followed travelers from inn to inn, feeding on their exhaustion and fear. Whether one believed such tales or not, the feeling of corruption was undeniable. Every breath, every bite, every restless hour of half-sleep carried the weight of something unholy, as though the inn itself fed on suffering. And yet, people returned to them, night after night, mile after mile. Why? Because the alternative was worse. The road offered wolves, bandits, and exposure. The inn offered only fleas, theft, and humiliation. Faced with that choice, most chose the lesser torment. This reveals the inn's true power, not its ability to comfort, but its ability to convince travelers that there was no other option. Like a bad bargain made in desperation, the inn was endured because it had to be, not because it was trusted. Curiously, some travelers grew almost nostalgic for the misery. Chroniclers who survived long pilgrimages later recalled the filth of inns with a strange fondness, as though the suffering had become a badge of endurance. They joked about lice as companions, remembered brawls as adventures, and retold stories of theft as lessons learned. This gallows humor reveals something essential. The inn was not only a place of suffering, but also of storytelling. It gave travelers a shared experience, a common misery that bound them together. And in that sense, perhaps the inn did offer one form of comfort, the comfort of knowing you were not alone in your torment. The sensory reality of this final truth cannot be overstated. Picture the end of a long day's march, boots caked in mud, stomach hollow, body aching. You see the inn ahead and feel hope stir. But within an hour, that hope has curdled into the same old cycle. Smoke burning your eyes, food gnawing at your belly like punishment, strangers pressed against you in the dark. You lie awake, clutching your purse, praying for dawn, and when dawn comes, you stagger outside, not refreshed, but merely grateful to still be breathing. That was the rhythm of medieval travel: hope, disillusion, survival, repetition. By the 50th telling, the medieval inn reveals itself not as a sanctuary, but as a stage where survival was tested under a different mask. It was a house of contradictions, warm yet suffocating, communal yet hostile, necessary yet despised. To call it a refuge is to misunderstand its role. It was, in truth, a crucible of endurance, a nightly trial that forged travelers not into heroes but into survivors. And as they walked away each morning, coughing in the dawn air and scratching at flea bites, they carried with them not gratitude but resignation. For ahead, always ahead, another inn awaited, with the same smoke, the same noise, the same illusions. And the journey was not about rest nor comfort, but about enduring until the road itself, not the inn, brought the traveler to their final destination.